Rebuilding Connecticut is a challenge unlike any we've ever faced. Tax hikes and unchecked government spending will hurt our recovery. They won't make the state more affordable, bring back jobs, or attract new businesses. We can rebuild our economy and get people back to work. But that means taking a different approach, working together to unlock opportunities and the state's tremendous potential. Find out which leaders stand with you and your local small businesses at rebuildct.com.
Good morning, and welcome to the 2021 Human Resource Conference hosted by CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I'm Diane Mokrisky, Human Resource and Employment Counsel here at CBIA. This year's conference is made possible with the generous support of our friends at the law firm of Robinson+Cole. We'll hear from Robinson+Cole's managing partner, Rhonda Tobin, in just a few minutes. We've got an extraordinary group of presenters today, all of whom are experts in their fields and who are going to give us crucial information about how to handle issues impacting your workforce, and in many cases, how your management of those issues have been and will continue to be impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. As you all already know and appreciate, human resource issues have always been incredibly challenging and complex. Employment laws are constantly changing, and there's an extraordinary amount of information that HR professionals and business owners are required to master. And yet, over the past year, we've had to learn an entirely new set of laws pertaining to COVID-19 and learn an entirely new way of doing business, managing employees, and helping our customers. I know many of you in the audience today have had to take on new roles and responsibilities that you'd never heard of before. I'm betting there are more than a few former VAMS employer coordinators out there. But Connecticut businesses have stepped up to that challenge. In my role as HR counsel at CBIA, I've talked to countless employers, HR professionals, and managers having to wear the HR hat for the first time, who are doing everything they can to do it right. They want to know what the rules are, how to comply, and how to do it while keeping their employees happy, healthy, and productive. As I'm sure many of you have heard, these rules will once again change tomorrow, March 19th, when Connecticut's new business reopening rules take effect. Many businesses will be able to open at full capacity for the first time since the pandemic began about a year ago. But what does that really mean for your employees if they're still too nervous about working in person? How do you manage an employee who refuses a vaccine? Should they stay home or come to work? Today, we're going to answer those questions and help you master the constantly changing rules that you're faced with by arming you with the most up-to-date information on HR and employment laws. Our keynote speaker, Kenya Rutland, is going to talk to you about how to be a resilient leader and how to re-engage with a workforce that may have very different needs than it did just over a year ago. We'll give you an update and overview of Connecticut's paid family and medical leave law, which hopefully you all have already started to master. And we'll answer the questions that have come up as you've started withholding from employee paychecks, considering things like alternative private plans, and wrestling with planning for employee absences next year. We'll also talk about an issue that's perhaps less obvious, but more insidious as a result, and that's the rise in domestic violence during the pandemic, how that impacts the workforce, and how we can identify and respond to that challenge. You'll hear valuable information on health and safety, compensation and benefits, and lean, more efficient HR practices. The attorneys at Shipman & Goodwin will provide crucial information and strategies for handling a remote workforce, including the impact of vaccines, an employer's duty to accommodate employees who continue to request remote work, and the challenges of applying employment laws to people who are working remotely from outside Connecticut. Robinson+Cole will provide the information we all need about the Biden administration and the ways that it likely will and has already impacted employment laws. We'll talk about issues ranging from the government's COVID-19 response to planned changes in wages, benefits, and anti-discrimination laws, as well as the Affordable Care Act, just to name a few. Finally, Eric Getty, our Vice President of Government Affairs and head lobbyist at CBIA, will give us an update on the new Connecticut legislation that we all need to be aware of. We're going to do all that and finish at around 3:45. We'll take several breaks throughout the program so you can grab some coffee and stretch your legs. And we'll also stop for a 40-minute lunch break at about 11:40. If you have questions at any time throughout the program, we want to hear them. You can submit them through the Q&A function on your screen. Please be aware that you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat, but we'll only address questions that come in through Q&A. We've got a lot to get to, so I'd like to first introduce you to Chris DiPentima, who became president and CEO of CBIA just last August in the midst of this pandemic. Chris started his career as an attorney, working in private practice for 8 years. His father recruited him to join Pegasus, then family-owned, in 2002 as general counsel, and he was named president in 2006. Working with CBIA affiliate Constep, Chris implemented a series of strategic initiatives that doubled employment and revenue before selling the company to Leggett & Platt in 2016. Following the acquisition, Chris became division president of Leggett & Platt Aerospace and worked in that role until joining CBIA in 2020. A former chair of CBIA's board of directors, Chris now chairs the Connecticut Manufacturers Collaborative and serves on the board of the Connecticut Manufacturing Innovation Fund and the governor's COVID-19 Vaccine Advisory Council. He's now going to give us an update on Connecticut's vaccination program. Chris, good morning.
Thank you, Diane. We're very glad to have you as part of the CBIA team and very much appreciate all the work you and Philip Montgomery are doing to help our member companies navigate these very, very trying times. And good morning to you, all you. I first want to tell you how grateful I am for the way you and your companies have stepped up and supported your employees, your communities, and our home state, Connecticut, over these past 12 months. I am incredibly proud to be part of Connecticut's business community, to see firsthand the difference you all make in your communities, and to have the opportunity to hear and share some incredible stories. From manufacturers retooling production lines to make urgently needed PPE and medical equipment, to the tens of millions of dollars in time and resources businesses have poured back into their communities, to the spectacular development of the COVID-19 vaccines. This past year has tested our stamina, our willpower, our inner fortitude, and much, much more. But instead of running from this challenge, Connecticut has met it head on, turning adversity into opportunity. CBIA has been your voice and your partner throughout the pandemic. From Diane and Philip and Mark Socher before he retired, fielding your calls and emails, to distributing PPE to small businesses, to the unprecedented 1.5 million visits to the CBIA website hosted last year, and to advocating on your behalf to the administration and legislature. My predecessor, Joe Brennan, was instrumental in guiding CBIA member companies through the pandemic before he retired last August. He was in frequent contact with the governor and administrative officials in the darkest days of the crisis, and was a member of the governor's Reopen Connecticut Advisory Group, the team that developed recommendations and guidelines for reactivating the state's economy. I have stepped into some big shoes and been lucky enough to be able to call Joe my friend and mentor. I continue to lean on him for advice and guidance. After an incredibly long, painful year, the end is in sight. Governor Lamont, speaking at our annual business event earlier this week, says we're in the 9th inning. The game isn't over, and there's still a lot of work to be done, but we can see the end now. The COVID-19 vaccines have changed the game, and what an incredible testament to the ability of business to innovate. It normally takes 12 to 13 years to bring a vaccine to market, but in less than a year, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson have brought hope to Connecticut, the country, and the world. Pfizer, of course, has a strong Connecticut footprint, with some 2,000 employees in Groton, many of whom were deeply involved in the development of the vaccine the company gave the world in partnership with its German partner, BioNTech. Pfizer Group President Angela Wong shared that inspirational research and development story at a CBIA conference earlier this year. Suddenly, a world without COVID, free to operate at 100% capacity, free of masks, quarantines, travel restrictions, and school closures, it's well within reach. A spectacular outcome in many ways, driven by focus, expertise, and innovation. I was appointed last year to the governor's COVID-19 Vaccine Advisory Group, and I've had a front row seat witnessing firsthand what happens when the public and private sectors collaborate. We can do amazing things together. The vaccine rollout in Connecticut has gone through several iterations. I was on a number of webinars earlier this year, with many of you, I'm sure, talking about VAMs and employee coordinators and rosters and how to define essential employers. The administration got a little heat when it changed course last month and went to an age-based rollout of the vaccine. CBIA publicly supported that change of direction. As I noted in media interviews, the goal is getting the vaccine to as many people as quickly as possible. The earlier system was too confusing, too clunky, and I'm sure most, if not all of you, are glad to be out of the vaccine administration business. The administration hit the accelerator pedal again this week, moving the vaccine eligibility date for 45 and older group to tomorrow and designating the April 5th for everyone aged 16 and older. The changes have paid off. In addressing the health crisis, Connecticut returned to our spot as a leader in the country and the world when it comes to public and private collaboration, resilience, and innovation, or as some of us like to call it, Yankee ingenuity. I think we may have even surprised ourselves, or at least that part of ourselves that sometimes walked head down, disappointed from missed opportunities and past policy mistakes. Now is the time to capitalize on this momentum and address the economic crisis and recovery with those trademarks. Our response to the public health emergency is among the best in the country. Let's enact policies that ensure our economic recovery is also among the best in the country. As the governor says, we need to change the narrative, move away from policies that drive away businesses, jobs, and individuals, and embrace policies that nurture economic growth and competitiveness. So as we say at CBIA, we can rebuild a reimagined Connecticut, stronger and better than before. I hope you all feel this way too. If your company has yet to join our Rebuilding Connecticut Coalition, please consider doing so. You can learn more about the campaign to drive the state's economic recovery at CBIA.com, where you can also learn which legislators signed the Rebuilding Connecticut Pledge and are working to enact pro-growth, pro-Connecticut policies. I know our own Eric Getty will be with you later today to update you on a legislative session. Thank you for your continued support of CBIA. We look forward to working with you in the weeks, months, and years to come to make Connecticut a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Diane, back to you.
Thanks very much, Chris. So it sounds like tomorrow is a big day. We've got not just businesses reopening, but those of us 45 and older, it's time to get your appointment for a vaccine. So now we're going to hear from Rhonda Tobin, who, as of March 1st of this year, was elected managing partner at the law firm of Robinson+Cole. Ms. Tobin has the honor of being the very first female managing partner at her firm, the culmination of her 30-year career there. Ms. Tobin is an experienced trial attorney with a focus on insurance coverage litigation. She co-chaired Robinson+Cole's litigation section and served on the firm's managing committee, both for many years. Ms. Tobin has been recognized for her achievements by several publications, including Business Insurance, which in 2020 identified her as one of its 30 women to watch in North America. The Hartford Business Journal recognized her as one of its 15 Women in Business honorees. And Benchmark Litigation included her in the list of top 250 women litigators in the United States. And of course, now she has the honor of kicking off our CBIA HR conference. It's our pleasure to have Ms. Tobin here and to have the support of Robinson+Cole today. Good morning, Rhonda.
Good morning, Diane. Thank you for that great introduction, and also to Chris for that very encouraging update on Connecticut's rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination program. I join Diane and Chris in welcoming everyone to the CBIA's 2021 Human Resources Conference. Robinson+Cole is very pleased to be the principal sponsor of today's event. My partner, Jeff White, who chairs our manufacturing practice group, serves on the board of CBIA, and the firm is dedicated to helping support this vital organization. During today's presentations, you will hear from various experts on important topics, including my partner, Britt Marie Cole-Johnson, who will be speaking on employment law and HR during the Biden administration later this afternoon. This past year has been one unlike any we have seen before, and one for which there were no guidelines for those of us in management to follow. This was especially true of our dedicated HR professionals. On the shortest of notice, you were asked to lead the way in developing guidelines for shifting most, if not all, of our employees from the office to a remote work environment, helping us to ensure their health and safety while at the same time establishing processes and procedures that would allow us to continue to serve our clients and help them meet their business objectives. For Robinson+Cole, the pandemic touched many of our practice areas, including employment, benefits, insurance, business transactions, healthcare, construction, manufacturing, real estate, and litigation, to name just a few. I'm sure most of you also experienced a profound impact on the way you had to adapt to conduct your businesses, and that your HR departments also were called upon to innovate and adapt in extraordinary ways. We quickly assembled a dedicated coronavirus response team, which brought together representatives drawn from across the firm's practice groups. This interdisciplinary team was designed to help business leaders and HR professionals navigate the complex legal and regulatory impact of this unprecedented challenge. Our HR staff helped us understand, draft, implement, and comply with practices, in some cases legal directives and laws, designed to help keep our staff safe while successfully maintaining our business focus. And in the summer of 2020, our country and the world were shaken by the civil unrest in the wake of the death of George Floyd. Again, we turned to our colleagues in HR to help guide us in defining and adhering to the diversity, equity, and inclusion principles at Robinson+Cole, cornerstones of our identity and aspirations that drive and inform our conduct each and every day. I'm sure that, like us, your leadership turned to you for advice and counsel, and that they were as grateful as I am for your insights and leadership. That's just one of the many reasons we are pleased to sponsor today's HR conference. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Kenya Rutland, Chief Enthusiasm Officer at KJR Consulting, who will share his insights on resilient leadership and strategies for re-engaging your workforce, which obviously is our challenge as we go into 2021 and our return to work policies. Kenya is a passionate and trustworthy consultant who increases the confidence, motivation, and performance of others. He is a persuasive facultative leader who uses his keen business acumen to build commitment and accountability among staff at all levels of any organization. Kenya has nearly 20 years experience delivering results-oriented and facilitation to a diverse client portfolio. He holds certifications in various learning and organizational development topics and continues to supplement those through his commitment to lifelong learning. I'm also told that Kenya is an avid golfer and a diehard fan of the Yankees, 49ers, and Lakers. I hope you all have a great and productive day today, and welcome, Kenya.
All right, Rhonda, thank you so much. I'm so thankful to our friends at CBIA for the invitation to join you today. And more importantly, I didn't realize all those accolades, my friend. I'm actually thinking about how can I follow your lead after kicking us off in such a great way. And more importantly, I got to figure out how to get some of those books and recognition from those magazines, et cetera. It's absolutely a pleasure to follow you, my friend. And I'm thankful again for the opportunity to be here. As Rhonda said, I'm Kenya. My last name is Rutland. I've been privileged by my friends at CBIA to have the chance to kick this conference off a few times. And I'll tell you, this year is different. First off, I'm in the dungeon known as my house, delivering this conversation. And I'll tell you, indirectly, that's been one of the benefits in my world in the COVID space. As an organizational development firm, we partner a lot with HR departments and individuals like yourselves that are on the line. And very likely we might find ourselves saying, hey, you know, there are some things that we can do differently. But I'll highlight, as you can see on the slide, we've said that 2020 is the year that changed everything. And really and truthfully, when you really consider it, we really had a lot. And I will piggyback some of what Rhonda said. First off, you know, we have the mask on the screen, but there were 4 pandemics that really we saw when we work with our client base. You know, just last week was about the 1-year mark. And not to reiterate all of the headaches that we might have had, we saw COVID happen. Soon thereafter, if you went into Target and stores like that, you couldn't find diapers. Some people lost their jobs. So there was the financial aspect of it. We then had the unrest that took place after the Memorial Day incidents, and then others that had actually taken place that we saw in the media. So the race, equity, civil unrest. And then lastly, we had what probably from the fall leading up to the early weeks of January, just the craziness around what I like to say, at least, the unrest around the elections and the political process. Social media hasn't helped us a lot, but the reality is in 2020, there were just so many things flying around us. And what I'd like to do is, you can advance me to the next slide, is just think about what we've learned. You know, what are some of those big buckets? So I highlight 4 pandemics. There's some conversation that many would say about this new normal. And we still to this day say, I'm not sure if I settled on that. Chris brought up a great point on where the governor had said that we're in the 9th inning, and I can subscribe to that. But I highlight, you know, is it really our new normal? And that's something for us to consider. So as we reflect on that, you know, we do have to consider what normal will look like. And I'm going to try to share with you 4 points that we've learned around that. One other thing I'd like for you to think about before I dive into the 4 points is sitting in your own seat this morning. You're here likely on behalf of your organization. How can I make it better? How can I bring back some tools to ensure that we're awesome from the function of HR and we can roll that out to our staff and our organization? But I'd also say very often I've had to coach people who sit in your seats to say, are you taking care of yourself? So as I go through the content this morning that I wanted to share, I'll ask you to put yourself in the seat and then think about how you can leverage the same information for your teams. So the 4 things we're going to talk about is the need to be insanely human, for starters. We're going to talk about finding flexibility, creating space to chat. And in this virtual world, for many are some who've gone back to work with masks and social distancing. That's been a little different than the old school, you know, water cooler conversation. But then the last bullet that we have is, how do we use what we've learned? So before I move to the next slide, I do want to highlight 2 other questions for you just to be thinking about. And that is, what challenges unique to your organization have you experienced as a result of, I'll say, the 4 pandemics with a specific on COVID and the way it's impacted our world? And then the last thing would be, hey, we can look at this in a positive light as well. What have we learned and what are we going to take away? So what's the one thing that maybe you benefited from as an element of the remote work? And I think that that's just something to kind of keep a positive spin on where we're going, and the fact that we, based on our functions, need to still be leading our organizations. And so that's what we're calling it, resilient leadership. How can you and I continue to do the things that are going to move our organizations forward and not get stuck? Because you may be well aware, there are plenty of organizations in our region who no longer exist, because when COVID hit, for multiple reasons, it just really hit. And when, if you follow me, they're no longer in business, or they took such a hit that really they're not able to look at things in the light that we are. So I'll move us to the next piece and really dive into, well, what does it mean to be insanely human? And if we take a look at the next slide, you'll see quickly an image that I'm sure many of us might be able to associate with. And I just want to pause and let this one sit for a second. And I want to just do something, if you don't mind. I love to be in your face, be with you on the stage, et cetera. But because I can't, my natural energy says facilitate. So I want to facilitate a discussion as opposed to keynote, but I'm keynoting today. But I do want to kind of build the bridge to those pieces and say, if you could, in the space that you're in, pause for a second and just exhale. And I know I'm assuming you're holding it in, but just, and I'm asking us to do that because if you're like me, from March 13th, 2020, till literally now, we're on a hybrid scenario and hopefully going back to school in April, we've had this scenario. And most of us probably have had something like that. If you advance us to the next slide, you'll be able to see, not only is it the image that we're thinking about, but there are so many aspects of our worlds that have shifted. We have this merged life. And I don't want to talk about what we already know. I want to kind of position this as, so what do we need to do? First off, we have this aspect now where, where we work, where we live. Our people, our teams, et cetera, they see us differently. Those of you that are sitting in HR, have you had to have that conversation with someone from your bedroom? And it's been kind of interesting that you're sitting in your bed talking about business stuff. We've actually had some moments where we talk about being more vulnerable, where we've had those awkward spaces where we were in somebody's bedroom and maybe they forgot that we were in their bedroom on the Zoom call. It just all those things that we've had to recognize that people have stuff going on in their lives. And not everybody has a sprawling property to have an office. Some people have to be cramped in spaces. But the reality is we've had to have our worlds opened up, and Zoom has been brought into our space. Teams has been brought into our space, WebEx or whatever you're using. And that's been pretty crazy. The non-traditional hours have also been some crazy things that we've been looking at. And lastly, it's been the idea of trying to balance these multiple responsibilities throughout the day, where there is a time and place where you drop the kids off, or maybe they catch the bus, or maybe your partner at home or whomever, you're kind of trying to navigate who's going to be in what room. But now it's all in one space. And we're speaking, like Chris said again, ninth inning. Hopefully this is leaving your world. It's changed for you. But for some, it still is the norm. Think about those new employees who move to join your company. They have no one around them. It's them. They're in a unit that's now likely maybe a condo or a house, and they have a puppy maybe, but it's just them. These are all those things that we've seen with these merged lives and just how crazy it's been for so many people. And the conversation that it yields is, well, what has it done? If you can advance me, you'll see that it's brought us some challenges, but I also want to keep going forward and highlight that there have also been some benefits. I have a New Yorkie. His name is Kobe, and he actually has been a big energy boost in our house. One of the things we talked about right away was, we're going to realize when the kids go back to school that we made a mistake because now mom and dad have to take care of this little puppy and no one's home. We're having a blast right now, but I would tell you that some of the bike rides and the moments we had early in the days of COVID were really interesting. This summer felt very different. And also being in school, some of us have relearned, what it means to actually learn that new math or whatever it is, because we've been those teachers in those asynchronous spaces. And fortunately for the synchronous spaces this year, we've had someone to support us. I just wanted to start with the first piece to highlight. We need to be insanely human. And that's going to be something that we'll need to keep being for a little bit, for a while. If you can advance me and move along to the next slide, I just have a few things to share. And the first is this idea of, in being insanely human, start with yourself. It says here today, do one little thing to take care of yourself in a better manner. And I'm going to encourage everybody, as was said earlier, we have this 11:40 lunch break. Please, when that time arrives in the day, take a second for yourself. Today's a day that your organization has invested, or you've invested in yourself to be at this conference. I would ask you, take lunch. Maybe even hop on Zoom or something. If you want to get off Zoom, call somebody you've met today in one of the sessions. But do something for yourself and don't get pulled back into your inbox and get stuck going back to work on a day that you should be learning. When we've been in different places around the state in this conference in the past, it's been an amazing energy to see so many people sitting and eating lunch together and enjoying themselves. And this scenario, these pandemics have prevented us from being able to spend some of that time. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But the highlight again is, take care of yourself. However, you also are charged with being here today to help guide your organization. So if we move to the next slide, I just want to share some items that we might be thinking about being able to do to also set the stage for your team, your staff, your organization. So as we start to move ourselves back to some sense of normalcy, whatever that means for you, I ask you to think about what that culture is going to look like, what the vibe is going to look like. And in the same way, in the summertime, we always said that we tell kids, well, it's August, you got to start going to bed at the regular time because you're going to be going to school next week. Well, it's the same thing for us. The culture shock is going to be big enough when people go back to work tomorrow, or maybe you're an organization that's not going back to the office for a while. But the thought is, how can we start to model the workplace that we want to have? And again, I highlight some of us have learned some things that we're not bringing back to the workplace, which is fine. But how do you start to create that? And some of the things we think about is being intentional about scheduling, trying to flex the schedules of your staff, also ensuring that people get some sense of, COVID in itself was a year old for us. So there are plenty of things that we had immediate shifts in, like March and April of last year. But at this point, while challenges still may exist, regularity in scheduling and things like that should start to be pretty true. So just things like that are things that come to mind. There's also the mental preparation that we have. Some of our clients have told us straight up, hey, I don't think anyone's comfortable going back to the workplace. So what do we do? And if you're in the widget building business, that's tough, because how do I actually operate my business if no one's in the plant? How do I run shifts where we actually have to make sure that we got all these orders to fill, but we only have a quarter of the people, if that, in the building? So the thought is, how do you figure that out? I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with the platform Qualtrics. We use Qualtrics quite a bit for our surveying tools and things of the sort. But Qualtrics last year, and I think it still may exist, had an amazing tool that they created, which was a return to work survey. And what it was like a regular pulse check. And we're still doing these for clients now. And by the way, they cost you nothing. So if I can help you with them, there's zero cost to them. But the reality is, you just simply create a survey where you put out to your staff, like, where's your comfort level? Where are you at right now? More importantly, what do you need to feel comfortable going back to the workplace? When we originally established these, they were done early in the game when we didn't know a lot about COVID, and orgs were really kind of hesitant to do things. As we've progressed on the medical side, some people's comfort level has actually been, they've been raised. That would be just good information for you to have, to know where people are. And then you can have some sense of maybe how you start scaling people back in the office. There are plenty of people we've met, we know, who say, I'd gladly go to work if I could get out of my house. And so those might be some of the volunteers that might be first in line. But again, tools like this survey, return to work, a pulse check, et cetera, are ways to get a sense of where people are, what they need. On the second part of that would be just a pulse of, hey, how comfortable are people feeling right now? Are you getting the information you need, et cetera? Last but not least is this idea of creating some normalcy with our colleagues. And this becomes a little bit tougher, but we're going to talk more about this shortly, with just some of the things we might think about doing when it comes to communication and connecting with our folks. But the biggest thing I highlight is, one of the big misses is, if you're like me as a people person, is not being around the people that you enjoy being around. Not being able to see them in the same way, not being able to go have a cup of coffee and walk down the hall together. And so we want to create a space where colleagues come back to work and feel like they're coming back to a space that's not a ghost town, or they're coming back to a space where, hey, we're going to get through this, and I feel like we're going to make it. So just in a sense of being insanely human, take care of yourself, make sure you're thinking about, meeting people where they are. Check in to see where people are. Don't just assume everybody's ready. And where you can make, scenarios possible for people to kind of scale that return, where it makes sense for your business, do so. More or less normalcy for your staff. If we move on to the next piece, it's this idea of finding flexibility. So number one, hey, I got to be insanely human. One of the ways that I show that is through flexibility. So if you advance us, we actually have this idea of, hey, schedules. And I don't know about you, but I color code my calendar. And I'll just pause and say, can anybody connect with this? Imagine this is your Outlook calendar. You got all the color coding. And in my world, it is the engagement that I need to be at CBIA this morning, the meeting with our consulting team later, the engagement and preparing for tomorrow's keynote, getting ready for this. Oh, by the way, one kid has basketball, the other has gymnastics, one has piano. They're in school today, fortunately, on the hybrid schedule. So someone's got to pick them up. All of those things are there. And I find that we have to make sure that we're doing the things regularly to ensure that we get the best connections. So as we think about scheduling, we need time to breathe. And there are some best practices that I would encourage you to be thinking about, because for many, and I say especially those in high-ranking leadership roles, this world has been crazy for us. And we're thinking that when we make requests, or we ask our staff for certain things, we're kind of thinking they're going, okay. And many times that request that we've made is landing in an inbox that nobody's looking at because they're tending to something else, or is landing in a scenario where it's in my inbox and I'm used to you being able to walk down the hall and tell me that. So how do we make space? How do we make sure there's space to breathe? On the next slide, we highlight a few things that we encourage you to consider. And these actually are really targeted towards you, my friends, but I'd ask you to think about how do we target these towards the individuals who work in our organizations that we support. So first off, one of the first things I tell people is, hey, you're in a virtual world right now, and we don't get a chance to drive our car, maybe have the time in the car to talk, maybe your mental space that you used to use your car ride to get out. So it's very easy to roll out of bed, get right into the mix of something because somebody's likely right in your face, and then go, what am I doing? Let's go to my inbox. We say start that day by looking at the calendar. And if that's picking up the phone or whatever you have it on, make sure you know where you're supposed to be. And it sounds crazy, right? You're saying, Kenya, why are you telling me this? This is easy stuff. But you wouldn't believe the number of people we've been coaching who said, I just can't get out of my own way. And I'm saying in 2021, nearly a year after COVID hit. And specifically, it's because the churn of all that's happening creates this spiral where we're just stuck. So the whole idea is the calendar creates what we call the loop of doom. They're going from a calendared meeting to an impromptu Zoom that I need to hang on to. So that meeting's over. Somebody wants to keep talking. I'm already now late for my next Zoom meeting. And now guess what? That meeting goes long and I'm already late for my next Zoom meeting. Oh, and then I need to try to eat, et cetera. So the idea is if I start in my calendar, I can plan my day knowing where I need to be. The second thing is just how we prioritize. There's so much to get done. And now it probably feels like it's all closing in on you because you're in your home where all of this is happening, or you're in an office, potentially by yourself, but wearing a mask. And there's just all this feeling of being, kind of compressed. So scheduling those high priority items are huge, working so in a way that we are still remembering that there are some things that are more important than others. Because again, this pandemic or these pandemics have put everything all at us at once. Where do I start to decompress? What do I exhale on first? Well, this is one of the scenarios we talk about when it comes to getting our tasks done. The other thing is allowing space for things for things that come up. And this is the notion of overscheduling ourselves. I'm not sure about you, but I highlighted when we kicked off that we've had some benefits that have come out of this process, like being able to do multiple engagements in the day. I can be in California and New York in the same day now with the help of Zoom or another platform. But the reality is we can also cram in meeting, session that we'd have never done. So making space for yourself is going to be crucial, and also allowing you to breathe. So two things that I'm holding up one finger, how's that? But two things I would highlight is remember, not everything needs to be on Zoom. So in your culture, if you can set that tone, not everything's a Zoom meeting. If you remember before we had to use it, we would have virtual meetings, but they were like the random. Oh man, something happened with travel. We'll move to virtual. Hey, I want to call and this person's, remote. We want to bring them in. But it wasn't that every conversation we had to be on Zoom. So we're encouraging you to decompress, but pull yourself out of the Zoom world as well, where everything's there. The phone still works. It's productive. It's a great tool. And we generally say you can save email as well. If you know that as you're sending emails, there's likely to have to be a three-way exchange. And what I mean by that is I'm going to send you an email. I'll use Rhonda as an example. I'm going to send her an email with the idea being that she needs to send me back an email that now I can respond to with my real question. So if I know there's going to be a three-way aspect in some way, just go ahead and call her. It's one conversation. She might appreciate it. Maybe I don't get her, but that may save some process, save some space, save some time. So I'll highlight again, scheduling is crucial. Do the things that are going to help you. And you'll notice the last bullet is simply closing out your day, planning tomorrow. This is something that you can bring to your organization that's simple, doesn't cost you a dime, but just give people a mindset that our culture is not Zoom. Our culture is what we do. It's a culture of taking care of people. It's a culture that includes being insanely human, and it includes being flexible, moving around as we need to. We got two more areas that I'm going to try to cover for you. We'll move on to the next, which kind of highlights this notion of creating space to chat. I didn't intend to necessarily go here, but managing Zoom fatigue and the loop of doom and creating space to chat is really something that I find to be very important. And in the current climate that we're in, a lot has changed when it comes to the type of conversations we're having at work. If you want to go ahead and advance me, you can highlight that when we talk about space, this is what we used to be able to do potentially. Hey, how are you doing? What'd you see last night? Wait, did you see that? Yeah, great. What was on Netflix? Casual discussion. Hey, there's a business topic. We have that meeting at 2. We need to get this information. Hey, how's your family? This is what it used to look like. But if you advance this, you can highlight that things have changed. And I will highlight, more importantly, the need to realize that the topics have changed. Rhonda talked about those principles at Robinson+Cole around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I just want to highlight that, as a firm that's done work in that space for the last 20 years, we found that these last 9 to 10 months have really shifted the narrative to be able to talk about things that I would say as a practitioner, we probably would walk on eggshells in the past, or it would shut down the project when we start talking about race or race equity and things of the sort. When we talk about chatting, we're talking about broader than that topic, but just realize there are employees in your organization who probably are itching to have these discussions, who are saying, why are we shying away from something that every day I roll out of bed and this is my reality? And I think sitting in your function from an HR professional realm, those of you that have legal hats on as well, you might think like, hey, well, what can we do to make space for employees and in a healthy way to have these conversations? What we highlighted in this particular slide is the notion of 4 things that we found organizations doing to really make sure that they can be successful during these times. The first is recognizing, first off, that people have different work schedules. And so as much as I can engage with my team, I'm going to do this. So trying to make sure that you have this. Our team actually uses Zoom a lot for our meeting structures. We use Microsoft Teams for our internal conversations. And it's regularly that we are all on Teams just working. And what I mean by that is it's almost like we're trying to create the office behind me where it's like we're just working. And this is not a scenario where we're just, I need to see somebody on the screen and play. No, just working. And hey, let me ask you a question. And it might feel a little odd for some, but if I have to recreate my office feel, that's one of the things we've done. The other thing that you might see is the gentleman who's actually on the laptop where he's actually saying using the phone, as he's working on something. And that was to simulate the idea that we can still communicate old school, if you want to call it that. Some of us use Slack and other tools as well, but just keeping those points of contact there, making sure that people are being connected, because a lot of times people feel like they're on islands, as I referenced before. The other big one that I highlight in the top right-hand corner is what we call virtual office hours. And for some organizations, and especially those of you with leadership titles, and I might even add HR, if you want to model or mirror like open enrollment, where you'd be tabling and people are coming in to sign up, well, the same can be true for the day-to-day. Employees who may be struggling, wanting to talk about some stuff. And I'm not saying we have to put on our therapist hats, but if it's traditionally something that I would be involved in, we create open office hours. And those open office hours is just, hey, just so you know, from 9 to noon today, I'm on Zoom or Teams. Feel free to ping me if you want to kind of chat. I'm here. I'm working and doing my thing, but if somebody wants to hop in, I do that. If you're using Zoom's features, you can always set up breakout rooms even if you want to have a specific topic that people are talking about, or if you have people who want to talk about specific issues. So there is a landing room that you're on the main room. You could be in a breakout room having a discussion. And if people get there and you're not there, they can come back. But the reality, most importantly, is that you're making space and you're making yourself available. And where I think this is valuable is it minimizes you having to have calls. And more or less, people know that there's times and spaces that you're available. If you're a one-person HR department, I know this might feel like, well, Kenya, how do I do my own job? And I get that may be tough. If you have multiple, sometimes we've seen people stagger these. So the idea, again, is you're holding space for your teams, your staff, and others to come in. And these are just incremental. You might even, like I said, again, call it a topic. Today's topic is on benefits. People have had questions about, the return to work policy or whatever it is. It could just be a great way to just utilize the technology that you have to help you tool that. The last area in the bottom right-hand corner, and I think that this might get me in a little bit of trouble at an HR conference showing what looks like an alcoholic drink on the screen. But the notion of this is just virtual happy hours. We did these and we've done them for the last year, and we thought they would get old, but we've had clients, we've had consultants, we've had peers going, when are we going to do another one? And I think it's just a simple sense of connectivity. Yes, since the fall, we've had restaurants reopened and all of that stuff. So there is some sense of I can go out and get my own. But many people feel like, no, I really can't. So it'd be really nice if I could just have some conversation with people. So on a regular basis, every 2 weeks, we actually have 22 consultants on our global team, if you want to call it that. We have everybody kind of hop on. We just talk. We get some prompts. We got some great books that I found at Barnes & Noble. There's one called 2,000 Questions About Me. There's another 3,000 Questions About Me. And they're just great books. You have some prompts. and let people just talk. And it's amazing to see how they get the sense of being home again, being with people. So I just throw out to you again, it's simple stuff like that. I mean, those books cost me $9 maybe. And the thought is I'm leading a team that now feels like they're part of something. And we're disconnected in some sense by way of geography, but on the flip side of that, we're connected using technology, and we can have a conversation at any point. So the idea is that, you'd have these happy hours that are rooted in, whatever way. And obviously by policy, by rules of your organization, maybe it's water that you're having. Maybe they're not drinking anything, but just some sense of like some casual aspect to it is huge. Just two other things I'll share on this slide or on this premise before moving on is communication. And I had this happen to me earlier this week. I was with a board of a very small food company, and they talked about the idea that one of the things that employees are feeling is this real sense of disconnect because they hired about 60% of their staff post-COVID. So many of these people have never physically met their boss, have never physically been in the office, have never actually physically met any of their coworkers, but they've been working in this company for almost a year. Think about that for a second. This company's doing great, however. But one of the things that staff brought up was, I'm feeling like when our leadership team talks to us, it's like a board because their conversation is always in a PowerPoint deck. And this hit home for me because I was thinking, wow, here I am thinking that's the easiest way to get data out there. And maybe it's not the sense of camaraderie or connectedness or communication that people want. So I just want to highlight, think about the way you're communicating with your people. When you come back, we're trying to be resilient in leading them. Many of them want to be touched, if you want to call it that. They want to be connected to. So is a deck the best way to do that? Do they feel like they're removed one step because it's like a board deck? So just consider if that's the best way to do it, great. But I think leaders really people love to feel like there's some sense of connecting to you. So I bring this back to maybe the office hours and just kind of think about that could be something to work with. Let's move to the last section, which is, hey, so what have we learned and how do you use what you've learned? And if you advance this, I just want to highlight a few things that I think are really kind of important for us to think about. So what have we learned? How do we use what we've learned? So what we have is the first idea for using what we learned is this idea, if you can advance this to the next slide, is this idea of providing the opportunities for sharing ideas. Where do you make space for people who've been crushing it during this COVID window to share what they've been doing to crush it with their peers? How do you actually create opportunities for just, hey, let's bounce ideas off of each other? Technology has now provided us a platform to do this. Phone calls can work, whatever it may be, but just think about how you can keep people connected. And like I shared earlier, it was about happy hours, but there's also great tools and things to share. The idea that I just referenced about maybe avoiding always using PowerPoint decks came from a participant. And that was something we thought about, sometimes people just want to use different resources. Just one plug to throw out to you. If you're not using it, Google Jamboard is an amazing resource. We started using it a lot in our facilitation. And what it basically is like a an electronic Post-it note capturing tool. So if you're having a discussion, there's a question, everybody can type their responses in somewhat anonymously and post, and you can have some great conversations around that. The really cool win for us with Google Jamboard is when you're done, you can save and share it and your notes are done. So if you're like us in the world of facilitation where you have 29,000 Post-it notes that you're having to go back and capture, you don't have to do that. You don't have to decipher handwriting and any of that stuff as well. So any focus groups you might be running, it's a great tool for it. But I back us up to the idea is provide opportunities for people to share their ideas, share what they've been learning, sharing what they've been doing. And I think that creates some sense of ownership for us all making it through this challenge and people being able to let you know how they honestly feel. And you can create leadership opportunities as well. We've seen plenty of scenarios where people have been the first in line to want to help their organization. The second bullet is about creating equitable opportunities for all. And I want to hone in not so much on just equity in general, which not equality, we're saying giving people what they need. Many orgs have been able to do a great job of this. That person that needed a printer, they needed a laptop or whatever, organizations have made those available. We want to create the opportunity for people to be able to feel as if I have equal access to success. And more importantly, I actually have the tools that are going to get me there. But I will hone in on one area that we've been looking at, and I know you're going to talk a lot about this in this conference because it comes up, and that's performance reviews. One of the things that we've been doing some coaching around is this idea of how do I actually assess performance of somebody who's got 4 kids running around all day and they're trying to figure out how they can just stay sane and they're doing their job. compared to somebody who may say, I got the best of setups, there's nobody here bothering me, et cetera. First off, I want to make sure from a diversity and inclusion standpoint that we're not exclusive or judgmental with our elements of unconscious bias, where we assume that the person who doesn't have anyone in their home has it easier, because we don't know that for a fact. On the opposite side, we can't necessarily say that the person with all the kids at home is struggling. But I would say from an equitable standpoint, maybe we want to make space for that. And what we're getting at is just being sure that you're making space in your evaluation process that you would normally use on your annual or quarterly basis. Hopefully it's quarterly, not the old school annuals, but whatever you're doing, make space just for people to be able to have some input on what that feels like, where they are, and wherever you can go back to being insanely human and providing that flexibility, do so in that performance review process. Some orgs last year did things like, we're just not going to do reviews. I personally would argue I would always do reviews. I wouldn't say because of COVID we're not, because honestly, people still have jobs to do. And I think there's something to be said for them telling you what they need and then you being able to assess how they did when you gave it to them. But I think we just want to make sure that from an equitable standpoint, we do realize that people's worlds that you're assessing them in and the work you're assessing them on has changed. So just be aware of just as we learn more, do more. Just another plug, there's a great tool called 15.5, depending on how you're using your performance review process. 15.5 is a platform where the employee and the manager can communicate. I, as the employee, get a chance to put in like some of my goals for the week. What am I working on? My morale, how I'm feeling. You can see that and then respond to that in preparation for our one-on-one. It also is a great tool just to get a regular pulse of where your people are. And what I really like is it's driven by the employee putting stuff in that you're responding to. You can do the same, but it's a nice way. And it's technology driven. So what's nice for remote teams is I can hop on Zoom and have 15.5 up to kind of talk through whatever it is that's there, and not have to be in the old school paper-based scenario where I'm reading from a Word doc or an Excel spreadsheet with columns to talk to you in real time. We can both be looking at the screen that we can share and actually highlight like kind of where we are. So again, it's called 15.5. I'm not plugging anything for any benefits to me. Just really, I think it's a great tool. It's a great resource. We started using it and just made life a little easier to be able to capture stuff. And as a small firm, it's really cool because it kind of just sets us up to have some type of documented aspect of where people are, and I can recall where they've been. The third bullet is listening and learning from peers. And with this, we just talk about what are other organizations doing. Today's an amazing day to be able to do that. And again, I know we've all been, crushed with this COVID thing, but while we're not in a big room together, we are in a scenario where you'll be in sessions with some peers of mine, I would say, and others that I may not know who I'm sure are going to crush it in their presentations. But as you're seeing people in those sessions, if you get a chance to see them or you see people chatting, reach out to them, connect. Sharing ideas and information is huge. And I think even in our world, that was one of the things that got us. We started very early back in March and learned a lot and honed in this past year on not looking for new clients and new work, but really trying to work on those trusted relationships that we had and just providing what our partners needed. And it worked out great for them and worked out great for us and from a business standpoint as well. So listen and learn from your peers. Don't be afraid to share either. And I think that's the other part. Sharing is huge. And as this last bullet says, sharing resources is crucial. We're in a world right now where we need each other more than ever. And if I hoard it and go, I know this information, I'm not going to share it with you, there really is no value in that. I really feel firmly that anything that I can do to help, I will do so, including the deck today, the deck that's here. Feel free to take it, use it however you want to use it in your organization, because I think it's important to be able to do those things. So with that said, I want to bring us back to, as I get ready to wind down, there are 4 big things we want to highlight. The first of the 4 is being insanely human, remembering that you and I need to ensure that we make space for all that has happened to our friends, our peers, our staff, and try our best to ensure that we're making space for them to be effective. We want to also create wherever we can, expand and be as flexible as possible. We're a year out, so hopefully people have themselves in a place now where they pretty much have a sense of normalcy and what their schedule looks like, who's getting the kids to school, et cetera. But things are going to happen. So whatever you can do, we say roll with it. And our language back in March and May was you're going to have babies, you're going to have pets, you're going to have whatever on the line with you, be okay with it. And whatever your culture is, keep doing that. The third area is creating space to chat. Don't forget, there are plenty of people sitting around saying, I would love to talk about, make space for it. We've had clients reaching out to do anything from focus groups to book talks, et cetera. And I think the important thing for you and your organization is it doesn't have to cost you money. Sometimes it's just getting people in a room and throwing out a prompt and let them talk about stuff. It builds a sense of camaraderie. I'm connected to the organization and we're not lost. And then the last thing is sharing what you learn and using what you learn. So when you know that people feel, do the thing that's going to help them feel that. When you know that they need, if you can, do what you can do with that information to get them what they need. And lastly, when you know information that you think could be valuable to others, share it, you leverage it, and help others continue to make their organizations better as well. So for those of you that are here this morning, I want to say thank you so much for allowing me to join you. And as we think about resilient leadership, really kind of re-engaging your workforce, these are 4 things that I hope you can leverage and use. And more importantly, I would just throw out, throughout the day, I unfortunately will not be able to hang for the conference. But if there are things that you want, if you get the deck from CBIA, our contact information is in there. Reach out if I can help you in any way. And I just am hopeful that everybody has enjoyed the time, and then you get a chance to enjoy your great day together at CBIA. So thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I do hope everybody indeed is stay safe. And as we've been saying, stay positive, test negative.
Hey, Kenya, before you go, don't leave quite yet. We've got one question, if you just have 1 second.
I sure do. I can hang.
You mentioned the return to work survey, and we've just had a couple questions on that. If people are interested in that, is that on your website, or do they email you for that, or what's the best way?
That's a great question. So you can email us at info@kjrconsulting.com. And also, just fully transparent, as I tell you, we're about sharing resources. Qualtrics.com is the actual source. And so Qualtrics has the return to work survey that's there. I'm not certain in 2021 if we would have to administer it for you. But again, it's something that we don't charge for. We're trying to get people ready for work. So info@KJR Consulting, you can reach out to us directly and just inquire, or you can look at Qualtrics.com, the source of the survey. Obviously, what we do is we customize it for the client, et cetera. But in the Qualtrics version, it's pretty straightforward, and it's really good information to be able to get.
Okay, thank you so much. As always, it was very encouraging, very helpful. Thanks a lot, Kenya.
All right, thank you all. Enjoy your day.
Okay, so we're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll talk about the Family and Medical Leave Act. And also, we've been getting some questions so far about the American Rescue Plan. We will be addressing that later in the program when we talk about the Biden administration. So for now, we're going to take a break. You'll see a timer on the screen after a few videos, so you can see when we're due to return. We'll be right back.
Just an incredibly difficult year for everybody. And from the beginning, I would call CBIA and say, listen, I've got this issue. Help me understand, clarify, translate for me. They are my go-to source. We're talking, plus 20 years for sure. ONG is close to celebrating their 100th anniversary in 2023. We have organizations and construction sites throughout the state of Connecticut. There's a strong focus on the education market, particularly our schools. At the end of the day, as an HR practitioner, you have a core set of trusted resources, and CBIA is one of them for me.
Welcome back. Let's get started with our next speaker, Andrea Barton-Reeves, the CEO of the Connecticut Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Authority. Ms. Barton-Reeves previously served as president and CEO of HARC, Inc., a not-for-profit service provider for people with intellectual and related disabilities. Her prior experience includes serving as director of programs with Lawyers for Children America and in the insurance industry at Chubb. She served on a number of organizational and community boards, including as president of the Connecticut Bar Foundation and chair of the Village for Families and Children. She's got a bachelor's degree from Rutgers and a law degree from New York Law School. In January of 2020, Governor Lamont appointed her to lead the paid FML Insurance Authority. She and her staff have been fielding hundreds of calls and emails from HR professionals and lawyers alike with questions about Connecticut's paid family leave program. She's here today to give us an overview of the program and to answer your questions. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning. Thanks for having me today.
We're ready for you. Go ahead and get started.
All right. So thank you. Welcome, everyone. I am Andrea Barton-Rees. I'm the CEO of Connecticut's Paid Leave Authority, and I'm delighted to be here with you today to share with you some information about Connecticut paid leave. I'll run through the slides, and if there are questions, we'll be happy to entertain those so we can understand how paid leave works. So first, a little bit about the Paid Leave Authority itself. We were established by statute in July of 2019. And I started in my job in March of 2020, and we have 5 primary responsibilities. They include outreach and engagement. We're responsible for setting up the amount of money that each employee contributes to the fund. We are also responsible for making sure that private plans are submitted and approved on time. Some of the other things that we do is we make sure that we're managing the trust fund, and we're also responsible for administering benefits starting in 2022. There are some key dates that you should be aware of. Starting in November, we asked employers to register with the paid leave program so that we know that they're aware of their obligation to withhold the 0.5%. That withholding started in January. Private plans are being reviewed and can be submitted now, and those will be approved between February and March of this year. Remittances, the withholdings that employers are withholding right now from employees are due starting in March with their 30-day grace period at the end of April, and the dates and the cadences that you see in the slide. We will begin to take applications for benefits starting in December, and benefits will be available starting in January of 2022. So let's talk a bit about what employees are covered and what employers are covered as well. All employers that have 1 or more employees are covered, including those that are not-for-profits or those that are unionized, even though they're in a private workforce. Sole proprietors and self-employed individuals may also participate in the program, but if they do so, they have to remain in for a minimum of 3 years. Those that are not covered include, obviously, those that work for the federal government. Some state employees, meaning those that are not in a union. Municipalities and local or regional boards of education are also excluded unless some of their unionized employees vote to participate. Non-public elementary and secondary schools, also known as private and independent schools, are excluded from the program as ever having participated in family and medical leave in the state. So what is a covered public employee? We get this question often. They are the non-unionized employees of the state of Connecticut. They're also those unionized employees who, by voting and through collective bargaining, decide to include themselves in the paid leave program. The same is true for municipalities and local or regional boards of education. If any employees for either of those entities that are within a bargaining unit vote to participate in the plan, then all of the employees, whether they're in the bargaining unit or not, then become participants in the paid leave program. And as you can see, there is an expansive definition of municipality that includes towns and cities as we normally understand them, but they can also include flood commissions and tourism commissions as well. A bit about the 0.5% that comes in. Once that is remitted, it comes directly to the Paid Leave Authority. We then validate that data with information that we can receive from the Department of Revenue Services as well as the Department of Labor. That money is contributed to the authority and deposited in the authority's trust fund, which is managed by the Office of the Treasurer. And those funds are what's used to pay paid leave benefits starting next year. So let's go into a bit about the overview of the paid leave laws. So the reasons for leave are these. They are to create, expand, or develop your family through birth, adoption, or foster care. to care for a family member or a family member with a serious health condition, also known as caregiver leave, or to care for your own serious health condition, which can include being an organ donor or a bone marrow donor, and pregnancy. There is special leave that is available for our military families, including military exigency leave, where if someone is deployed overseas, they can take time off to take care of themselves and their families before they are deployed. And what is unique to the state of Connecticut is family violence leave. Up to 12 days of leave can be available for those who are victims of domestic violence. Here's a bit of a comparison that summarizes the significant differences between the current FMLA and what the law will look like next year. As we know, the law now applies to those that have 75 employees or more, and those employees had to have worked at least 12 months for the employer and at least 1,000 hours, and they would receive job protection. We know that's the ability to get their job back or an equivalent job after 12 months. They would then be entitled to 26 weeks of leave for military caregiver leave or 16 weeks in a 24-month period for other types of leave. And the employer could now require the employee to exhaust all of their leave time, however that's defined by that employer, for all of the time that they take off for family and medical leave. When the law changes next year, there will be significant changes to all of these criteria. It will apply to employers with one or more employees, and there will no longer be an hours worked requirement, and job protection will attach at 3 months rather than 1 year. Instead of 16 weeks of leave, there will be 12 weeks of leave in a 12-month period, but the 26 weeks of leave that's available for military caregiver leave will remain. There will also then be an additional 2 weeks of leave that may be available if there's incapacitation experienced during pregnancy, for a total of 14 weeks of leave in a 12-month period. And while an employer may still be able to require an employee to use all of their time off, they must then allow them to at least keep 2 weeks of their leave. If they may no longer be required to exhaust all of their leave to cover the time that they're away for family and medical leave. Again, here is an overview from the leave laws from the perspective of job protected leave. So adding to the array of laws that cover job protected leave, we know that we already have federal. Now we will have Connecticut FMLA with an attachment for one or more employees working 3 months or more for that employer. Workers' Comp, Americans with Disabilities Act, the Pregnancy Disabilities Act, and the Connecticut Fair Employment Practices Act will all still remain viable laws within the state. For those laws that offer income replacement in addition to job protection, we now are adding the Connecticut Paid Leave Act to the workers' compensation. Noting here that if a person is receiving workers' compensation benefits, they are ineligible to receive benefits under the paid leave law at the same time. So the eligibility requirements for paid leave are these. The federal and the state job protected leave, as I'd mentioned earlier, the federal remains the same. The state will change in 2022 for FMLA. For paid leave benefits, the person has to have earned at least $2,325 in the highest quarter of the first 4 of the 5 quarters before the time they apply for leave. And this is when they apply for leave to the paid leave program. And that can come from multiple employers, not just one. The reasons for leave have to be covered by the statute, as I defined earlier, and they must not have exhausted all of their leave time. Then they either have to have been working in the state or were previously working for the 12 weeks immediately prior to the time that they come to the paid leave authority for benefits. Obviously, as a person who's a sole proprietor or a self-employed individual who has opted into the plan is also eligible to apply for paid leave benefits through the program. This slide just gives another overview of what the length of the paid leave benefits are. Obviously, federal leave remains the same. And as I mentioned earlier, 12 weeks of leave in a 12-month period, 26 weeks of leave for military caregiver leave, 12 days of leave for family violence leave, and an initial 2 weeks available for incapacitation during pregnancy. Those times apply to family and medical leave next year, whether they are paid or unpaid, which is why we make that distinction in this particular slide. The primary difference, however, in addition to everything that I've outlined between federal leave in particular, state leave, and what the new leave law will look like is the expansive definition of family. And there's always quite a bit of discussion around this. We know now that under federal and medical leave for the federal level, that it applies to caregiving for a parent, a spouse, a child, or a child that's under 18 or a child that's over 18 that has a disability. When our law changes in Connecticut, that definition will be much more expansive, and it will cover parents, siblings, grandparents, grandchildren, children of any age, so that 18-year-old criteria goes away. And it also applies to those with whom the person seeking leave has what's known as an affinity relationship, which is one that is equivalent to any of these relationships that are defined in this statute. So what does related by affinity really mean? It means that it is any person with whom the employee has a significant personal bond that is like one of family, as defined in the statute, regardless of whether there is a biological or legal relationship. And the one example that seems to resonate with most people is the example of people who have been living together as a couple, but perhaps have chosen not to marry. So they still are living in a familial relationship. One may become ill or require some degree of care. Right now, as our statute stands, that partner would not be entitled to family and medical leave to care for that person. And they would obviously, right now, would not be able to get paid for that leave unless they had accrued time. When the statute changes in 2022, with the appropriate documentation, that person would then be able to take time to care for the person they consider to be their spouse and be able to take paid time to do so. So let's talk a bit about the role of the employer in the paid leave process. We're asking employers to engage in a two-part analysis every time a person comes to them for what we call a potentially FMLA qualifying reason. That is to ask whether or not the employee may be eligible for job-protected leave, and to ask whether or not they're eligible for income replacement while they're out on that leave. And both questions must be asked every time, because there are circumstances where a person may be eligible for job-protected leave, but not necessarily for income replacement. And we know this for these reasons, because an employee may be eligible for federal FMLA, which, as we sit here today, is not eligible for income replacement unless there's accrued leave that can be applied to it. State FMLA, both that can run concurrently, neither, but maybe job protection as an accommodation, as an example, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, or there could be no job protection at all, which is why that two-part analysis is really important. So a few facts about income replacement. There can be benefits coordination, meaning that if an employer offers short or long-term disability benefits, those can be received at the same time that a person receives benefits from the paid leave authority, but the combined benefits cannot be more than 100% of the person's weekly or wages, whatever that cadence might be. As I mentioned earlier, workers' compensation and paid leave benefits may not be received at the same time. There may be circumstances, however, going to the next bullet, where a person may be eligible for paid leave benefits but not have job protection. Because paid leave benefits are paid if a person proves their eligibility by having earned that 2325 in that highest earning quarter, they have a reason for leave that is defined by the statute, and they've worked for the requisite period of time, or they're currently working, they may qualify for paid leave benefits from the authority, but they may have only been with their employer for a shorter period of time than 3 months. So they have no job protection. And you may encounter some employees that fit into this category. So we're encouraging everyone to have those conversations with their employees to make sure that they understand they're taking leave without job protection, and they may not have a job to come back to, or they may have a job to come back to, depending on what's happening with their employer. Again, as I spoke earlier about requiring the use of accrued time, employers may still do that. And many that we're speaking to are choosing to do that in order to avoid what we call stacking, which is the ability to hold on to other time for other reasons and then be out for extended periods of time. But they still must be allowed to keep 2 weeks of their leave for the reasons that they may take for Connecticut paid leave. So let's talk a bit about how employees will be applying for paid leave benefits from the authority. They will apply directly to the paid leave authority for those benefits. We then will validate that the employee is eligible based on their earnings criteria and their reasons for leave and other criteria in the statute. Then we will do a preliminary calculation of what those benefits might be. We will then be in touch with the employer to make sure that the employer knows that the person is actually going to be away and to validate the covered absences that that person has represented they will be taking and seeking paid leave benefits for. We will then calculate any offsets that that employee may have from benefits that might be available to them through their employer, and then they will receive their paid leave benefit amount. The formula for receiving paid leave benefits is twofold, depending on the person's earning level. If they are earning less than or equal to the minimum wage multiplied by 40, which is $480, they will receive 95% of their weekly wages. If they earn more than that, they will receive at least the $480 plus the difference, which is it's actually easier to see in a formula that'll follow this. It's a difference between their weekly wage, the $480, and 60% of that. But the maximum that anyone can get is $720 a week right now, which is 60 times the prevailing minimum wage. So here are a couple of examples of how the paid leave benefit formula would be applied. We can see on the left side that Mike makes $375 a week, which we know is actually less than the minimum wage times 40. So his calculation is fairly simple. He will get $356.25, which is 95% of his wages. Deborah makes considerably more than Mike does. She makes $700 a week. So she starts at the $480. Then she gets 60% of the amount she gets 60% of the amount of base weekly earnings minus the minimum wage, a difference there as you can see. So for her, that means she gets $612 in weekly benefits. I have a few examples here for you that will actually put this into place. And these examples are around applying the benefits coordination. So let's start out with the first employer, Acme, that is a large employer and has 100 employees. So we know it's covered by both federal and state FMLA. And Mr. Coyote has worked there for 10 years. So we know that he has job protection that attaches. He has 4 weeks of sick leave, and 2 weeks of vacation time. And he has a non-work related injury. So workers' comp would not apply here. So let's see on the next slide what would happen with respect to his job protected leave. You can see, because it is a large employer, he is eligible for both federal and state FMLA, and in this case, they run concurrently. Because he has time under vacation and sick, his employer here is requiring him to use that for his first 4 weeks of leave, and then he can seek wage replacement from the paid leave authority for the remaining 4 weeks that he has available for his leave. In our next example, the employer is smaller. Bionics RS has 20 employees, and Jamie is a part-time employee who's only worked for the employer for 2 years. She has 6 days of sick leave and 3 weeks of vacation time, and she too injures herself in a non-work related injury. So let's take a look on the next slide about her job protected leave and what that looks like for her. Because she has not accrued enough hours or time to work with her employer, she is not eligible for federal FMLA, but she is indeed eligible for state FMLA. And because she does have accrued time and she can hold on to the 2 weeks, she will be using her sick and part of her vacation because her employer requires her to do so. And the remainder of her time she can take and seek wage replacement from the paid leave authority. For those employers that have spouses that work for the same employer, we do know that under federal law and a corollary under state law, that spouses can be required to share their 12-week job protected leave under federal law to bond with a child that is new to their family through birth, adoption, or foster care, or to care for a parent with a serious health condition. And similarly, in Connecticut, the spouses have to share their time to care for a child that is new to their family or to care for a family member with a serious health condition. But in 2022, spouses will not be required to share their paid leave time for any reason. A bit about private plans. The statute requires, or it permits employers to offer a private plan or an exemption option from the public plan. So let me just be clear, because we often have exemption misinterpreted. Everyone statutorily must participate in the paid leave program unless you are among those that can opt in, or you're within those categories of employers who are specifically excluded from the statute. Otherwise, the option is to participate in the public plan or to create an alternative as a private plan. And an employer can do that by applying to the Paid Leave Authority. Under those circumstances, once that application is approved, it's the employer and not the authority that administers the plan, including all of the claims and the denials and the payment of benefits. An employer with an approved plan is not required to submit contributions to the Paid Leave Authority, and they may withhold a portion of the employee's wages to administer the plan, but it cannot be more than what the authority would withhold to do the same. So right now, we are asking employers statutorily to withhold 0.5%, and employers would be able to do the same. They can withhold less if they choose to, but they cannot charge more than the 0.5%. If an employer chooses to apply for a private plan, that can be done on the Paid Leave website, which is www.ctpaidleave.org, and you simply choose the option, I want to apply for a private plan. I should note that deadline for the first quarter is coming up very quickly. It is the end of this month. Private plan requirements will be better defined on the website itself, but to summarize here, they have to offer the same or better benefits as the plan, and they cannot require an employee to pay more than they would to participate in the public plan. It has to cover all of the employees that work in the state of Connecticut, and those employees must vote by a majority vote for the private plan. And all of the criteria that I've listed here is also on the website. And there are documents that will be available once you identify an insurer that you'd like to work with, and they can provide you with more detail. There are over 15 insurers that will be offering insurance for a private plan. You can either be self-insured, and in those instances, you must secure a surety bond, and some of these insurers are offering the surety bond. Or if you choose to purchase a plan, these insurers are all approved by the Connecticut Insurance Department to offer a plan, and they can provide you with more detail as to how you might pursue the standing up of a private plan in lieu of the public plan. I know that I've covered quite a bit today, but there are a number of additional resources that are available for you on our website. They include an employee rights poster, as we call it, and a rack card. So they are essentially a long form and a short form of basic information that employees would need to know about how the paid leave benefit works and how the paid leave plan will operate once benefits are available. There's also something here known as the employee paycheck mailer, and we know that it is one of the most popular forms on our site. It has been downloaded over 12,000 times. It explains to employees why the 0.5% is coming out of their paycheck. And the QR code that appears there is a code that employees can use that will take them directly to a benefits calculator on the site so they can see what that 0.5% might look like given their particular pay circumstances. Everything that I've spoken of today is included in a comprehensive kit known as the Employer Toolkit that can be downloaded, and all of the forms, including the kit and the site itself, are available in English and in Spanish. Again, we really do encourage you to visit our site at ctpaidleave.org, where everything that I've spoken of and more can be found. So finally, I wanted to talk to you today a little bit about registering your business. You've probably heard many, many admonitions on radio and television and different kinds of media about registering your business. It's a really important thing to do, primarily because it is the only way you will be able as a business to remit the withholdings to the Paid Leave Authority. They cannot be remitted to the Department of Labor or the Department of Revenue Services. And failure to withhold can affect an employee's ability to access their benefits when they're ready to apply for them in 2022. And that can be a quite awkward conversation between you and your employee if those benefits are not withheld and contributed. In addition, the Paid Leave Authority does have statutory authority to impose additional monetary penalties on employers that fail to withhold. That is really not the focus that we're trying to have on businesses today. So we're encouraging all businesses to withhold as soon as they possibly can and to register immediately. So in terms of immediate action that we're having employers to take, you should register as soon as you can at the paid leave site. Again, that's ctpaidleave.org. And if you have not started withholding, you should do that right now. What I'll mention here is that if you've not started to withhold the 0.5 of 1%, the Department of Labor has allowed for a catch-up period through the end of June where you can withhold an additional 1% on top of the 0.5 of 1% to make up for those withholdings that you may have missed starting in January. But you may not, but you may not be able to do that beyond June. So it's important that you start now. If you're using a payroll provider, all of the major payroll providers have been in contact with us since April, so they are very well aware of this obligation and should already be doing this on your behalf. Please educate your employees about paid leave, and you can do that with the documentation that I identified in the earlier slide. And please visit the website regularly because we do provide updates there almost every day and certainly every week. So we want to thank you. We're here to help you. You can reach us on the Contact Us portal on our website. The website also has over 100 frequently asked questions and videos that are available for you as well. So thank you for your time today.
All right, thanks so much, Andrea. We do have a couple of questions. We've had lots of questions about the private plan. So can you describe how it would work? The one employer in particular was asking if they start out on the private plan and they stay there for several months or even several years, and they change their mind for whatever reason and they want to move to the state plan. Are there only certain times that they can change to the state plan? And also, if they've been withholding the 0.5% all along, and those withholdings are going to the private insurance carrier and they're gone, is it then years later up to the employer to come up with all those back withholdings and contribute them to the fund so that then they can switch over to the state plan?
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of questions in there, so I'll try to unpack it as best I can. So to start with, certainly we do anticipate that there will be employers who will start out with a private plan and then for any number of reasons decide to transition into the public plan. So your approval for a private plan is for 3 years. If you choose to leave the private plan and move into the public plan with short of that 3-year period, we consider that a material change under the statute, and you actually have to hold another vote with your employees to make sure that they're aware that you are making that change. And once you do that, there is a time period, and we're establishing that now. It will be a minimum of 90 days. It will most likely be closer to 6 months that we would want you to let us know that you plan on transitioning from your private plan into the public plan. If you've already been collecting those contributions and some employers are telling us that they're actually just holding on to them for the purposes of administration and they'll make a determination as to whether or not they'll spend it, we will ask you to transfer those contributions to the public plan, obviously, so we can have those contributions to strengthen the fund to pay benefits. If those employees have not been contributing to the plan because they've been in the private plan, we will be talking to employers about what kind of contribution, if any, we will be asking of them to make up for the time that we have a group of employees that are moving from a private plan to a public plan. But we are now solidifying those details with our board of directors, so we'll have more guidance probably in the next 2 to 3 months or so.
Okay. Now, what about stacking? We've had a lot of questions about that. How does an employer prevent employees from stacking benefits like workers' comp and short-term disability with the FMLA?
Sure. So most employers have prevented stacking in the pre-paid leave world by requiring employees to use their accrued time. And you can still do that. And if stacking you think is a significant concern in your workplace, then you can still do that. That's still permissible under the statute. What most employers are telling us is that they are still requiring their employees to use their time when they're taking their family and medical leave. So what we need to make clear is that the family and medical leave law is changing, period, in the ways that I outlined in the presentation, meaning that job protection will attach at 3 months instead of a year. And so it'll be harder to run that concurrently with federal leave. But to the extent that you can do that, we're still encouraging employers to do that and to, if it works for their workplace, to have them use up their time before they come to the paid leave authority, number one. And number two, requiring the use of time does avoid that hoarding of time so that employees are out for extended periods of time. That is really the best advice we can give right now to avoid stacking is to either modify or continue to require employees to use their accrued time for their time that they're away on FMLA.
Okay, now you mentioned earlier in your presentation, you were talking about the person who's living with a significant other and how in 2022 that will be considered an affinity relationship. And then you said with the appropriate documentation. So what is
right.
that appropriate documentation? What will the employee have to show to prove such a relationship?
Well, the Department of Labor is responsible for defining that. So I know that I'll probably hear from them if I go too far in my definition of that. But I can tell you generally states that also have this very broad definition of family, they are asking for attestations. In some cases, states are asking for affidavits. And they're asking for other documentary proof. So, for example, if you can show that you've gone to school with this person, or you've lived with them, or you can show, let's just use the spousal familial relationship as an example, that the person is a beneficiary on your health insurance, or they're a beneficiary of a life insurance policy. Those would be some of the things that we would be looking for to say that person is, as an example, is in a spouse-like relationship with you. And therefore, this qualifies as a leave that would be an affinity leave under the family and medical leave law.
Okay. So we've got another question that came in, and that is, our company has 2 legal entities in Connecticut. So should we have registered them both separately?
Yes, if they have different FEIN numbers, and that's really the key that we use at the Paid Leave Authority, we consider each FEIN to be a separate legal entity because they all, even though they may be under one parent company, they often have separate payrolls, separate locations. So that is also how the Department of Labor has told us that they're also tracking. So in order for us to be in alignment with the data that we're receiving from the Department of Labor to verify wage data that's being submitted by employers, we do ask employers to register each FEIN separately.
Okay, and we've got another question that came in. No pressure or anything, but this question is, what's the turnaround time to approve the private plan? Because our vote is scheduled for Friday, tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's the end of the quarter, right?
Yes, I know. So we have been, I have to give full credit to my general counsel, Aaron Choquette, who has been approving private plans within 14 days, which I think is miraculous. And so that's the time frame that we've been sticking with right now. If you're holding your vote on Friday, I think as soon as you know the result, you probably need to get right online and submit that application as quickly as you can. She and I'm now going to start to help her since we're getting closer to the deadline so that we can get as many approved before the end of the month as we can. So please move as quickly as you can. But we're doing them. She's actually turning them around in more like 7 days, actually.
Okay, great. And so this is kind of related to the question about the two different companies. We've had a lot of questions about companies who have employees working in other states. And so how do you, if you've got employees living or working in New York or Massachusetts, how do you know if you're supposed to be withholding for the FMLA?
So it's a great question. It's really about where the person is working and where generally you have an unemployment tax obligation and a payroll tax obligation for that person. So we know in our current COVID pandemic environment, we have people that would normally be physically working in the state of Connecticut, but for any number of reasons, they might be working elsewhere. If you still consider them Connecticut employees for Department of Labor purposes, to really make it simple, then they are subject to the 0.5%, but they're also subject to eligibility for paid leave benefits. If they are people who are primarily resident in Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, for example, and that's where they work, and that's where you have those concomitant obligations to those state agencies, DRS, and their equivalents of DRS and DOL, then they're not considered Connecticut employees, and you don't have a withholding obligation for them, but they also don't have an obligation or an opportunity to avail themselves of paid leave in the state. And I hope that answers that question. It's like, it can be confusing as people are living elsewhere, but normally work here, and yeah, it can be a lot.
Yeah, the remote work with the pandemic and everything, just on top of the FMLAs, kind of made things a little confusing. All right, so the next question has to do with short-term disability. And the question, it's kind of a two-part question. One is, if an employee is receiving short-term disability, does that mean they're necessarily also eligible for the FMLA? And then the other part is, would it be appropriate for the employee to say, well, I have short-term disability insurance, so, no, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. I have this FMLA that I don't have any choice, I'm getting withholdings. Excuse me, so maybe I'll just drop my short-term disability and stop paying for that. So what do you say to that?
Oh, that's interesting. So it depends on whether or not the employer requires participation in some of its programs. I know some employers have said that they do, which is an interesting policy, and some have said it's absolutely optional. What we found, so let me just start from the beginning. You can in fact have benefits coordination. So you can have a person taking from their short-term disability policy and also collecting from the Paid Leave Authority at the same time. And some folks are doing that because they may receive, let's say, 50% of their pay from their short-term disability policy, and they need 100% of their wages for the week. So they'll take 50% from the employer and then come to the Paid Leave Authority to make up that other half of the difference. Some, however, if they have a much more generous short-term or long-term disability policy, or if they have enough accrued time and they need 100% of their pay, because the most you can get is 95% from the Paid Leave Authority, depending on your wage level. Some are opting to actually use their short or long-term disability insurance first, if that has a higher pay rate, and then come to the Paid Leave Authority. And some are combining it. And indeed, there may be employees that will make the very decision that you articulated, which is, I'm not going to pay for my short-term disability anymore because I can get a better wage replacement rate from the Paid Leave Authority. And that's an individual calculation. What we tell them is, if you are going to do that, then obviously you give up that benefit. There may be an open enrollment period. You really should be checking with your employer to make sure that you're not sacrificing additional protections that might be available to you under the short-term disability policy, because all we offer at the Paid Leave Authority is wage replacement. There is no job protection, and there's no other kind of benefit that you can avail yourself of. So before anyone makes that draconian of a decision, this is just my personal opinion, I would definitely speak to my employer before I would just determine that for the purposes of just not paying for two benefits, I would abandon one in favor of the other.
Right, I think that's good advice. All right, Andrea, thanks very much for your help with all these difficult questions. I would just like to emphasize for everyone out there, if you're not familiar with the Insurance Authority website, if you go to that website, the homepage, and just scroll down to the bottom, there is a part where you can put a question. And Andrea and her staff have been wonderful about responding to those questions very quickly. So we've used it ourselves at CBIA. So feel free to do that, and I think you'll find that very helpful. So we're going to move.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to move to our next presenter, and that's Linda Blosey, Director of Training and Prevention at the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Ms. Blosey is responsible for the overall operation of the Coalition's Training Institute and the implementation of Connecticut's plan for the prevention of intimate partner violence. She's been with the Coalition since 2001 and has served in a variety of capacities, including public policy advocacy, communication, and fatality review. Previously, she served for 15 years as the executive director of the Prudence Crandall Center, the domestic violence agency located in New Britain. Ms. Blosey has trained nationally on topics pertaining to domestic violence and substance abuse. She's going to talk to us today about domestic violence, its impact on both employees and employers, and how to recognize and respond to signs of domestic abuse. Linda, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me and inviting me here again to your conference to speak about domestic violence in the workplace. I think that at CCADV, where I work, we have been trying to move forward and reaching out to both large and small organizations that employ staff to talk about the importance of creating a response to domestic violence in the workplace. Now, domestic violence not only affects your employees, but for you, it can become a security and liability issue. And I'll give you a very short example of that. A number of years ago, there was a woman who was working at a public library in Connecticut. Her husband was abusing her, and at times she would come to work late, but overall her performance was excellent. When the employer found out that she was experiencing domestic violence, it caused her immediate termination. She then hired an attorney who to sue the public library for wrongful termination, and she won. So since that time, we've been really working towards helping organizations to just become more aware about domestic violence and its impact. So what we see in the workplace is that domestic violence can be a performance, a productivity concern, it can become a management issue, and all employers can make a difference in the response to domestic violence for even if it's just one individual who is experiencing violence in their relationship. And I think that for most employers that I work with presently, they have found that taking action in response to domestic violence really does work not only for that individual who's experiencing the domestic violence, but for the company overall. So basically, to give you a couple of short statistics about this, the Department of Labor reports that victims of domestic violence generally lose nearly 8 million days of paid work per year in the U.S., resulting in $1.8 billion loss in productivity for its employees, for its employers. So when your employees experiencing domestic violence, whether or not we like to admit it, it does impact your workplace. Because numerous studies have indicated that experiencing violence and abuse in the home can result in absenteeism, impaired job performance. And what we're also finding is that 87% of victims receive harassing phone calls at work. 96% of female victims reported that the abuse affected their ability to perform their jobs, while 60% reported they lost their jobs due to the abuse. And more than 50% of stalking victims report being stalked at work. And so what we see a lot of times is repetitive absenteeism, people coming in late for work because of either the abuse that they've experienced, the physical injuries that they don't want to show to their employers. And I've also seen a number of occasions in which the domestic violence is so extreme that the abusive partner will bring the victim to work and pick the victim up to ensure that they're at work, to be able to keep track of what's going on. And oftentimes that's not necessarily during the time in which that employee is scheduled to work, but more oftentimes at the whim of the person who's causing the abuse. Recently, I was talking about the intersection of gambling and abuse at a conference, and there were a number of people there that talked about what was going on in their workplace. As a result of that, I was asked to come into a workplace and talk to an employee about the violence that they were experiencing. Interestingly enough, on the day that I arrived to do that, and also I was going to talk to the employers about domestic violence as well, that employee didn't show up to work. But what happened was that they detailed, I asked the employer who had requested me to come into the work site what had occurred that would cause them to believe that domestic violence was occurring in the workplace. And they described this in detail: repetitive absenteeism, and the employee coming into work oftentimes late, oftentimes leaving early. And when they further investigated this, what they found was that even though it appeared that this employee had reliable transportation on her own, she was being driven to work by her partner, and whenever her partner decided that it was time to go to work was when he actually drove her to the job. So sometimes her work hours were 9 to 5, basically. Sometimes she would come in at 9, but then he would come around at 2:30 to pick her up. Sometimes she would not show up until 11 o'clock, and then he would maybe come at 5 o'clock, and sometimes maybe she was stuck there and he didn't show up until 6 o'clock. So this is just some of the things that we see, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about that in this conversation with you about that. So let's just start talking a little bit about it. In addition to the kind of negative consequences that impact the victim themselves, the domestic violence can oftentimes spill over to the employees that are working with that victim as well. So for example, I work at a great organization. CCADV is wonderful to work at. As was mentioned before, I've worked there for 20 years. So I have intimate relationships, not personal relationships, but I have intimate friendships with the people that I work with. And so when anything is occurring in their life, naturally, if they are struggling, I want to know how I can help. I want to know what I can do to either ease that individual's burden or just providing a supportive ear. So when domestic violence comes into the workplace, what we find is that it's not just the impact that it has upon the victim or the survivor of the abuse, but what happens with the surrounding people that are working with that individual. It could be that all of these people's safety can be compromised. It can be that these employees are, in the same fashion that I am, wanting to assist this person, wanting to lend a supportive ear, and listening to what's going on while they should be working. And then lastly, I think about this when I think about immediate employees around somebody who may be experiencing domestic violence, the fact that when this person is experiencing domestic violence, it diminishes the workplace productivity. Perhaps not just for that victim, but for the surrounding people that work with that individual. So they can either become upset about the fact that they have to pick up the slack, or overly concerned about what's going on with this individual. So I think everybody has an important role to help ensure your employees' safety, to help them maintain their job security, and to be a part of overall society's response to domestic violence. Because we know, especially if we have a long-term employee who has an excellent reputation, we're not so, we don't necessarily want to terminate their employment, because now we have to go through the hiring process and things like that, and then we're losing potentially a valuable employee that is at our workplace as well. So let's talk about what is domestic violence. It's a pattern of abusive behavior in an intimate relationship where one person tries to control and dominate the other individual. Now, all of domestic violence does not necessarily rise to become a crime in the state of Connecticut, but if you assault your partner, if you threaten your partner, if you stalk them, in addition, if you harass them or strangle them in this state, it is a crime. And basically, it manifests itself in a variety of ways, which I like to refer to as methods of control. So here I've outlined 5 methods of control: emotional or psychological control, physical control, sexual control, technological, and financial. And we don't always think about these things, and for some people they may be experiencing one of these methods of control. More often than not, they're experiencing a variety of abuse and violence within their relationship. So I'm going to take a quick moment to kind of go over what these things are, just in the event that you're starting to see some of this behavior amongst your employees who may be actually perpetrating violence, which also can become a concern if you have people who are partners and work at the same company or organization. So, if somebody is perpetrating emotional or psychological abuse or experiencing this is what we see. We see threatening behaviors, intimidation, humiliation, extreme jealousy or possessiveness. And when I talk about extreme jealousy or possessiveness, I'm not talking about your kind of garden variety jealousy that we all experience at one time or another. Mostly what I'm talking about is something that kind of goes over the top. So an individual that appears to be extremely jealous of everybody in their partner's life. So it could be their family, it could be their friends, it could be their coworkers. Lots of accusations of cheating and infidelity often happen too when we talk about emotional or psychological abuse. Constantly criticizing somebody, insulting them, belittling them, dismissing them, blaming them, invading their privacy are all things that would be considered to be emotional or psychological abuse. Now, I mentioned that everything does not necessarily rise to the level of criminal activity. And here, when we talk about emotional abuse, basically, I look at that as the point of entry into starting to become and experiencing abuse in the relationship. More often it starts out like small comments on somebody's dress, on somebody's abilities. So you'll hear, you're stupid, you're fat, you're ugly. And it's not against the law to say those things to people. When it rises to criminal activity is when we start to see threats and threatening behaviors. So threats of abuse, threats to up to and including what we call lethality. When we talk about physical violence, we're talking about hitting, pushing, shoving, slapping, punching, restraining, strangling, hitting, physically dragging somebody, pulling their hair, all of those things, branding them with cigarette burns, forced tattooing, those types of things. What's important to recognize, and I think that most people think about domestic violence as physical violence. So if I asked you to describe it, more often than not, the number one response would be anything that comes along the line of physical violence. It's important to be aware of the fact that in this list I included strangulation. And so at CCADV, we have what we call the 3 S's. It's called stalking, strangulation, and separation. And the reason that I bring this to your attention is because anytime you may have an employee that discloses that they have been strangled, and more oftentimes than not, they don't call it strangled, they call it choking, that they have been choked, that they have been stalked, or they are separating their relationship, and what I mean by that is that they're attempting to leave the relationship, we understand that that exponentially rises the level of threat to that individual. So when we see these behaviors, this is when an individual is at the highest level of risk that they possibly can be. And we say that because we understand that when somebody is attempting to leave a relationship is the most dangerous time for that individual as well. Now, let me move on to sexual violence, because we do know that coercing a victim to have sex, and most people will identify that, quantifies as sexual violence, sexual abuse. But there's also other things that you may hear of, that you may hear your employees who disclose abuse, if they're willing to do that, talk about. More oftentimes than not, they're probably not going to talk about sexual activity, but if it does get to that nature, you may also hear of things such as using date rape drugs, or plying somebody into compliance using alcohol or drugs to force them to have sex as well. And then watching pornography, helping them to make pornography. Those are all things that can be considered to be sexual abuse. When we talk about technology abuse, I would say nowadays you don't even really have to even own a laptop. Most of the technological abuse that we see happens on a good cell phone, an iPhone, anything like that. Because what happens is that there are tracking devices on cell phones, there are the ability to monitor somebody's text messages, their emails, and their GPS location as well. So when we talk about technological abuse, really, oftentimes what I will ask somebody who's being victimized is, who is the owner of the cell phone? And by that, I'm not talking about who actually owns the cell phone plan. I mean the cell phone, the physical cell phone, but I'm looking at who owns the cell phone plan. And the reason for that is because oftentimes what people who use violence in their relationships will do is they will give the victim survivor the cell phone, and it will be loaded with spyware that enables that individual to track that victim's location at all times. And even if they don't specifically put spyware onto the cell phone itself, if they are the owner of the cell phone plan, they have those additional perks where they can see where that cell phone is at any time. They can look at the messages, they can look at the emails, and try to get a grasp of who that victim is communicating with as well. And then, of course, we have social media and monitoring people's social media and making negative comments on people's social media as well. That would all fall under the realm of technological abuse. And then lastly, we have financial abuse. And when we talk about financial abuse, this is probably one of the greatest areas of impact for somebody who's employed. So it's withholding money. It's not just withholding money from somebody, but the idea that for the person who's causing the abuse, their paycheck is their paycheck, the victim's paycheck is their paycheck, with limited or no access to bank accounts, ATMs, credit cards as well. It's also ruining a victim's credit, taking the victim's paycheck, and as I mentioned before, jeopardizing somebody's ability to be gainfully employed. And this can happen, like I mentioned when I was talking about the conference that I was speaking at with the woman whose partner drove her to work, picked her up at work at all types of odd hours that were not necessarily within those work hours. So the last thing that I want to say about that also is that oftentimes it's fooling around with somebody's transportation. So if they own a car, it's jeopardizing the car. If they take public transportation, hiding their bus pass, hiding their tokens, things of that nature. So this is a large, broad spectrum picture of everything that might be included in domestic violence. And as you see, it's not just one or two things. It can manifest itself in a variety of ways. So when we look at the warning signs as employers, what are we looking at? Even as HR professionals, as anybody, supervisors, anybody who is working with an employee, what are we looking at? So we might be looking at a change in the person's work patterns. As I mentioned, frequent absence, tardiness, request to leave work early. Reduced quality and quantity of work. So somebody who may be missing deadlines, a drop in usual performance standards, a change in the use of the phone, so excessive personal calls or texts, avoiding calls, or a strong reaction to calls and text messages. Because it is conceivable that what is happening is that the abusive partner is calling not just on the cell phone, but on the employer's phone lines as well. Spending an increased amount of time at work for no apparent reason. So in other words, you may have a person who generally would work 8 hours a day, and now you're finding that they're working 10, 11, 12 hours a day without apparent reason. So in other words, you don't have a new project that they're working on, there's nothing upcoming that would cause them to be working overtime, and yet they still remain at the job. And then also frequent visits to work by the employer's partner as well. When we look at, so that's a little bit about work productivity. When we look at changes in behavior or demeanor, we see somebody who may be very engaging, now becoming very quiet, very anxious, distracted, depressed, or even in some cases they may become very aggressive. They may start to isolate themselves from their colleagues because of the fear of their colleagues understanding that they're experiencing violence in their relationship, becoming obsessed with having to leave work on time or leave work early, becoming secretive about their home lives. And I know that lots of people don't talk about what's going on in their home, but this, if they were once engaged with their supervisors, with their fellow employees, now all of a sudden they don't talk about what's going on at home. Being worried about leaving the children at home. All of those things can be warning signs of domestic violence as well. So what can you do as an employee? I think that there's a lot of things. First and foremost, training and education, I would say that. I would want to make sure that your supervisors, your human resources personnel, as you are doing today, union stewards, security, are trained on identifying and responding to domestic violence. And you'll notice here for your larger employees, I included such things as your security folks. So if you have security personnel, it's also important to train them on domestic violence, as well as supervisors, HR, and your union stewards. The trained employees should also be able to advocate to help an employee through a crisis and to encourage the employer to try to make accommodations. So when we do a more extensive training on workplace, domestic violence in the workplace, we really talk about some of the ways in which you can help an employee through a crisis and or what brainstorm about reasonable accommodations that you can make if that is all possible. I think you can also develop a brochure and a resource directory for employees or employers with information about domestic violence and the community resources, and I'll talk a little bit about the community resources before I end today, that will provide guidance for employees and their families as well. And then second, I would say to move on to develop a workplace policy. So it's important that organizations institute policy as a part of their commitment to a safer and more supportive organizational climate and to the prevention and reduction of incidents and impacts of domestic violence and stalking in the workplace. Because, as I mentioned to you before, we understand that domestic violence and stalking present really unique issues for its workplace. You know, it's one thing if you have one employee that's experiencing domestic violence, but when you get into larger companies and corporations, or perhaps even mid-sized companies and corporations, you know, with the idea that 1 out of 3 women and 1 out of 7 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime, it could be conceivable that you have more than one employee that is experiencing domestic violence and is employed by you. So the workplace policy is extremely important when we talk about that. And when we're thinking about developing a workplace policy, I think that these following components that I'm going to discuss are really key components of any good workplace policy. It should include clearly defined unacceptable behavior prohibited by the policy. It should encourage prompt reporting of suspected violations of the policy and of any circumstances that would raise concern. So what you do want to do is you want to encourage your employees, if indeed they have people that they suspect are experiencing domestic violence, that they feel that they can speak with their employees about that. It's good to provide multiple avenues for reporting, including human resources, including police departments, including supervisors as well. I would also assure employees that make reports that they will be treated with the highest degree of discretion and confidentiality as well. I would also say to you, make a good commitment to non-retaliation towards employees who make a good faith effort to report under the policy, because the truth of the matter is that many people are not going to report that they're experiencing domestic violence because they have concerns about being terminated from employment. And that, in some instances is a valid concern. In other instances, employers have really taken a great approach to trying to assist their employees who are experiencing violence. I would also say that the policy should require or encourage employees to inform clearly identified personnel of any protective or restraining orders that they may have obtained that list the workplace as a protected area. Because oftentimes what happens is your orders of protection generally are just including the person's home, but they can extend to the workplace. And in those cases, you do want the supervisor or the security to understand that there are consequences if a person is protected from, if an individual who's abusive is not allowed to go to an employee's workplace, then what could happen is that would become a violation of the order of protection as well. Now, when we talk about the workplace policy, I think that there's, we're looking at responses to workers who use who use violence in the relationship. So as I mentioned here, we're looking at clearly defined unacceptable behavior, prompt reporting, multiple avenues for reporting, assure that employees make reports per the policy, that they're treated with confidentiality, that they include a commitment to non-retaliation, and that the policy should also encourage people to report if there's a order of protection in place. So when we're defining our workplace policy, it's important to have that accountability policy language. It's important to have a clear nonviolence statement. And I would say that in the same way that you probably have policies against violence in the workplace, you could actually just add to your nonviolence policy up to and including domestic violence. So you might not necessarily have to revise your whole nonviolence statement. You could simply include that piece within your present statement. That you would identify what investigation protocols are in place, and that you would talk about somebody who might be the subject of a restraining order. So I just want you to mention here that nearly 3 out of 4 people who experience violence cite economic insecurity as the reason that they stayed with their abusive partner. So for victims, and I'll probably mention this again to you, for some people, being employed and being at the workplace and at the work site is the safest place and the most comfortable place for them to be, because while they are not at home while they are not at home, they are not necessarily experiencing the violence. Now, I can't say that for everybody because sometimes, as I mentioned to you before, abusive individuals will show up at the workplace. But for some people, the workplace is a harbor from the violence. So now let's look at, we've trained our staff, we've developed a workplace policy, now we want to start taking action. How do we start taking action? We start the conversation. We assess the situation. We speak with the employee and gather as much information as possible about the situation to better advise them. We want to make sure that the employee knows their rights. We want to make sure that we inform them about available resources and accommodations that let the employee know that your office is there to provide support. And we want to work with the employee to create a workplace safety plan and implement it immediately. Safety planning is a huge component of the work that we do. We want to make sure that everywhere that individual goes, that we are assessing for that individual's safety and making plans to ensure that they're as safe as possible. Now, when I start about this, what I do want to say is when we're addressing an employee who may have experienced domestic violence, oftentimes we're coming in from a human resources or a disciplinary action perspective. And when we talk about that, while we're addressing people's behavior, because most oftentimes we understand that we can't start any process unless we're addressing somebody's behavior, I would say to somebody, I've noticed that lately you've been coming into work late, you've been leaving work, you've been absent. I noticed that the quality of your work is diminishing. Is there anything that you want to tell us? So what you want to do is you really want to invite the opportunity for that individual to be able to feel free to confide in you. So, I would say to you something like, because if you're experiencing violence or especially domestic violence, this is something that we can help you with. So we're talking about the behavior, but then we're saying, if you're having these experiences, we can assist you in this process. So we want to talk about, and like I said before, it's important to do this in a confidential space. We want to talk about whether they feel safe in the workplace, whether a change in their work schedule, if permissible, or work location is necessary to maintain their safety. We want to talk about their office space, the physical space. Are they out where they can be readily accessed by an abusive individual? We want to ask them if they have an order of protection and if they're comfortable in giving a copy and perhaps a photo of the abusive partner to share with security personnel, the reception staff, or anybody else who may be relevant and can intercept here. We also want to talk about whether it's necessary to share information, and we want to with others in the workplace in order to maintain his or her safety. There was a case, not in this state, but out on the West Coast, where a woman was being extremely abused by her partner. And he was probably using most of the tactics that I talked about. Not only was he physically abusive, emotionally abusive, sexually abusive, but he really was using technology to track her, to figure out where she was. And even though she changed jobs, for some reason he was able to find out where she was newly employed. What she ended up doing was going around to the people who worked near her, her supervisor, and the receptionist, who was the first point of access to the company, and giving them a photo of her abusive partner so that in the event that he showed up at the workplace, they could take immediate action before he was even able to come in and access her. So that's why I talk about sharing information to maintain somebody's safety as well. If the employee does not wish to confide in you, what I would do, and you're still suspicious that they may be experiencing domestic violence, I would share some helpful information, including your domestic violence policy, helpful information about the resources, and let the employee know that you care about their safety, and if at any point in time they want to talk, that you're here and you're available. But the one thing that I will say about this, if you say that you're available to talk and they ask you if you can talk, set a time to talk with them if you're not immediately able to hear what they have to say. So in other words, if you're going from a meeting to a meeting and they catch you in the hallway and now all of a sudden they decide that they want to disclose the abuse, make sure that you set a separate time with them to allow them the opportunity to fully disclose what they're saying. I would also say to you, make sure that you always protect a victim's information. Only share information with people who have a need to know. You might even want to remove the employee's information from the website and develop protocols for responding to abuse that happens via phone, fax, or email as well. Okay. And lastly, you just want to make sure that you express concern. You want to listen and believe the employee. You want to offer your help. Importantly, don't force the individual, don't make them talk, don't blame them, and don't tell them what to do. And then when we take action, be sure we have non-discrimination, non-retaliation, accommodations, and confidentiality. Now, lastly, what I do want to do is just explain to you what resources are available to you. So in Connecticut, we have what we call Safe Connect. It's the domestic violence helpline. It's open 24 hours a day, and it's the triage and entry point of services into domestic violence services. You might not be able to see the number, but it is 888-774-2900. You can access us via phone, via text. You can also email people and go on to our website at ctsafeconnect.org and immediately chat with somebody as well. So I want to thank you at this time and give you an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have.
So thanks very much, Linda. We actually don't have a ton of time for questions, but
Okay.
There's one that came up frequently. I think it may have been answered actually in our chat, but I just want to make sure this is correct. There are a lot of employers who are looking for a sample policy, domestic abuse policy. Is that something that's available on your website?
I'm not sure, I will be honest with you, I'm not sure if it's available. I would have to go back in and look. But I would certainly be willing to make it available to CBIA.
Okay, great.
To send out to your members.
Okay, great.
I can do that for you. Yes. Do I have sample policies? Yes, I do.
Okay.
Whether we've actually put them on our website or not, I can't tell you that with 100% certainty that that's true, but I will make them accessible to you.
Okay, so we'll take care of that. Thanks very much. That was hugely helpful. So we're going to take a short break. You'll see a timer on the screen after a few videos so you can see when we're due to return, and we'll be right back.
Just an incredibly difficult year for everybody. And from the beginning, I would call CBIA and say, listen, I've got this issue. Help me understand, clarify, translate for me. They are my go-to source. We're talking, plus 20 years for sure. ONG is close to celebrating their 100th anniversary in 2023. We have organizations and construction sites throughout the state of Connecticut. There's a strong focus on the education market, particularly our schools. At the end of the day, as an HR practitioner, you have a core set of trusted resources, and CBIA is one of them for me.
Welcome back. We're going to talk now about health and safety issues. We'll hear from Milton Jacobs and Jim Ronkowski, both of whom are consultants at Safety Solution Consultants in East Granby. Mr. Jacobs is the president and founder of the company and has over 25 years of experience in the fields of occupational hygiene, air quality, safety, construction, and the environment. He's an OSHA-authorized outreach trainer for both construction and general industry and has a master's degree in public health and is a certified safety professional. He'll be presenting with Jim Ronkowski, a senior occupational health and safety specialist and field supervisor. In addition to Jim's consulting position, he's a lieutenant in the City of Peabody Fire Department, as well as the department's EMS coordinator and designated infection control officer. Jim's been an EMT for over 33 years and is an adjunct faculty at North Shore Community College in the Health and Sciences Department. He's been working closely with the Peabody Health Department and EMS organization, coordinating logistics, planning, resources, and surveillance during the COVID-19 pandemic. Milt and Jim will be speaking on emergency preparedness in the era of COVID-19 and beyond. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Thank you all. Jim, welcome.
Morning, Milt. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So today we're going to keep this free-flowing and lively. We've got some goals and objectives up here for you. We're going to provoke some thought and creativity with this presentation today. We're going to give you a little overview of the shock that's occurred to the workplace. We're going to provide some insights and just some of our own developments and what we've seen in the field on best practices for COVID and whatnot. We'll talk about the home meets work connection, and then we'll take some questions, and we'll throw some questions around between ourselves as well. Jim and I have done this a couple of times, and it's going to be fun. So we'll get started. So my theorem for complying and handling emergency preparedness really comes down to three things: assessing, planning, and educating. In terms of these typical emergency preparedness process, things like fire, tornado, windstorm, violence. Jim, any other items that you could think of that we would want to deal with?
Either natural or man-made disasters, chemical releases, things like that. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head with the natural disasters that we face, and this COVID being a different crisis.
Yeah. So many workplace programs that we've seen did not have pandemics or things as such. Back in the early 2000s, there was a lot of talk about anthrax and things like that.
H1N1.
H1N1. But COVID is definitely different. And so, yeah, it really took the workplace by surprise. And it's been a big shock to the system. When you were working in the Boston region for our organization, Jim, the early days of COVID, what types of things did you come across?
Big thing was fear of the unknown, Milt. There was a lot of inconsistencies with information. People were, obviously worried about their own personal safety, their family safety, their livelihoods, their financial aspect of it. So it was a multifaceted situation that we were all dealing with in that. And the one thing that I found is the more accurate information we could get out as soon as it came out, it seemed to put a lot of the workers at ease. Obviously at that time, being an essential worker with wastewater, a lot of the people were relatively comfortable knowing that they were all set, but the other sites that, we were working and visiting, there was a lot of uncertainty and obviously, shutdowns in those types of situations.
Yeah. We got a lot of calls early on from our clients. I mean, they were panicking. They were like, hey, guys,
Absolutely.
Can you help us? We got to, we don't know what to do. We got to get back to work. Even ourselves. I mean, I can remember meeting in a parking lot. We had nowhere to really meet. Do you remember that parking lot meeting?
Oh, I
Jim?
remember the parking lot, a closed down mall. I do. I do. It was very cold that day.
We met in a parking lot. We all got into the parking lot, me, Jim, probably 3 or 4 other staff members, and I brought up respirators because we were trying to figure out, okay, how can we get back to work and help our clients get back to work?
Right.
And, N95s, you couldn't find them, so we pulled out a whole bunch of respirators. I mean, we were, we had these half-faced units. Remember these units, Jim?
Yep. I still have mine in my car.
So we were doing fit testing in a mall, and I think one of the one of our staff members said, "Hey, we better be careful. The police might come by and see us with all of these hazmat suits on and wonder what the heck's going on."
Yeah.
So it was definitely a big item, but we got through that.
We did.
We did
Thankfully, we got through that.
Yeah. So it took us by surprise. The early days were really a shock. In terms of OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, you all know who OSHA is. We're not going to try to explain who OSHA is, but if you don't know, OSHA is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, founded in 1970, and their role is to promote and help prevent injuries in the workplace. And what they're doing with this COVID-19 situation here is they are going around and they're beginning to cite people. I mean, in the early days, they were pretty much inexistent for obvious reasons. We were all trying to determine what's going on.
And looking for a lot of guidance.
A lot of guidance.
A lot of industry looking for a lot of guidance and direction in the industrial fields of what works. And again, multifaceted, multi-industry that OSHA is involved with, different situations trying to work themselves out, play out to see what the requirements were, and obviously respiratory protection being the big one at that point.
Yep. So what's OSHA doing now for those of you on the other side of the screen here, in your homes or workplaces, wherever you are? What OSHA is doing is they're citing people under primarily the General Duty Clause, and what the General Duty Clause says is that every employer is required to provide his or her employees a workplace free from recognized hazards. And the key term there is recognized hazards. And so obviously COVID is a recognized hazard, and so they can cite you under the General Duty Clause. And for those of you who've had experience with OSHA in the past, they've done it with ergonomics, they've done it with violence in the workplace, and so on and so forth. So the General Duty Clause, as Jim said, respiratory protection, PPE, record keeping, bloodborne pathogens. Jim, in terms of bloodborne pathogens, what might OSHA be looking at in terms of bloodborne pathogens?
OSHA in this situation is really a lot of the OSHA COVID stuff has kind of had to mirror other things, and bloodborne pathogens being one of them. Requiring adequate PPE, making sure that the workplace is safe and as free from any hazards as possible. Record keeping also, another one on that slide is a very important aspect of this. It's imperative to make sure that somebody is watching, and that obviously the employee has a fail-safe, fallback to report things to OSHA if they feel that the workplace is unsafe and their employer is not meeting their requirements to make sure that the workplace is safe for the employees.
Yep. And keep in mind, folks, that the healthcare industry, for obvious reasons, has taken the brunt of a lot of these citations because they're involved. But just to, and we're going to jump around in this presentation, so just bear with us. But from a PPE standpoint, I hear that masks don't work quite a bit, Jim. We had a little discussion outside.
We
had to be told to kind of keep it down because we're a little bit loud out there. But
I'm just glad you didn't pass out and blow out the candle. The whole mask thing, first of all, to get back to COVID. COVID stands for, the CO stands for coronavirus, the VI stands for virus itself, and the D stands for disease. Big question really that's come up with COVID is it aerosolized or is it droplet precaution? With droplet precaution, that's mucus and saliva, and that's obviously heavier than air. So that's the whole 6-foot space between people. So as I'm speaking, in case I'm spitting, that it's going to drop to the ground before it reaches you. Yep. Aerosolization, it's carried over a further period of time. And aerosolization is kind of a catch-all term. So it's really a droplet precaution situation. Ventilation is one thing that's on one of our slides in regards to appropriate ventilation, but it's a droplet precaution. So does a mask protect you? It does. Yep. To what extent? It depends on your environment. The greater the risk, the greater the risk, the greater the environment. You've got a cloth mask. I have a surgical mask. My only caution that I throw out to people, cloth masks are nice. They're fancy. They match your outfit. They do whatever they need to do, but they need to be cleaned. I recommend if you're using a cloth mask, it should be washed every time you get home. You shouldn't be going multiple days without washing it. A cloth mask is more inherent and some of the studies that I've read, to catch and hold the virus opposed to a surgical mask. So depending on your environment, neck gaiters are one thing that I really try to keep people away from. Very tight fitting around your face. Warm, humidified air you're breathing out, you tend to draw that back right to the mask. But as you demonstrated in the hall for me.
So I said to Jim earlier, I said, we're going to be on camera. You know me. I'm always trying stuff.
So while you're getting set up, what Milt's going to demonstrate here is the effectiveness of how far he can actually try to extinguish this candle that he's going to light. And proving that, with the mask, the likelihood of being able to transmit or move anything through the air is pretty difficult.
And Jim is a firefighter as well. He is a fire
and an EMT. So if Milt passes out, we're just going to cut over to me.
He's just right. He's just gonna. So all I'm going to do here, and don't try this at home, please. Do not try this at home. So if I have a typical candle.
He's about 12 inches from his face right now. Nothing. He's down to about probably 6 inches, down to about 3 inches. He's about 2 inches from his face. So there, it just goes to show that it does protect as far as sputum, as far as saliva being sent through the air when people are speaking. You've probably seen all the videos from the CDC and the WHO and everything else as far as transmission in a restaurant, in any type of environment without a mask.
This one's nanoparticulate based mask here. So
they're looking at dropping to 3 feet. There's some changes coming as far as people have been vaccinated. So it's always an ever-changing situation that we face with the masks. But at minimum, a surgical mask, cloth mask. Just make sure you're sanitizing. It's an important thing for your own health and safety. Again, he's about 3 inches from his face right now and nothing. 2 inches. So again, proving that he's not able to get a whole lot of air through there to extinguish that candle. You breathe for a minute. The situation that we face with the mask, double mask. Should I be wearing double mask? Somebody asked me about triple masking.
You got our producer laughing back there.
Whatever you can do, that you feel comfortable with. I tell everybody, whatever you feel comfortable with, that's what's right for you. Do what you feel is best for you, for your protection, for your family's protection, as far as face coverings. But obviously, you do need to be wearing face coverings per CDC guidelines and state guidelines.
So that was kind of refreshing to get the.
There you go. And you're still sitting.
I'm still sitting. So COVID-19, some of the OSHA citations. So $913,133 in coronavirus violations to 62 establishments. OSHA has a matrix, a very high exposure, a medium exposure, and a low exposure matrix, and that's what you're seeing on the screen here. And so for obvious reasons, healthcare is at the very top, and down at the bottom are office-related workers, et cetera, because for obvious reasons, you're working with the members of the public who may, in fact, have coronavirus disease.
And obviously essential workers, it was more involved with healthcare throughout the COVID pandemic with a lot of shutdowns. So ultimately why they took the brunt of the citations.
Yeah. So anyway, changing on the fly, there's still a tremendous amount of misinformation on respirators. It was a tough topic to begin with, Jim. It's always been a tough topic.
It has.
But now with coronavirus, so I think we'll go back to the demonstrations because we like to use a lot of show and tell here. So let's talk about respirators. So this is a face mask. This is not a respirator, okay? This is a respirator though. It's got the N95 on it, and N stands for not resistant to oil, right? So these are N95s, and they are 95% efficient in their ratings. So there's still a 5% leak potential.
5% of 5 microns. And when you break down COVID is basically when we look at droplet precautions greater than 5 microns.
So these are all respirators. So what's a respirator? Anything that has this NIOSH rating on it. The N, the R, or the P. These are particulate respirators that are good for particulates, mists, aerosols. So this is also one. This just happens to have an exhalation valve. Now there's been a lot of talk about not using the exhalation valves in a healthcare related setting because these do
if you were the carrier.
These do provide breathing resistance when you breathe, and so the theory is that you might give off a little bit of air through these that might not be protected.
They might get more particulate out around that through that exhalation port.
So the CDC's recommendation is that you go ahead and use the N95s that don't have these. But for all intents and purposes, being in the industrial hygiene field and studying industrial hygiene for quite some time, in our industries, especially in construction, if this is all that we can find,
right.
And we can get, the ones with the exhalation valves, we'll go ahead and use that. For obvious reasons, we want to keep the exhalation valves, or not for obvious reasons, but reasons we just discussed, out of the healthcare related settings. So that's why there's, but just so you know, a lot of people used to say, well, it's one strap, or no. Anything that filters air that has a NIOSH, National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health rating, NR or P, 95, 99, or 99.97, which is equivalent to the P100, okay, those are respirators.
Right.
Okay.
And obviously, as you probably all are well aware of, I mean, you basically used whatever you could get your hands on. Thankfully, a lot of people in the community started making masks, and cloth masks were the only thing available. We've heard a lot of stories about reusing PPE, multiple patients, multiple hours, multiple shifts. Things finally have started to level off, and the production aspect has increased. So the availability of PPE has become easier. But in the early days of this was just a complete scramble. As again, I'm sure you're all well aware of, on trying to get gloves, trying to get hand sanitizer, cleaning wipes, disinfecting wipes, bleach. Thankfully, there were a bunch of up-and-coming distilleries in my area in Massachusetts that were donating, converting the process over to provide hand sanitizer to us. And that's really all that we had to go with for several months. And again, being an essential business, we even couldn't get our hands on things.
So another respirator, okay, this is a elastomeric or tight-fitting respirator. Believe it or not, this respirator has the same protection factor as these N95s that we're talking about here. They both have a protection factor of 10, even though this seems really bulky and big. They both have the same protection factor. And so we're not going to make this all about respirators, but we just want to show you that there are different types of respirators that are available. These are the types that when the coronavirus situation started, we outfitted. This is all that we had on our stockroom, and this is what our staff was using. And so it's got the cartridges on the side and whatnot. But
so we were able to utilize PPE that was intended for other applications and be able to use that for PPE in the early stages of this until we were able to get our hands on N95s,
right?
KN95s.
Exactly, because our clients were asking us, could you do temperature testing? Could you do temperature screening? And we would be right, or that would promote or prompt you to have to be within inches of someone in order to take temperatures. And we all know that you could not get the non-touchless thermometers back early part of the pandemic. So
definitely some challenges there with the thermometers and temp screening.
Exactly. So changing on the fly, some big things that as you go back into the workplace, or people get back into the workplace, that you're going to have to really think about is things like respirator fit testing. For those of you who have a maintenance crew, how are you fit testing your crew? We've sort of gone through some modifications, and believe it or not, if you have an N95 and you don't have the ability to have a machine to do fit testing, the way that you typically would do fit testing is to utilize this big old hood here. It's kind of crazy, but I mean, you've done this a number of times, Jim.
Yes, I have.
But, and I'm gonna put the hood on, but essentially the hood would go over your head, and you have a nebulizer. So nebulizer has the Bitrex, which is a solution, and the person's in this hood, and what they have to do is essentially stick their tongue out. Yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff here. It's really crazy. So you have
to read the Rainbow Passage.
And so you spray the nebulizer, stick your tongue out, and I can taste the Bitrex. Now we know that they
have a sensitivity.
They have a sensitivity to it. And so now we can put them through the test. Well, could you imagine going to your work staff and say, okay, we're going to put you in this hood now, Mr. Ronkowski. You'd have to clean this for all 20 or 30 people.
Exactly.
And so we've gotten away from things like this. So the point here is that oftentimes in our industry, in the safety and health field, in emergency management, we're always looking for the next big thing. Sometimes the next big thing is right in front of you and you don't even see it. So what are you doing today that might need to change as things move on?
Right, exactly. And, great point there. You can't put everybody through fit testing. What do you do? What are the challenges? The temp screening challenges that we encountered.
Right.
Writing policies and procedures, helping businesses on the fly. A bunch of different industries, a bunch of different fields that had different requirements, off property, on property, in a building, outside of a building. There were definitely a lot of challenges we faced as far as testing.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And temp screenings being the big one.
Now, temperature screening has gotten to the point where it's become more automated.
Right.
You can walk up and...
You expect.
Exactly. So, but the psychology of fear when people start coming back into the workplace, some of the things, what do you do when you have a positive coworker? I mean, what's that? I mean, you deal with that, Jim. How complex is that, and how do you deal with that?
The big thing that we all need to look at is, in this day and age, there are a lot of people that have family living with them, their parents, grandparents, people with a lot of respiratory immunocompromised patients or people. So a lot of the fear was, I'm not worried about myself, but what happens if I'm exposed and I bring it home? So the psychological aspect was just such a broad spectrum. There were days I was on the phone for probably 13 hours. I know it sounds like an exaggeration, but the rate of exposure was just incredible.
Yeah.
The psychological aspect of it, like I said in the very beginning, and I'll repeat again, the more information and accurate information you can get out to your employees and keeping them informed seems to keep the dust at a low level. Speculation starts, somebody read an article, then all of a sudden everybody's in panic mode, and you start to see the troops starting to circle, and then by the time it reaches your level of HR, it's kind of overflowing. Having a COVID officer or a COVID designated person.
Yes.
Whether it's your informational officer, somebody in your HR department, somebody that can be well versed in this, that has direct access to management. Staffing issues become a huge issue. Who's coming to work, who's not coming to work, having employees say, I don't want to expose people at work. And then one of the biggest challenges, do you have employees that may just not want to come to work that said they had an exposure?
Yes.
We opted within my department to keep everybody out. We were one of the only departments, thankfully and luckily, with the support of the city, with the support of the chief, that we kept everybody out and off shift. For fear, our biggest fear from the beginning of COVID was being backdoored. It wasn't, we were prepared to go on a call and be exposed, but we weren't prepared for, I get exposed to my wife or my kids, and then I bring it into work and nobody expects it that way.
Right.
So a lot of psychological aspects to this, and the big thing, it was talked about, I believe the previous speaker, talked about EAP programs and having the ability to talk to counseling and having that at the ready, because this, as we'll bring up in a few minutes, has other aspects to it as far as the effect goes with the workplace.
Yeah, and I will say much credit is given to these state public health departments.
Absolutely.
They have just done a remarkable job. Connecticut, Massachusetts, we practice in various states. Even in the Virgin Islands, we have an office in the Virgin Islands. Yeah, we'll get you there soon, Jim.
Waiting.
But even there, and when I say even there, it's a smaller, it's a territory of maybe 100,000 people. So, but yeah, they've got large vaccination rates down there. They've done the social distancing, they've done the masking. So public health departments have done a great job. So look to the public health departments. Also look to the CDC, but look to how your specific public health department is.
Exactly. So you've got the CDC putting out the guidance. States are adopting that guidance after review. Individual communities are adopting the guidance. It's one of those situations that who do we follow?
Yeah.
If you want to do your own research, browse the CDC's website, browse the EEOC or OSHA website for information, and then let it trickle down through your state and see what your state adopts.
Yeah. So we're not going to cover all these items on the next slide here because we're getting pretty close to our allotted time here. Time runs. Time flies, I would say. But home meets work is a phrase that I came up with, I coined maybe 20 years ago or so. And my sense as a public health professional was that safety didn't stop or issues don't stop at the workplace door. They creep in. So if you have childcare issues, home issues, now we're beginning to see COVID issues out of work.
Right.
They're going to come into the workplace. And so home meets work connection. And there is that public health connection. And so I think that's going to be even larger now.
I agree.
Than before.
People are letting their guard down now.
Exactly. Things like ergonomics and so on and so forth. So yeah, we've covered quite a bit here, and we want to leave time for a couple of questions. So we're gonna pause here. We'll probably get to a couple of these other slides, but let's pause and get some questions here.
Thanks very much. We do have a couple of questions. A couple of them pertain to masks. So you mentioned double masking. If you wear a cloth and a surgical mask, which goes on the bottom?
I would do the cloth on the bottom and the surgical on the top.
Okay.
Surgical is more likely to catch the particulate. Your warm, humidified air would be caught in your own cloth mask underneath. Cloth underneath, surgical on top.
Okay. And then a lot of us have seen the masks, the KN95. What's the K for? Is it better or worse than the N95?
Originally, there were some knockoff KN95s that did not provide adequate protection. They have kind of been filtered out at this point. It does provide a level of protection. It's not as great as an N95, but it is better than a surgical mask.
Okay, so if you have access to an N95, that's what should you always choose that over a surgical mask or a cloth
mask? If you
mask?
can find a large enough supply of KN or N95s or even KN95s that you can wear every day, go right ahead. Again, it comes down to the user or the wearer's level of comfort, whatever they feel best with. Again, a surgical mask, I think, in my opinion, is adequate protection. I've worn a surgical mask throughout this, other than on some hot COVID calls I've gone on, and thankfully, have not tested positive.
Yeah, and a surgical mask also helps to prevent, because Jim's an EMT, as you know, splashes and things of the like from getting onto your face, and disposable as well. You can
disposable,
take it off,
knowing when to dispose it,
and dispose it.
If you think that your exposure if you've been exposed to a COVID positive person within 6 feet, even wearing masks, both people wearing masks, definitely dispose of that mask. It's definitely not a situation you'd want to encounter. If you're in a grocery store, a department store, someplace where you're in close proximity of others, that is a situation I do dispose of my mask after that use. Again, because you're within 6 feet in a grocery store or department store, again, why run the risk of bringing it home?
Okay, so I think we've heard a little bit in the news about whether you have to wear a mask even if you're vaccinated. Is there any updated information on that? What do you guys think? If like, for example, if everyone in your company is vaccinated, is everyone still wearing masks, or what do you do then?
The CDC has come out with their guidance. I was told Dr. Fauci came out with his opinion on this. We're actually now working on our second level of protocol, travel being a big one now. The vaccination aspect of this, if you've been vaccinated, some languages come out that if you've all been vaccinated, you do not need to wear masks. Cutting it down to 3 feet instead of 6 feet, you can be in close proximity. Again, I see this as the early days of COVID, where we're still in that feeling out process and trying to really come up with some conclusive information on what we can do. The vaccination aspect of it is interesting.
There's still a lot that we're learning about COVID
and the variants now also,
and the variants and that. So it's still the safest thing to do. Wear a mask. It's still the safest way to go if you can't physically socially distance and whatnot. CDC does have some guidance out now about if you do have vaccinated people, what types of things can they do together. So check the CDC website for that information.
And travel seems to be the big one that has come up with that. No longer quarantining if you've had both doses of or if you've gone with the Pfizer or Moderna, both doses, Johnson & Johnson, a single dose, with just not having to quarantine, not having to test prior to your departure, 72 hours prior to your departure, or upon returning to your home state. So that has been another aspect that we're looking at now with the travel aspect of this.
So you mentioned the CDC. What do you do if the CDC and the state of Connecticut have different recommendations or say different things?
Well, the other aspect, then you throw in your local community.
Yeah.
Some, cities and towns have more stringent rules and regulations on top of what the state guidance is. Massachusetts, I'm obviously more well-versed on than Connecticut. Massachusetts, it took almost 10 days before they adopted the travel policy from the CDC about not having to be tested. So in that situation, I would check with your local boards of health if you have access to them, follow your state guidance, and then if you're unable to get any of that, then follow CDC guidance.
Yeah, because typically your state, most of the states, well, all of the states pretty much have, and I'll speak for the states that we work in, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New York. They're covered by local requirements and local laws and state laws.
Right.
So those would be the ones that you would want to look to first, and then back it up with CDC. Some of our clients have opted to just go with the most stringent requirement. So they'll look at CDC, they'll look at the state, and they'll see, okay, yes, this is a state requirement, state law, but the CDC is a little bit more stringent. We're just going to go with that. And in the absence of information, sometimes that's what you have to do. You go with the most stringent.
And from an HR perspective, I would recommend that you go with the more stringent. It's easier to defend in that situation that you went with a more stringent guideline for the protection of all workers in that situation to not leave yourself uncovered.
Okay, so we're getting lots of detailed questions about what you guys think about certain situations in the workplace. What do you think about face masks? And not the face mask, the shields.
Yep.
And what do you think about meeting in person?
You take the meeting in person?
I was hoping for the face shield.
Okay, you take the face shield. I'll take the meeting in person. Take the face shield.
So the with the face shields, we've, clearly with the face shield, you just don't have the protection as you do with the face mask. I mean, that is very clear. I think early on in the pandemic, some people opted to go with the face shield. I mean, we had some face shields also,
right,
but we were wearing protection underneath. We still recommend that you wear a mask when you have the face shield. You should not be just walking around just with a face shield.
And there were some industry situations where a face mask was not an option, that they did require the face shield, but we made sure that there was at least 6 feet, if not greater distance, because again, that droplet precaution, that they're still able to have droplets, beyond the mask.
And this is where we talk about risk management. And our field gets such a bad rap because, oh, well, they're not telling us particularly well. Early on, we didn't have a lot of detail on this. And so we chose to say, okay, if 6 feet is good, let's extend it out to 12 feet if this person cannot wear a mask, and we'll sort of increase the ventilation. You saw that on one of the slides. Yep. We increase the ventilation so you have redundancy there. You have ventilation, you have distance, and now you have the face shield, and then you separate them from folks.
So getting into the second part of your question, the workplace, do you have adequate space? Do you run a business that has a single office that is a 16 by 16 area? How many employees can you now put in there? Do you incorporate trying to find a larger space so you can keep up with 6 feet of distance? It comes down to your industry. If you're talking an office setting, the big things: do you have the cleaning supplies? Are your employees appropriately masked? Are they temp screened? Are they questioned? Is there a questionnaire when they arrive? Can they operate and function 6 feet or greater apart from each other? So there have definitely been a lot of challenges in the workplace with trying to come up with adequate accommodations for businesses to try to self-sustain throughout this.
It's a big challenge, and ventilation is also a tough one, because you say just increase the ventilation. Well, your system might not be able to is the size to bring in that additional fresh air that you need. Right. So and then if you put more restrictive filters on your system, then your system breaks down, and then your AC or your heating system goes out. So there are some challenges there. The real key here is density. How many people do you have working in a space, and what kind of redundant? That's an important word. What kind of redundant measures are you using? Any other questions?
Of course. So on that issue of redundancy, I've actually gotten this question frequently, and I think it really just has to do with people are looking for permission to not wear the mask, right? And so one question is, what if we have plexiglass around each cubicle? Then can we not wear a mask? And what if everybody's working outside? Then can we not wear a mask? What do you think about that?
So I'll take the outside one first. We do a lot of work in the construction industry, and one of the things that we have to be careful of, and it's back to that word risk. Okay, what is the risk? So you have low, medium, and high risk. Well, if you have folks working outdoors, they are relatively distanced. They might not be 12 feet apart, but they're 10 feet or even 6 feet apart, and they're working in close proximity, but it's 95 degrees out, and we're going to put them in these masks and a face shield. Then is the risk of coming down with heat exhaustion or heat stroke greater than the coronavirus exposure? So in those situations, you might have to relax what you're doing with your masking if you're outdoors to allow for that ability for these folks to get their work done. So,
inside, we've gone into, schools, and you've got 4 kids sitting at a table, and there's plexiglass partitions between them. If you're in a work environment in a cubicle, I would really recommend that the employer, you as a human resource representative, do your research on that. Are you able to space out the cubicles? Again, droplet precaution, the likelihood, unless you sneeze over the cubicle wall, is minimal. But again, the what if could happen in that situation. So in a cubicle setting, I would still try to space employees out. If it meant breaking down cubicles and moving them further away, that would probably be the advantage. It would be more advantageous to move a cubicle away, so you didn't have Milt and I sitting this far apart with a 4 or 5, 6 foot partition between us, because again, sneezing could potentially lob droplets over those.
And there's simple things you can do in the workplace. Like you could buy these ventilation tubes, these smoke tubes, and you could take the tube and aspirate it, and you can see where the smoke goes. So you can get a visual, and the people can get a visual of how that air is moving, and that will give you a good idea of
where the return is.
Yeah, that will give you a good idea of how far or how long that smoke lingers, and then you can start making some decisions based on that.
And there was some early guidance from OSHA as far as ventilation requirements, what the pull had to be of the system. But again, we're looking more of a droplet situation than we are an aerosolization issue. I think it was good that it was jumped on right away. But again, droplet versus aerosolization. Droplets settle faster. and this is less likely to travel as far as aerosolization goes.
Yep, yep. 20 CFM per person is typically a good number to work with. 20 cubic feet of air per minute is a good number to use.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Milt and Jim, very much. If you guys in the audience, if you have more questions, you can always contact them directly. But thank you very much. That was very informative. And so now, before we break for lunch, I'd just like to touch on something that's very important for anyone with HR responsibilities, and that's the immense resources available from the Society for Human Resource Management, or SHRM, as we affectionately call it. Membership in SHRM brings enormous benefits. I highly recommend it. I'm a member. And so we have the Connecticut SHRM State Council Director here, Orlena Cowan-Bailey, to give you a brief overview of those benefits. Hi, Orlena. How are you?
Hi, Diane. Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
Thanks. So, yeah, just give us a sense of why you became a member of SHRM and why you think it's important.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been a member of SHRM probably for close to 10 years at this point. And for most of those years, I've been actively involved in a local chapter within Connecticut as a volunteer leader, serving numerous roles on the chapter when it came to programs, diversity, and also being a chapter president, and now a state council director. So I am a diehard HR leader and very passionate about our profession and everything that SHRM has to offer. All right, so on our next slide, you can advance there. As Diane mentioned, there are so many resources that SHRM has to offer. And when you really think about the impact of the HR profession, we impact and elevate 115 million employees worldwide. So SHRM is a global organization, and there are over 300,000 HR professionals who are members of SHRM, and over 100,000 members of SHRM who are also certified. So we continue to serve our profession and provide resources, as you can see across these different tiles here, whether it comes to obviously the hot topic, COVID, workplace dress policies, diversity and inclusion, different policy guides, interview questions, talent acquisition, all things work soup to nuts. And I think our why really speaks to, everything that we've experienced in the past year. So 1 in 3 organizations have had struggles and challenges with corporate culture or workplace culture. And no surprise here, 41% of employees have felt burnt out in the workplace. So SHRM continues to be, a leader and giving resources to HR professionals to help us really navigate the waters ahead of us. Next slide. So I am very fortunate and proud to represent Connecticut, our local SHRM chapter, our local state council. And we have over 500 local SHRM members across 6 chapters in the state. And although I know a lot of things are all virtual now, back in the good old days when we would all meet in person, each of these respective chapters would have events and programs throughout their local areas and within their communities. And even in the past year, these local chapters have delivered dozens of programs, all pertaining to topics that have to do with COVID, DE&I, and other areas of getting talent back to work as we've dealt with high unemployment numbers. They've given out scholarships. We've engaged with student chapters across the state. So I am so proud and want to just recognize all of our members that we engage with and all of our volunteer leaders who continue to serve our profession. And as we all know, and as many of the speakers have mentioned ahead of me, the past year has been an interesting and pivoting year for the HR profession. And I think we've all proven ourselves to be corporate and workplace first responders. And these chapters locally throughout Connecticut continue to partner with organizations like CBIA to be a primary resource to serve and carry out all things needed in our workplaces. And on our next slide, we have some upcoming exciting events that the State Council has partnered with Massachusetts and Rhode Island to host a tri-state conference, and this conference will be virtual, and it will be offering 34 SHRM and HRCI credits, and we're going to have 10 live sessions, and this conference is from April 28th to April 29th. We hope next year to offer this conference in person. We have 2 great keynote speakers as well, so really looking forward to that engagement. And then our next event that we have is the Student Tri-State Case Competition. And as I mentioned before, when it comes to scholarship and giving back to the community, we really want to continue to work on building a bench in the HR profession. And with this Tri-State Student Case Competition, we're able to engage young professionals who are either undergraduates or graduates or emerging professionals into HR and really challenge them on their HR expertise. And it's also a wonderful networking experience as well. And then lastly, we have the annual SHRM conference. So maybe many of you or some of you have attended our annual conference in the past. This is somewhat new news that the conference has been moved to September. Normally it's in June. It was supposed to be in Chicago, but obviously due to these, uncertain times, SHRM has decided to move the conference to September, and it will be live and virtual in Vegas. So I think that will definitely be a great experience, an interesting experience as well as we continue to move forward with being well and getting vaccinations and slowly phasing back into in-person events. So as I close, I encourage you all to check out our CT SHRM website, check out your local chapter. Again, awesome resources, trending topics and programs, great levels of engagement. As we somewhat have minimized our human interaction of staying 6 feet away, it's a great way for us to stay connected and network. And also, maybe for those of you who may be in transition, make that employment connection. You never know who you may meet at one of our meetings. So I thank CBIA for the opportunity to speak to you all. And I know I stand between you and your lunch break. So everyone stay safe and be well, and looking forward to seeing everyone in person soon.
Thanks so much, Orlena. I look forward to seeing you at those events.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so we still have a lot more to come. After the lunch break, we're going to talk about the legal implications of remote workers. We're going to do compensation. We'll do lean HR practices. We will talk about the Biden administration and the American Rescue Plan. So we still got a lot to cover. We're going to break for lunch now, but we'll see you back here at 12:15. Welcome back to CBIA's 2021 HR Conference. Again, I'm Diane Mokrisky. I hope you had a good opportunity to rest and recharge during the lunch break. Our first presenters after the break are attorneys from the law firm of Shipman & Goodwin. Dan Schwartz has decades of experience solving complex employment law problems for companies, schools, and nonprofits to help them avoid litigation and remain successful. He's litigated hundreds of cases nationwide in the area of employment law. And for over 13 years, he's authored the Connecticut Employment Law blog, one of the most widely read and respected law blogs in the nation. He'll be presenting with his colleague, Keegan Dranowski. Ms. Dranowski also represents employers in cases involving allegations of discrimination and retaliation, as well as wage and hour class actions. Attorneys Schwartz and Dranowski will be addressing an issue I think we've all had to deal with in one way or another, and that's the remote workforce. Hi, Dan and Keegan. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks, Diane. Thanks for having us. It's always good to be back. One of my favorite conferences of the year, the HR conference. And although we're not there in person, I'm working remotely. So I think it's sort of appropriate that we do this today. So we're going to jump right in. We've got a lot to cover in a short amount of time. I want to get sort of table set what we're doing today. We're going to talk a lot about where we are today with the vaccines, what this sort of means for the remote work going forward with a reasonable accommodation. What are some of the obligations that you may have for your remote workers? And then the challenges that are really applying right now. We're in this sort of in-between stage, not only with the vaccines, but also with laws that are frankly out of date and didn't take into account that a company's workforce may be distributed nationwide. And what does that mean with all the different laws, unemployment, workers' comp, tax issues that comes in? Just giving a preface that we're not going to be able to cover everything in the short amount of time. And we're going to go through some slides a little quickly. Please feel free to email us afterwards with any questions that you might have. And it's really an opportunity to give you an idea of the issues that are out there. One of the other things that I wanted to just alert you to is that starting tomorrow, the governor has lifted some of the sector rules that most companies have been operating under for the last year. Those restrictions limited your office to 50% occupancy. That disappears starting tomorrow. Now, that doesn't mean everyone's going to be coming back to the office tomorrow, and those rules that have been in place are now recommended best practices. But the governor's guidance does indicate things such as social distancing should remain, as well as masks. So we didn't get a chance, given this sort of late-breaking news, to incorporate all of that into this. But you should understand that this is a fluid situation, and you're going to want to keep a close eye as to the guidance, which continues to change. So we're going to talk next, on the next slide, just about what are the trends that are going on right now. And you can look at what some of the companies that have been surveyed have been saying. But I think at the beginning of this pandemic, everyone couldn't wait to sort of get back to normal and get back to the office. And I think over the year, many of us have come to realize that that's not really going to happen. There's not going to be a day in July when a light switch goes on and everyone is returning. There are many employees who have moved or who have gotten used to working from home. And there are many companies that have realized that their workforce can work effectively at home under many circumstances. So what we're likely to see on a going forward basis is some type of hybrid where people are going to be in the office, particularly for jobs that need it, but there may be a whole portion of the workforce that works remotely, either part-time or full-time. And so as a result, I think the blueprint and the footprint that companies have really been operating under with all the space and sort of cubicles is probably going to change. And one of the reasons that we're at least talking about this is vaccination. So Keegan, why don't you talk about where we are with vaccinations and what does that mean for the remote workplace now?
Sure. Thanks, Dan. So if we look at vaccine administration, as of March 9th, 2021, so this was about a week old just in preparing these slides, but looking at the numbers just to sort of give us a picture of where we are in the federal sphere and the national sphere, at least one dose. So about 61 million people have had at least one dose of one of the vaccines that requires two doses, or the J&J that just recently came out and is only the one dose. And about 32 million have been fully vaccinated, so about half that number. And looking at it in percentages, the percent of the population over the age of 18, which is most of the people eligible for the vaccine, it's 12.6% that have now been fully vaccinated. Connecticut is doing really well in terms of where we fall in the country. We're ranking 3 nationwide as of last week. So, it's speeding up, especially with getting more of the vaccine, and that J&J, we do expect more people to be able to get vaccinated as we're going forward. So let's take a look, considering that, at the effects that vaccination might have on this remote workplace that we've all been dealing with for the last year. So we've been getting a lot of questions about what this is going to look like. And specifically, one of the big questions is, can employers decide to mandate the vaccine for their employees, for their workplaces, before bringing everyone back to work? And when we consider this question, there's a lot of things that you need to think about. The EEOC guidance hasn't explicitly said, yes, you can mandate the vaccine, but it's pretty clear in that guidance that it's permissible under federal law. And we haven't seen anything to contradict that in the state law either. So to answer that question, yes, an employer can mandate a vaccine. But I think the more important question in looking at these different considerations is, should an employer do that? And there's a lot of different things that are going to go into that. We previously at our firm had done an on-demand webinar that's available if you want to do sort of a deeper dive into some of those things. But really looking at what we're considering here is, first, a vaccine availability. To do it right now and mandate the vaccine might be a little premature, given that not everyone has access to it yet. It also doesn't have full approval. So while it's approved under this emergency use authorization, or EUA, it doesn't have full approval just yet. So that's something employers might want to wait for. There have been a couple of legal challenges to forcing people to get it because of this emergency use. I don't necessarily think those are going to be successful, but just something to be aware of. Beyond that, there's a number of things we want to be advising employers to be careful of. It's confidentiality under the ADA and other statutes. So when you're asking employers questions like, do you plan to get vaccinated? Have you gotten vaccinated? Considering not asking for too much medical information. We'll talk a little bit more about what's permissible a little bit later on in the presentation. Then there's the idea of just the practical administration of a vaccine program. And if you're going to mandate it, how is that going to look in your office place? Are you going to try to have a clinic where you're offering the vaccine? Are you going to give employees paid time off or some other incentive in order to get the vaccine? And what's that going to look like? Beyond that, if you're a public employer, you may also need to consider collective bargaining issues, like a change in working conditions, and would this typically require notice to unions and the opportunity to negotiate? We do think that the scope of negotiations here would be over the impact of the decision to mandate the vaccine rather than the decision itself, since addressing health and safety concerns really is a management right or obligation. But these are all different things you'd want to consider when talking about whether or not to mandate the vaccine. And then, Dan, did you have any thoughts on, the idea of strongly encouraging a voluntary vaccine program as opposed to mandating it?
Yeah, that's where we're seeing a lot of employers go right now, which is a strong encouragement, providing education to employees about the benefits of it. But we've been getting questions about that as well, which is, can you provide an incentive to employees to receive the vaccine? I think a de minimis type of incentive, whether it's a gift card or a few hours off of employment, is really not a problem. New York actually just passed a law that requires employers to provide employees with paid time off to get a vaccine. Connecticut hasn't done that, but I think as a best employer practice, you want to encourage your employees to get the vaccine and to make it as easy as possible. And if an employee says, hey, can I have an hour off to go to an appointment to get the vaccine? Why wouldn't you do that under these circumstances? It'll help your workforce in the long run, and you want to make it as easy as possible for people to get the vaccine. Another question that we've gotten is, can you ask for proof of receipt of the vaccine? And the answer to that question is a simple yes, you can, but you shouldn't be asking for more medical information. And you shouldn't be asking if someone says they can't get the vaccine, you shouldn't be asking just at the outset, hey, tell me more about your medical condition that prevents it. You still have those same rules applicable in the workplace about medical inquiries being job-related and consistent with business necessity. But the baseline question, hey, can you just give me a copy, or can you verify that you received the vaccine and on what date? That's fine. And in fact, we've been encouraging employers to track that so that you have a better sense, particularly in a couple of months, of what percentage of your workforce has been vaccinated. If you know your workforce is up at about 90 or 95%, you are at much lower risk of an outbreak, particularly when we fully expect a sort of fall resurgence to happen, as is typical among coronaviruses. But that's going to be a different equation if you only have 50% of your workforce who have voluntarily been vaccinated. And then the last question, that we've really been getting is, when will it be safe to reopen the office, and should distancing and masks be used? And I think with the vaccines right now, we're still learning. The CDC guidance has been very tempered about this. They have not said, hey, if you're a vaccine, go out and party. So I think for now, the masks and the distancing are really going to be with us for some time. And again, we're in this sort of in-between stage where we're not fully vaccinated, but we're not quite out of the woods with this pandemic. So let's go to the next question that people have asked about this, which is, what happens if an employee refuses to get vaccinated, whether under a mandate or not? And there are really two exceptions that employers need to be aware of. If an employee can't get it due to a disability, or secondly, can't get it due to a religious belief, the employer then has to consider whether there are any reasonable accommodations that can be available. How does that tie into remote work? Well, remote work might be one of those reasonable accommodations under those circumstances. But, there may be jobs when being in person is required, and that even with reasonable accommodations, you can't get to a safe workplace because you believe that a person who is unvaccinated will be a direct threat to the workplace. What the EEOC has said is, under those sort of limited set of facts, the employer may be right to terminate the employee. That's a very long road to go down. And I think the counsel we want to give is, talk with your legal counsel before going down that road, because you've got to cross all your T's, dot all the I's in order to do so. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the next two slides, but on the next slide, we talk a little bit about the ADA analysis. And that's the same analysis that you as HR people go through all the time. And that's, conduct an individualized assessment and figure out, what is the risk associated with unvaccinated people in the workforce, and make it particularized to your particular office. If you've got a small office setting where everyone's in one room, that's going to be very different than where people may have separate offices down the hall with separate ventilation systems. There's very little interacting with people. You might be able to provide some accommodations there as well. But understand, ultimately, your obligation is to provide a reasonable obligation absent an undue hardship. And that's reasonable. If, giving someone personal protective equipment is enough, then that's fine. And similarly, with respect to the religious beliefs, it's not quite the same analysis as the ADA. But again, you should be providing a reasonable accommodation under the analysis for a religious belief as well. In terms of a religious belief accommodation, the burdens that you have to overcome are more than de minimis. So I think in most of the situations, having an unvaccinated worker who is refusing to get vaccinated because of religious belief, the employer is going to have a great deal of discretion on how to manage that situation. And I'm not aware of really many religious beliefs that are going to be directly in contradiction to the vaccine. And in fact, we've had the Pope come out and really encouraging employees to get the vaccines, including the J&J vaccine as well. So given that baseline, let's go next to a hypothetical here. And Keegan, maybe I'll summarize it and let you respond, which is, so when the pandemic started, you closed your office, you moved to a remote work temporarily, even though not all the positions were really well suited for that. But, it's kept the employees safe throughout the state mandate. Now you've decided you're not going to mandate vaccines, but you're strongly encouraging people to get vaccinated, and you're even providing paid time off for that purpose. And now you're getting ready to announce to your employees, we expect everyone back to the office by July 1st. But one of your employees, Jane, informs you she would like to continue remote work on a permanent basis. She's got a qualified disability, but prior to the pandemic, you denied her request for remote work, instead providing her with additional break time and ergonomic chairs, which allowed her to complete the essential functions of her job in the office itself. So, Keegan, here's your question. Are we now required to grant Jane's renewed request to work remotely on a permanent basis?
So I think it's a really good question, and one that we've been getting a lot since we've started to consider these issues. And of course, the issue here is, maybe you didn't have the capacity to have Jane or anyone else that had previously requested telework as an accommodation to work from home. But now we have things like Zoom, and a lot of companies have, significantly invested in infrastructure that would allow people to work successfully from home. But given all that, even looking at how the landscape has changed so much over the course of the last year, we have EEOC guidance that says just because you let someone temporarily work from home during the pandemic, it doesn't mean it's just a rubber stamp that now that's going to be a reasonable accommodation to allow someone to do so on a permanent basis. It is going to be a factor, at least in evaluating whether it's something that both accommodates the employee and allows them to do everything they were able to do at home versus in the office. But it's not going to be just because it was allowed, over the past year, it's going to continue. So you're really going to have to, again, just do that interactive process that you would typically do to consider whether it is a reasonable accommodation and it's not an undue hardship. So, a lot of employers have faced financial issues, over the past year, whether or not that's something that you can continue to do to have the employee work remotely, or if it's really somehow affecting the productivity or the ability to do the essential functions of her job on a permanent basis. You're not going to necessarily have to allow that specific accommodation. There might be other things you have to do, giving her, say, additional break time, certain equipment in the office that will allow her to do those essential functions of the job. But it doesn't have to necessarily be continued remote work. One thing I would want to know here as well is the qualified disability that Jane has. Is it some medical condition where she's also concerned about the risk of getting COVID? And how many people do we have vaccinating in the workforce? Do you have 60% of your employees that are voluntarily getting vaccinated? And that's where tracing can be important to keep track of, who's doing what. But to determine, is this disability going to put her at a greater risk, and whether it makes sense, at least temporarily, to allow her to continue working from home, and sort of where to draw that line. So those are all things you're going to want to think about. It's not sort of a rubber stamp yes or no answer. It's just that typical process that, employers are familiar with doing would continue to apply in this situation. And so I think that's a good segue to look at, for those that are going to continue their remote workforce, what is that going to look like in terms of keeping people safe even while they are working at home? And there's a number of different considerations there. The first one is OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, and making sure employers comply with OSHA. Whether workers' compensation applies to remote work situations, as well as in the office, and mandating vaccines if there's any concerns there. And then looking again at this idea of reasonable accommodations and how does that extend to people that might be continuing to work from home on a more permanent basis, or at least going forward through the remainder of 2021. So first, let's turn to OSHA and take a look there at what the regulations say about an at-home work office. So OSHA doesn't necessarily have anything specific in terms of regulations that apply to this, but it does have a general duty clause, which says that every employer has a general duty to furnish to each of his employees employment in a place of employment which is free from recognized hazards that are causing or are likely to cause death or serious physical harm. So basically, the idea is, regardless of where the employee is working, that duty still applies. But practically, for people that are working in a home office situation where the employee is performing office work like filing, computer research, reading, writing, there's not going to be much responsibility on the employer's part because it's not a very hazardous situation. And OSHA guidance has actually said that OSHA will not conduct inspections of employees' home offices. They won't hold employers liable for the employees' home offices, and it doesn't inspect employers to be going into people's home to investigate. They really wait for if there's a specific complaint about some serious hazard, and then OSHA might take action. But aside from that, or a home situation where you actually have people doing manufacturing or something like that at home, the concern so much isn't really with people working from home in their home offices, since the safety risk is low. But you should be aware that this duty does still apply. It's just practically it's not going to be a huge burden. That sort of brings us to, however, looking at bringing some people back, whether it's on full-time basis or in a hybrid situation where you have some employees working from home some days, some in the office, and going back and forth. You're going to need to consider how to keep those people safe that are coming back in. And we do have some guidance from President Biden on that. There was a January executive order that OSHA recently published, guidance on how to prevent exposure and limit the spread of COVID in the workplace as we don't have everyone vaccinated and we bring people back. So let's take a look at those specific guidance that we got in January of this year. And basically that guidance sets forth that vaccines should be eligible to employees at no cost. So that may be the case under most employees' insurance, but even if there is some cost, it's suggested that employers cover that cost. Treating vaccinated and non-vaccinated workers equally for purposes of implementing safety measures. Dan talked a little bit about this idea of, even though we now have many people getting vaccinated as we come back into work, we really should still be making sure everyone's using PPE, distancing, masks. And we actually expected that there might be an additional guidance in March 15th. There was supposed to be some guidance from the administration on whether or not we would have a mask mandate for the workplace, but the administration actually missed its own deadline on that, so we're still sort of waiting to see if that's going to come into effect or not. But with the reality being that Connecticut still suggests those things, and we have this guidance that's suggesting providing face coverings and PPE at no cost, and assigning a workplace coordinator responsible for COVID issues. Again, this isn't mandatory, but it's guidance that we think makes sense to continue to keep your workplace safe. And then I think we can turn it over to Dan to discuss some of the workers' compensation issues.
Yeah, so one of the things, again, and this we will be spending the rest of the time really talking about, is the applicability of some of these other laws to the remote workplace. So one of them is workers' comp. And the simple answer is workers' comp doesn't depend whether it's in the workplace itself or at home. What it is linked to is whether it arises out of and in the course of employment. And so cases have held that an injury occurs in the course of employment when it takes place within the period of employment or at a place that the employee is reasonably expected to be, or while the employee is reasonably fulfilling the duties of their employment or something incidental to it. So on the next slide, we talk about what are the considerations, right? So if workers' comp can happen during the workforce, what does that mean for home? So employers can implement some practices to limit the liability for home-based employees. So you can consider telling employees, set up a work-from-home office and outline what your expectations are under a policy of what they should be doing while working from home. And you may also want to establish some guidelines as to what that home office might look like. For example, a designated work area or some training for the workstation to make sure that it's set up properly. I think at the beginning of this pandemic, some employers just sent employees home with a laptop and said, get online, get us going. We're now a year into this. And so you really do need to start thinking about what are the things we need to provide to them. And so by doing so, you can figure out, is this really in the course of employment? A lot of the home offices aren't set up with the same ergonomic ideas that we have at the office. And so carpal tunnel syndrome may be more, employees may be more prone to get that at a home office as well. So those are the things to think about from a workers' comp side, but there may be accommodations, Keegan, that we're going to want to think about as well.
Yeah, so I know we've already talked, a little bit about the idea of reasonable accommodations with bringing people back to work and, and exemptions from getting the vaccine. But there's also this concern about what about people that are working remotely? Do we need to think beyond into that issue as well? And just because someone's working from home remotely doesn't mean that's the end of an employer's obligation. There might still be some other accommodation that needs to be thought about if someone has a disability that's preventing them from, say, working certain hours of the day, or in their home office, do they need equipment provided by the employer in order to be able to do their job if there's some sort of disability? So those are things that should be looked at. We do have, again, some EEO guidance on this subject. And the EEOC has said just because we are working remotely because of the pandemic, it's not a reason to delay discussions about reasonable accommodations and what employees might need in order to do their jobs. Although some delay might be excusable, it's not a reason to just sort of put that discussion off until the office reopens, especially as this continues on into over a year now. So you might want to think about what accommodation might my employee need to come back to the office, but also is there anything that I need to do right now as they're continuing to work remotely? And reasonable accommodations, I just pointed this out here, they don't have to extend to mitigating risks of COVID exposure to family members. So, if you have an employee that says, look, I'm not ready to come back to the office, I'm not at any sort of heightened risk, but I have a family member who might be, and I'm afraid of bringing it home, that's just not something that's covered under the law. You might consider how that affects morale and things like that when you're considering decisions that you're making, but it's not a legal consideration under the law. And there is, I thought it was interesting as we think about what type of equipment that might be provided to employees working from home, whether it's an accommodation or just in general. We actually currently have a bill that's being discussed in Connecticut about providing something for employees in the terms of coverage of internet, which has typically not been, something that was provided as a cost for employees. So we need to sort of keep on top of this and see what might change as the landscape changes and we continue to have people working remotely. But let's move on, I think, to some of the trickier issues that Dan and I have seen as we've been considering, reopening offices and what that's going to look like, as well as continued remote work. And that is it's a tongue twister there, applying employment and other related laws to remote workers. And in this section, we really just wanted to take a look at what should employers be thinking about with respect to their remote workers complying with federal and various state laws that are both in the employment sphere and in related issues. So the first to make sure to look at is just the wage and hour issues, which many of you have likely already been dealing with over the past year. And looking at the issues here, the Fair Labor Standards Act, under the federal law, it generally requires employers to compensate employees for all hours worked, including overtime hours. And it's covers employers if they know or have reason to believe that work is being performed. That time must be counted as hours worked. So the question here is, if someone's teleworking, how do you know what hours of the day they're working? Are they permitted to work 8 to 4 and then log on again in the evening and do the work? Have you had a discussion about what overtime is allowed? And so really it's just making sure that whatever the policy is going to be, that you communicate it with employees so they know what their hours are, they know when they're expected to do work, are permitted to work overtime if need be. And we do have some guidance from the DOL on this issue. And that guidance says that employers, again, must pay for all hours worked. It's just the same as you would do in a regular workplace, has to be applied to remote workers. And work that the employer did not request but nonetheless suffered or permitted is compensable, even if the employer did not ask for the work, didn't want it to be done, and even if the rule is against doing the work. So essentially, if you know that some employee is logging on and doing extra work, you can't just sort of stick your head in the sand and say, well, we're not going to cover that time. So that's just something to be aware of, and really making sure that you review your policies and update those as we continue to have remote work in the future, because a lot of employers might not necessarily have had a robust telework policy in their handbook, and it's something to think about evaluating now, given that this seems to be sticking around for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and really the last issue that I want to touch on is now with all these remote workers, you also have people who are working out of state. And so on on this slide, we talk about the fact that maybe your Connecticut office is really closed right now, and you have employees who are just working remotely, and we put in the hypothetical, they're working from their homes in New York and Massachusetts. I've had people as far away as saying, hey, I'm going to hop over to Turkey and get an apartment in Turkey. It's a lot cheaper. My money goes a lot further there. What issues do employers need to think about? Let me say at the outset, we do not have all the answers here. It's a very specific, state-specific inquiry, nation-specific inquiry. And if you're having people work outside of Connecticut, particularly if your business hasn't really had an office outside of Connecticut, you may need to think about things like registering your business in other states, or filing for unemployment insurance in those other states. You might need to withhold payroll taxes in those other states. And you might need to apply local and state laws, such as paid leave if you're in California, or providing and complying with discrimination, anti-discrimination statutes, training, all of those things. Those are things that you never really had to think of when you had employees who maybe lived in New York or Massachusetts and just commuted to your office in Connecticut. But now they're really fully remote. A lot of the states are treating them as New York or Massachusetts employees. And this has specific implications, as I'll talk about on the next slide, for taxes. New York used to have a very, and still does, a very narrow rule that made sure that people who were commuting from Connecticut paid New York taxes. Well, now you have all these New York offices that have been closed. New York has been seeking to have these employees continue to pay New York taxes. So you're going to want to look at that. That's a little bit outside of the scope of today's discussion, but we wanted to make you aware that Connecticut just passed within the last week or two a new statute that avoids the issue that we were seeing, which is employees were going to get doubly taxed, both from Connecticut or New York or other states. And so this allows Connecticut residents to take credits for the income taxes that were paid to another state. Now, this only applies so far for the 2020 tax year, but you're going to want to be aware of that and really talk with your employees further about that. I'm going to go 2 slides now to our last major slide, which is the multi-state employer considerations, just in the interest of time. And really, the point to make is there are no easy answers here. There's a lot of conflicting state guidance, and we can't begin to get into all the issues. But Keegan, why don't you go through just some of the tips of what employers can do, and then we'll see if we have time for a question or so.
Yeah, so just in looking at these various issues, I think it's such a tricky one when you have employees, like Dan was saying, working, in one state. We have certain states that have given us guidance, like Massachusetts, which basically says even if they're working at home in another state, just treat them as if they are working out of the office in Massachusetts. On the other hand, we've had some issues with New York saying, no, even though you're working from home in New York and you don't typically work here, you usually go to the office in Connecticut, you might still need to provide paid family leave under New York law to these employees. So really the issue there is figuring out what each state law says, keeping abreast of any guidance, because this continues to evolve and we get new guidance on this, almost every day from different states, different local areas. Cities might have additional guidance. So just making sure to keep in touch with Employment Council if you have that, to follow that guidance. And then just typically on a day-to-day to deal with some of these issues, what should an employer do? Evaluating requests for leave and accommodation, as we've sort of discussed over the course of this presentation, on a fact-specific basis. So, not necessarily making broad statements that, no one can continue to work from home, making sure to look at those issues of, well, why doesn't the person want to, continue? Why doesn't the person want to come into the office and asks to continue working from home? Is it related to a disability or a religious belief or something like that? Perform an audit to determine where employees are working. So when talking about these different issues, involving employees working at home in different states, a lot of employers might not have any idea where the 100 employees they employ are working from at this point. Like Dan was saying, you might have someone just decided to go to Florida for 6 months and you're not aware of that. So just trying to make sure you understand where people are doing the work from so you can comply with these different laws. And then providing leave and other employment protections based on where employees are actually doing the work. We might have made the argument previously that, look, this is a temporary situation and these laws shouldn't apply to individuals because they, again, work in a Connecticut office. But this is now ongoing for more than a year. And to the extent we're going to have policies saying people can continue to work remotely, that's something you really need to start taking a look at if you haven't done so already. Again, just reviewing and updating employment policies to include the state-specific information. You could have an addendum regarding different state leaves and what that's going to look like so that employees understand what the law is. And then again, just to consult counsel when dealing with these issues, because you can see they're tricky and we don't have all the answers today. But again, as this guidance is updated, we hope to be able to provide that and work together with employers to make sure that they have the policies that are compliant with the law and to have morale be high in the workforce and have everyone be successful in transitioning into coming back to the office.
Well, thanks, Diane. I don't know whether we have any time for any questions, but want to thank you all for having us here today.
We do have a little bit of time, and so I'm wondering if you could touch on the FFCRA extension and how that applies to paid benefits to get a vaccine and to recover from maybe some side effects. And then also, we only have about 2 minutes, but if you have time to just touch on how that extension applies to taking FMLA time, or is it just sick time?
Yeah, so we're still looking at the FFCRA as it applies in the American Rescue Plan. But the thing to know is it's not mandatory anymore. It used to be mandatory for employers 500 and under. Now it is an entirely voluntary program. Employers can take a tax credit for providing employees leave, but they're under no obligation to. And we were talking about this yesterday. We're only aware of one employer that we're really working with that is doing that on a voluntary basis. So if you're in that unusual situation where you want to do so, I think the best advice right now is talk with counsel, because it's a little bit confusing. Do people get new FMLA time or not? And so it's a very specific inquiry. I think the safest thing in terms of paid time off is if an employee gets sick has some side effects from the vaccine, give them the time off. Okay, I can tell you legally, are you have to do it or not? And you might not under some specific circumstances, but I think this is one of the very unusual circumstances where if you send a message to employees that if you get the vaccine, we don't have your back, that's going to have bad domino effects. Other employees aren't going to want to get the vaccine. It's just going to provide an excuse for people not to get it. Right now, vaccination is the single most important thing you could do to get your workforce back to normal. We know that. It works. Look at Israel, look at the UK, we can look at the nursing homes, and the rate has gone down. So whatever you can do to further that, we've been strongly encouraging it.
Okay, good advice. Well, Dan and Keegan, thanks very much for all that information. And we didn't get to all the questions, unfortunately, but as Dan mentioned early in the presentation, you can contact them directly with any of your follow-up questions. Thanks, Dan and Keegan. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yep, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to switch gears a bit and talk about compensation and benefits. Our speaker on these issues is Carol Cardis, founding partner of Cardis Larson. Ms. Cardis is a human resources generalist with expertise in compensation, training, career counseling, and employee relations. She has diverse industry experience in areas such as manufacturing, not-for-profit organizations, healthcare, real estate, public accounting, and financial services. Ms. Cardis is known for her ability to create an efficient human resources department and provide ongoing strategic leadership coaching. She has extensive experience developing compensation programs for small to medium-sized companies. She's also actively involved in the human resources community and is a past president of the Human Resource Association of Central Connecticut, which is an affiliate of SHRM, which we were talking about earlier with Orlena. She holds the designation of Certified Senior Professional in Human Resources, as well as SHRM Certified Compensation Professional and Senior Certified Professional. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology from Fordham University and a master's degree in human resources from Villanova. Her presentation will focus on COVID-19 compensation and benefit strategies. Hi, Carol. Thanks for being with us today.
Good morning, good afternoon, Diane. And I thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate it. I'd like to welcome everybody here today to talk about compensation and benefit strategies. And it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to really sharing with you all the things that I've either researched or those things that my clients are doing that I consider best practices, and maybe some things that I've heard from other individuals. But if you hear something that I've said before, please understand that it means it's important. So as we move forward on our roadmap today, we're going to be talking about the realities of how COVID has really hit the human resource world, especially as it pertains to comp and benefits. We're going to explore the areas of compensation and really talk about the strategies and the challenges and maybe even the changes that are coming for 2021 and beyond. We're going to review the benefits that employees rely on and how organizations are really dealing with having to review those benefits and realign them for the post-COVID environment. Lastly, we're going to take a look at charting the course for moving forward and hopefully pick up some best practices along the way. As we move to the next slide to talk about the realities, we are all cognizant that COVID-19 has caused the HR world unexpected and unprecedented challenges for the past year. HR was a difficult job before, but with this pandemic, it has caused us to rise to the occasion and to really demonstrate our agility and leadership to move forward. There was no blueprint for how to manage all that was happening. We were scrambling to find the right way to do things while we were trying to maintain our daily dose of all that was happening around us in HR while working from home. The financial impact to the businesses was felt everywhere, and businesses were just trying to survive and maintain a productive workforce. Several organizations were very hard hit, like the restaurants and my specialty, the fine arts. COVID-19 has caused unemployment to skyrocket. Programs were being put in place to provide more dollars for those out of work. And now our employees have had to work from home, as we just heard from our prior presenters, to keep themselves safe. And we are looking for ways to pay our people with benefits, policies, and thinking about how to support those that are working from home. However, there is some good news, and that what I'm hearing is that the worst appears to be nearly over with the distribution of the vaccine, and we must now be ready to devise a plan for moving forward and bringing our folks back to work. As you know, total rewards are made up of compensation, benefits, short and long-term rewards. So why don't we start looking at the compensation part of the total reward strategy? And we're going to look at what I consider the 4 T's. That's thoughts, tips, truisms, and techniques to help us prepare for what's next with comp and benefits. Let's start with our base pay. 20% of the organizations gave no increases during 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic year. It's not a high number, but I can tell you, if you were in one of those organizations that wasn't giving out those increases, it was a gigantic problem. In 2021, we're going to see a similar increase in wages of around what I'm hearing, 2.9%. Remember, we were at that 3% level for many years, so even that small dip is significant across the board. And remember, you're going to have to explain that dip to a population that's already struggling. There's still the trend that our top performers are going to continue to receive higher increases based on their performance, much needed skills, and the market competitiveness in order to retain them. Now, if you reduced your salaries in 2020, now's the time to bring them back to those pre-COVID numbers. Employees are expecting this. And as people are looking towards returning to a more normal way of working with the introduction of the vaccine, they're also looking for their original pay back. We're going to be seeing an increase in the minimum wage in Connecticut to $13 coming this August. That's a 8.3% increase over last year's wage increase, which was 9%. So that's way above that 2.9% average for the regular worker who's earning more than that $13 increase. But more on this in a minute when we start to talk about how that relates to compression in compensation. Some organizations we found gave out hazard pay or temporary pay increases to those essential workers who were on the front lines. A decision now needs to be made as to when, if ever, you're going to claw back those dollars that you gave out and be prepared to communicate that action ahead of time to those people that will be affected because they've been living on those extra dollars. As we go to the next slide and look at that variable pay, you know, I would say about half of the smaller organizations really either have a formal bonus or incentive program. Many of them were looking at changing the way bonuses were paid by actually taking a look at the goals and objectives that were put in place pre-pandemic and looking at the measures that they were used to determine the payouts to make sure that it was aligned with the external factors that affected those payouts. The buzz that I hear is that organizations with formal bonus plans will try to make the goal attainment measures more realistic because of that impact of COVID on their businesses. Those that had discretionary bonus plans, as many of you do, are not planning to make significant changes in 2021, except maybe the actual dollar amounts paid out. And obviously, when we look at paying out any kind of bonus that is discretionary, that payout has to rely on the financial wellness of that company. So as we move on to really compensation strategies and what is your strategy, I'm finding a lot of organizations are really beginning to look at this. More organizations are investing in looking not just at the base pay adjustments, but they're also looking to say, how are we going to manage this, especially with this 2.9% coming in place? So what organizations have begun to focus on is really a compensation philosophy where they are changing their approach to how compensation is going to be paid, how it's going to be communicated, how much transparency is going to be involved in it. And really, I'm finding that what all my research and talking to my clients, that this is going to be one of the most important things over the next 12 to 18 months. Employers now also will be relying more on competitive market pricing of their positions to attract and retain talent. And in my practice, I'm seeing more organizations already starting to look at this change. We are clearly, Curtis Larson is clearly doing more market pricing and research for organizations to ensure that they are paying their talent competitively post-pandemic. There's a feeling that after COVID-19, there has been some change in the market value of certain positions. So we're talking next about, the pay equity. And right now, this pay equity is huge. We all know that racial justice was a headline in the news in 2020. And I can tell you it has spurred an increased focus on the diversity, equity, and inclusion in 2021, not only for implementing the program, but also looking at benefits and compensation on how they are affected by this DE&I strategy. More organizations are pledging to conduct pay equity analysis. Employers are looking at paying employees fairly across the board, really to foster that productivity, more inclusiveness, and of course, retention across the board. Additionally, employers are more aware of focusing their talent searches to address this DE&I strategy while ensuring that starting salaries are competitive in the marketplace. Remember, in the state of Connecticut, you can't ask candidates what they earned in their last job. And so I'm finding more of my clients are relying on this market pricing to see exactly what is the value of a job in that marketplace. So again, next, how are you going to talk about this pay communications? And we're going to move to the next slide. Compensation strategies doesn't have as much of an impact on employees that aren't educated on really the rationale for what makes up how an organization are going to pay their employees in a total rewards package, meaning base, benefits, bonus, and incentives. Promotional and upward mobility opportunities are a top priority for employees. You'll hear it all the time. They want to understand how to advance and how to grow within their organization. That hasn't changed. What has changed is that we really need to begin to train managers on how to communicate that pay. Organizations who want to be more transparent, remember that was one of the issues, about how they will pay, will really need to rely on those managers to spread the word in an honest and meaningful way for employees to embrace it. And at Curtis Larson, we have created what we called a job grades map that actually helps these managers how to explain to their employees how to advance from both a pay and a job growth perspective. And I will tell you that many of our clients really love this tool. So again, another best practice. The last thing I can think about that is really important to be transparent is to provide a total reward statement. And I know many of you already use this, but it tells an employee the story of the items that you as an organization provide to them, where dollars are actually spent. It provides a picture on how much of what I call the untouched dollars actually are part of their total compensation package. It includes all of the dollars spent on behalf of an employee, and it really is a great tool to be transparent. And I'm finding that many employees don't really know all of the dollars that are spent sort of behind the scenes on employer contributions to benefits, for example. And so putting together this total reward statement, or benefit statement, as some of you use, is really an important function and should be thought about moving forward in 2021. So again, as we move on, what's the future of compensation? What is next? And let's talk about some of these. Compensation specific activities that I see are gaining attention in 2021 are really those things that are focusing your current compensation structures and ranges to make sure they are current to meet the market competitiveness that you need to actually attract and retain individuals. Now, some of you may not have these salary ranges, and if you don't, because you're small, it really is important that you sort of understand what is competitive in the marketplace and doing some research around that. As we said before, being transparent and communicating about pay data and processes is already happening. And I'm finding that more employees are really enjoying working from home, and they don't want to return to the office. As we were talking before, how will you handle this in the future? The last presenter talked about, what if your worker wants to move to a cheaper place to live? Are you going to cut their pay? Or vice versa, what if somebody chooses to move to a more expensive place to live? Are you going to increase their pay? And I've heard this going back and forth now for a long time. What are you going to do? And it goes back to those geographical differentiations in the geographic locations that people work. And I've been asked by my employees to really think about that and to sort of put that in place in their salary structures. We're all going to continue to give pay increases, and we're going to begin to look at pay from that diversity, equity, and inclusion lens to really achieve a fair and equitable pay philosophy. This goes back to reviewing that compensation philosophy to make sure that you have included that diversity, equity, and inclusion piece into that philosophy. So reviewing your overall compensation strategy is going to really force you to look at making changes to your compensation processes and policies. And, how you pay your people still makes sense. The way you are paying them, is it really making sense for the changes that we have seen and will be seeing coming in the future? So let's talk about, where do you stand on your compensation strategy? I want you just to take a moment to look at these 5 levels and to help you to understand sort of where you are on your strategy. So I'm going to just give you a moment to look at those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. So now that you've looked at that, if you are a 1, which means that you have no formal structure, there's some work that you have to do. And if you are up at the other end, where you are that industry leading person with, continuing to monitor your processes, then you really need to call me, because I want to know what you're doing, because I bet you're doing above and beyond and really being cognizant of how your employees are taking this compensation and benefits piece. So it's always good to take a look at this compensation strategy and see where you're at within your own organization. So let's move to the second part of this total rewards piece, and let's really look at the benefits piece. So if we can go to the next slide. Benefits are a way to reward your employees outside of their actual base pay. Benefits are viewed as part of the total rewards package, as we said before. And by the way, employees not only want them, but they expect them. And so the benefits that you are offering your employees, are they the ones that they really want? A lot has changed in the realm of benefits, especially during this pandemic and after this pandemic. I would tell you to really ask your brokers and look for a utilization review of the benefits to see sort of where you stand as to what benefits your employees are using, and does it make sense to, change benefit and put your dollars where they work the best. That cost benefit analysis is also going to help you to ascertain if you are making sure that the employees are getting the benefits that they're asking for. Remember, when you reduce somebody's pay during this pandemic, what you also did was any benefit that relies on pay for payout, is such as life insurance or short-term disability or long-term disability, you have to really ask yourself, are we going to bring that back? And God forbid, especially on the 401k or on the life insurance pieces, are you going to make up any of that loss for someone that had those benefits that, especially on the 401k, 403b, that lost some of those dollars? Do you have to put in separate programs to make up when you reduce their pay? The next slide really shows us the top 10 benefits. I did some research. I was curious to see really what benefits are people wanting in the marketplace. And PayScale did a survey recently in 2021. And this side shows you which benefits are going to be offered and have been offered that people want. So always the question is, are you offering what your employees want? And maybe you need to ask them, maybe it's time to do another employee survey for your population. So, look at these and do you provide at least the top 5 of those benefits? Because remember, this is what employees have said they want. If we look at the next slide on the COVID impact of those benefits, during the early days of COVID, some organizations did review their benefits and found that their employees were really looking for benefits that directly impacted them in case they contracted COVID or that they needed in case they had to care for someone who did contract COVID. Let's just talk about these for a minute. About 30% of the organizations that were surveyed said that they either added short-term disability to their benefit package or they increased the payout that they were giving to their employees. And most of the time, it's 60% of your base salary to a max. Well, they increase that max. Secondly, another 30% added long-term disability, or what some did was because they couldn't afford it. Another small organizations generally don't have long-term disability. They made it a voluntary benefit and allowed people to actually elect that benefit for themselves. Life insurance, clearly 28.6%. Not that they began to offer it, but they increased the amount of life insurance. A lot of folks had a flat dollar amount that they increased. Some I saw went from 1 to 2 times salary. And they also increased the maximum amount of that life insurance that somebody could carry. What they also did was they added life insurance as a voluntary benefit or as an additional benefit that somebody could actually elect and add more life insurance for themselves. Remote work, that was a necessity at the time, but it's now become a benefit for people. And this was interesting. I thought that the health and wellness programs were pushed out, really learning how to take care of employees on a continuous basis, and pushing that out to the home-based worker was sort of something that hadn't been done before. So let's kind of now move over to look at the policy reviews on the next slide, especially for paid time off. And, along with welfare benefits comes the paid time off benefits that are also considered as not only expected, but part of that total rewards package. There's no law that says we have to provide any of these paid time off benefits, but I guarantee that you won't be able to hire or retain individuals without offering them. So the big three that we have are vacation, sick, and PTO, or paid time off. These are the benefits that employees have relied on, especially now, especially during COVID. So let's take a look at what companies have done in terms of these big three, and let's give you some ideas moving forward for what you might be able to do in these big three policies. So let's go to the next slide and talk first about vacation. I'm sure many of you, when you looked at your vacation and you reviewed the carryover policies, you made some changes. Remember, people were working from home. Many were not taking that earned and accrued time because they were working from home. And frankly, they feared even going out and mixing with the public. So here's what some companies did when they looked at their vacation policies. A lot of them, I found this interesting, paid out the accrued time that was above a certain amount to put some dollars in people's pockets. They allowed for an additional carryover into 2021 that was above and beyond what their policies had said. They granted a larger cap on that carryover time. So if you could carry over 1 week, they now said, well, you can carry over 2, and some went to 3 weeks. Some paid out the total amount of time that was already on the books. They were already carrying it and started fresh in 2021, again, to put some dollars in people's pockets. Now that things are opening up, we're finding that some people are going to begin to take vacation time. I just heard that the beaches in Florida are crowded because of those that have received double vaccines. So what are you going to do as a business? Well, some of you may set up a plan to either have people be able to buy additional time, which is interesting, or to sell back some time for cash, especially those that have a lot of weeks of vacation. This is something I thought was really interesting and I thought was really good, especially during the COVID times. Early COVID was really donating accrued times to others in the organization, where individuals would, where companies would set up a program to have individuals donate amounts of vacation time into this bank. And then others who ran out of any kind of accrued paid time could draw down and use this for themselves. The positive piece that was garnered by many organizations was that it was felt that individual employees were able to give back to those that really needed it during the pandemic time. Let's move on to the second one, which was sick time. And again, many of the policies and processes that were put in place for vacation time carried over into that sick time benefit. So you paid out sick days that weren't utilized. You may have taken away that use it or lose it. That's a big one on sick days. You either use them or you lose them, and allowed people to carry them over. Again, increase that cap. And some people actually, and again, we were talking about this before, continued the Connecticut Emergency FMLA plan regarding sick time to be paid to individuals who contracted COVID. You know, as we said before, a lot of people added STD and LTD because of the COVID. And again, with additional sick time, you know, how does that affect the organization? Is with additional sick and or vacation time, how does that affect your organization when these now big blocks of time are going to be taken by your employees? So again, let's talk about PTO, which is sort of putting that all together. And moving on to that next slide, we saw that, you know, organizations that go to this PTO type of accrual put that vacation, sick, and personal time all into one bucket. And the thought behind this was really to give employees an opportunity to utilize all of that sick, personal, and vacation time as they saw fit. PTO also revised some of their policies and processes as though they had vacation and sick. They use some of the same. So as we look now at the next slide of moving forward and what happens, we've spent time here today in a very short period of time to discuss the changes that really reflect a new reality and new approaches to focus on how we are going to move forward into 2021 and beyond. And as we think about the rest of 2021, we should really review our HR strategies and focus on the areas that are prevalent for many companies to review. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of those areas. And from my research, my own personal knowledge, and through working with my clients, that seem to have a significant impact moving forward. And the very first one, as you all probably know, is safety and security. The return of the people to the office. We've been very cognizant of continuing the CDC guidelines and rules governing safety, updated vaccine policies. Coming out of the CDC and public health and the impact on the workplace as a whole, there are changes every single day. So I would encourage you to stay up to date on that. And additionally, security is not only about the safety of people coming back to work, but it also pertains to a work environment that is free from violence and fear and moving forward toward a more compassionate and inclusive workplace. So it's really, it has two meanings there. On the diversity, equity, and inclusion side, we all need to be more aware of the issues and the problems that are facing our workforce, and we must be ready to address them. Do we have a diverse culture in the workplace? Are we being fair and equitable across the board with our processes, our policies, and procedures? And do we provide an inclusive culture where those who are in the minority feel part of the organization? I would say those are questions for you to really look at and answer. Improving that compensation structure and strategy, the minimum wage increase could cause compression issues. Will your current compensation structure embrace this? I've seen right now a lot of organizations asking me to review their structures, especially as compression and especially as these rates increase $13, $14, $15. People are looking out to that $15 level since they have a lot of employees who are in that particular $13 to $15 range, and seeing that as those begin to increase, those people above them are going to start to compress down the salaries. So implementing the changes as we talked about today is going to have an impact on your compensation philosophy and strategy that we've been trying to communicate to our employees. So, do you have a good communication plan in place that is going to be impactful to your employees, that you're going to deliver honestly and individuals are going to look at and embrace? Transparency, huge, 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 huge. Something I actually believe in. But remember, when you are transparent, you need to tell the truth and tell it often, because as I've found, any rumors that persist in your organization tend to be from the negative side. Provide an honest and sincere communication of all those changes and policies that directly affect your employees, and make sure that they understand those changes. Don't just tell them once, tell them twice, tell them 3 times. And oh, by the way, are you going to share market data and salary ranges? And if so, how much are you going to share? That's a question I get asked a lot. And I always say it depends, because it depends tends to be one of my favorite phrases. Lastly, we're going to need to prepare for the ongoing remote workforce. There are potential costs that are going to be involved in that. And again, some of this has been discussed, but are you going to start to provide, first of all, are you going to allow people to continue to work from home? I have one client that is demanding everybody come back to the office. And I have to be kind and gentle and say to them, not everybody wants to come back to the office for a whole lot of reasons. So are you going to provide computers, monitors, printers? And if so, who's going to pay for them? What about cloud-based software to be able to access the material from the office? Are you going to have a way to really maintain your internal culture remotely? Are you going to be able to transfer some of those wellness programs, those health and wellness programs that we talked about remotely? What about monthly stipends for internet connectivity? I had a client the other day say to me, do I really have to pay for internet connectivity for my employees? Well, maybe. It depends. Travel. Here's one I had: travel stipends to support in-person activities. When people now are looking at their home base as their major place of employment, you need them to come into the office. Are you going to pay them to travel from their home base office, again, Fair Labor Standards Act, into an event in the office? And I guarantee employees are going to start to ask for this if I've already had one. We've covered a lot of material in a very short period of time. You can move to the next slide. But I want to thank you all for being here for this Zoom conference, which is more the norm now. These HR subjects around compensation, benefits, and total rewards are going to continue to be on the forefront as we move forward through 2021. I am happy to answer any questions in the 3 minutes we have left. And so, Diane,
Yes.
Is there anything you think people have for questions?
Yes, we have. Like you said, we've just got maybe 2 minutes. And one question that has come up has to do with PTO. And you were talking about how whether it can carry over and who's giving it and who's not. Can you talk a little bit about when you have to pay out accrued PTO when an employee is terminated?
Sure. PTO time really is all of the time put together, and it depends on what your policy is as to whether or not you're going to pay out PTO time. Again, there's nothing in the law that says you have to pay it out, but if somebody has accrued it, it's already on your books as being accrued. Most of the companies that I know actually pay out that PTO time, but there are caveats. If somebody has willful misconduct, they may not pay it out. I've seen the caveats that say if you don't give us a 2-week notice or a 3-week notice, we are not going to pay it out. So I would tell people to really look at their policy and make sure that the policy is giving the feedback that they want and make sure that it's followed fairly and consistently.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best advice. That last thing you said is probably the most important, and that is that everyone is following the same rule. The same rule applies to everybody. And so it's really important, like you said, although it's not legally required to pay accrued unused PTO, you should have a policy that says whether you're going to or not, right? And so everyone knows what the rule is, and then even the employer will then know what the rule is, and so they know how to follow that. I'll just clarify that if an employee is laid off, you don't have to provide that last paycheck until the following payroll. But if you terminate an employee, then you need to pay that employee by the following business day. That's actually just a common question that we get probably every week. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to clarify that. But Carol, thanks so much for joining us. It was very helpful, and we'll see you next time.
Great. Thanks a lot, Diane. Take care, everyone.
Okay, we're going to take another short break, and as before, you'll see a timer on the screen after a few videos so you can see when we're due to return. We'll be right back.
just an incredibly difficult year for everybody. And from the beginning, I would call CBIA and say, listen, I've got this issue. Help me understand, clarify, translate for me. They are my go-to source. We're talking, plus 20 years for sure. O&G is close to celebrating their 100th anniversary in 2023. We have organizations and construction sites throughout the state of Connecticut. There's a strong focus on the education market, particularly our schools. At the end of the day, as an HR practitioner, you have a core set of trusted resources, and CBIA is one of them for me.
And we're back. Our next speaker is Mateen Karbassian, a continuous improvement consultant at ConStep, an affiliate of CBIA. Mr. Karbassian provides consulting, training, facilitation, and mentoring to a wide variety of employers, including manufacturers, healthcare institutions, and government agencies. He's a program leader for the ConStep Continuous Improvement Champion Certification Program. Mr. Karbassian has developed a number of training programs in continuous improvement and problem-solving techniques, and is skilled in applying best practices and leadership principles to increase both productivity and quality. Throughout his 30-year career, he's held key positions in engineering and operations, and has successfully led global enterprise-wide lean initiatives at a variety of manufacturing companies. Mr. Karbassian will introduce us to the concept of lean HR practices. Hi, Mateen. What can you tell us about lean practices and how they relate to HR?
Good afternoon. So we're going to basically start our discussion today around why HR plays a key role in the whole lean transformation of organizations. And this ranges from process improvements within key processes within HR, all the way through that lean transformation that requires the cultural transformation of an organization. So we will first look at how HR's key processes, which are actually play a key role in understanding how a company functions and how a company is introduced to new employees, as well as how those particular processes within HR play a key role in engaging current employees. So we'll look at an example of how lean methodology, lean techniques, streamlining processes can go after human resources processes, as well as, to me, the more important role, which is HR's lead in a cultural transformation of an organization. That, to me, is more critical than just the process improvement aspect of how HR functions. So let me start by just talking about something that a lot of people believe is true, which is happy employees ensure happy customers. So we've seen signs of this all over the place. There's an individual by the name of Simon Sinek who's held his, I believe, first TED Talk back in 2009. He's popularized the concept of the why. And the idea with, if you can explain the why to people, you can actually inspire them to take action. So as you explain the why to people and organizations, it's a lot easier for those organizations and those people to take action towards a common goal. Sinek, one of his quotes is, happy employees ensure happy customers, and happy customers ensure happy shareholders, in that order. So that's the sequence of that is important. So I've taken some liberties with that, and I've come up with my own. So I truly believe that lean processes play a key role in keeping stress levels low at any organization. So if we have processes that are streamlined, if we have processes that are waste-free, it certainly helps those employees accomplish those tasks with the least amount of stress in the simplest way possible to either produce a product or deliver service to their customers, whether those customers are internal or external. So if we can add that lean processes reduce stress, which result in happy results in happy customers, or employees rather, and add that to our rest of the quote from Mr. Sinek, then we know that if we have lean processes, that will end up with happier employees, which in turn ensures happy customers, and happy customers ensure happy stakeholders in that order. And we can think of any particular organization or company that we might deal with, whether it's the cable company or whether other organizations that we deal with from time to time. And if those employees have easy processes in front of them and they utilize those processes to address customers' concerns, and they don't have to either misrepresent the truth or read from a particular text to the customer, regardless of what their problem is, the customers walk away a lot more satisfied, and the customers feel that they actually got value out of that interaction. So again, the importance cannot be underestimated in terms of how lean those processes are. And the same thing applies to HR processes. So let's remind ourselves what lean is all about. Lean is not a cost reduction process or a methodology. Lean does not say, let's go cut costs. As we talk to our clients, we often bring this point up. You know, if a client says we want to particularly engage you for this particular reason, when we ask what the reason is, they said because we want to reduce cost. We have to remind them that by just focusing on cost, you may be actually being counterproductive. So you might reduce cost by using, for example, cheaper material or using cheaper labor. Does that necessarily provide the value that your customer is looking for? So we always remind ourselves of the principles of lean, which is understanding what the customer values. What is it exactly that the customer wants? How can we improve the way that we actually provide that value to the customer? How can we improve the way the work is performed? Not by doing it faster, not by doubling up on the labor resources and driving up costs, because again, if we're not addressing the wastes within those processes, now we have two individuals that are dealing with the same wastes. So instead, let's focus on identifying and eliminating or minimizing the waste, right? That's what we're trying to accomplish, eliminating and minimizing the waste within those processes. Ultimately, what lean thinking and lean methodology is trying to accomplish is to free up capacity so we can do more with less effort. So we're doing less running around the building looking for information. We have cut out excessive number of approvals, for example, within a building, within our organization. We have found easier ways to provide information to the people. We have cross-trained enough individuals so the work actually flows through processes much more smoothly and gets to the customer faster with better quality. So if we can accomplish all of that, it helps us free up capacity to do more. So we can then gain additional revenue, we can go after new market share, and we can actually entice our customers to buy more from us and buy more services and products from us. So if we have better processes in place, leaner processes in place, we can actually provide that value with the least amount of waste. How do we do that? We don't do that by assigning one person to basically go after and eliminate waste. The more people are engaged, the more people are aware in understanding what lean is all about, what wastes look like, how wastes can basically impede progress of flow within what they do every day, the higher of a chance, the higher rate of success we can have to create an environment where continuous improvement becomes part of the culture, where we can actually free up more capacity and be able to do more with less effort. So some companies that I've worked with, including some that I've been with in my past career, we've had one or two individuals tops who basically were assigned to go after process improvement. So that's just one person basically trying to engage 300 or 400 people, trying to convince a population of individuals that for legitimate reasons might be skeptics, right? They're not necessarily trusting what the company is trying to do. So by having one person kind of be the point person in terms of continuous improvement and process improvement, we're not going to accomplish that. This is where we have to engage all the employees. This is where we have to ask them to think outside the box, give them the tools, give them the training, give them the awareness, the understanding to go after wastes. One of the best examples I can think of is there was a client that I engaged with back in the mid-2000s in Stanford. Roughly 120, 150 people. What the company did was a series of half-day sessions for all the employees. Every employee went to these 4-hour sessions where they were introduced to the lean principles and lean techniques, and everyone had at least a basic understanding of what lean was trying to accomplish, that it was not about just a cost reduction methodology, that it was more than just telling people to work faster, right? It was not about improving a process so we could lay off 2 people. It was about engaging all employees so we could free up capacity, so we could grow more as a company, so we could increase our revenue, so we can become more competitive in our marketplace. So this particular company engaged us to basically provide these half-day sessions to every employee in the company. 2 years later, they won the Shingo Prize, which is basically the Manufacturing Excellence Award in the state of Connecticut, and it was amazing the transformation that they had made. All of that, I think, a key part of that was the engagement of all employees. So that is a key point that I wanted to emphasize. What does lean in HR mean? It's about simplification of the processes. It's about our ability to enhance and enhancing the ability to grow, train our employees, and retain those flexible employees. I mean, a lot of the companies today are dealing with the challenge of attracting employees, having them basically show up for an interview, competing with other companies for the same resources. I know several of our clients have a tough time finding welders, for example. They're having a tough time finding qualified welders. They're tough to find. Other skills as well. So how do we not only attract those employees, but keep them, retain them, provide an environment that they're attracted to and they want to stay in? So that's where lean comes in, right? It helps us think outside the box in terms of just a bunch of tools that improve manufacturing. If we have processes in place anywhere within the organization, those processes can be streamlined using the lean methodology. The other piece of that, as I mentioned earlier, is leading that culture change and actively contributing, if not leading, at least contributing to that organizational transformation. HR cannot be taking the back seat when it comes to continuous improvement, when it comes to employee engagement. They are in the people of dealing with business and keep the business of actually keeping people happy, right? That's what HR does. It's how they deal with people, how they keep those people engaged, how they address their issues that's critical in HR. So they need to be taking an active role. If they cannot lead, at least take an active role in that cultural transformation using the lean methodology. So let's look at processes. There are lots of processes, key processes within HR. These are an example of some of them, right? And we don't have to go through all of this, but I can give you examples of some of these as we go through, some of my own experiences, and some of the areas that I've said to myself, this would be a great process improvement activity. I wonder why we don't look at this particular process as an option or as a candidate for improvement. So one of the ones that I'm going to look at is the actual recruitment/hiring process. So how do we go about identifying the key processes that are within HR that are troublesome? So obviously getting some feedback from other individuals within the organization would help. One of the things that we got to keep in mind is every process has a customer. Every process has a product or a service that they provide, right? And we may not look at HR having a product, but every single process that we go through has an output, right? I do a little bit of work in healthcare. In the healthcare business, when a patient comes into the hospital, the patient is the customer. The product that they walk away with is the care that comes out of that process. It's not any different in the office environment of a manufacturing company or a business that's in service. It doesn't matter. Every process has an output. So if we look at onboarding, it has an output. It has a new employee that is now aware of certain critical things about the company, right? Training and development. You have individuals that are trained that are walking out of that process. Recruitment. You get an employee or an individual that is now ready to start work at your company. So what's unique about recruitment and hiring, let's talk about that. And that's the thing that I want to focus on in terms of an example of a process and process improvement. These are some metrics that came out, or survey results that came out not too long ago. A couple of them I highlighted, there's more, but these were my favorites, among the favorites. So 74% of the companies reported that hiring the wrong person, and it cost them an average of roughly $15,000 per bad hire. So that would be one thing that we could potentially look at HR and say, okay, we just hired somebody that didn't work out. Let's do a post-mortem on that. Let's understand what went wrong. Out of that, we might be able to identify opportunities, and we might get a team together that says, let's look at that whole hiring process of ours and see if we can improve things. So we end up hiring better employees. Another data that came out of this was interesting, was 69% of the companies actually admitted that they had a bad or a broken interview process. And I want to zoom in on that as well as we go through this. The sources of this survey is at the bottom of your slide, but it is interesting that you see commonality among many of these organizations, and we see similar things with our clients. So how do we go about focusing on an improvement process within HR? The example I have here is what we call a value stream map of how we currently do things within the hiring process, right? This is what's currently happening within the hiring process. This is not what is supposed to happen, what we should do differently. This is exactly a snapshot of what goes on. And it starts with basically understanding that there is a need, so we create a requisition, all the way through onboarding the employee. At a high level, that's what the process looks like. I'd like you to pay attention to the metrics that are in the upper right-hand corner. You'll see things like wait time. You see process time. You see a thing called CNA. CNA refers to the completeness and accuracy of the information throughout this whole process. From start to finish, less than 50% of the information that goes through from start to finish is complete and accurate. That should highlight an opportunity for us. While we have a process time of 247 hours, the process time being the actual touch time involved in those activities, including all the interviews that we're doing and so on and so forth. In addition to that process time, there's an additional over 100 days worth of wait time. Again, I often talk about the DMV, so I apologize to those that have heard this story 10,000 times. But the DMV, during normal times, not COVID, pre-COVID, when you went to the DMV, you spent 5 minutes at the window, but then 2.5 hours of total time in the building. If the DMV said, we're going to improve this process, so instead of that 5 minutes at the window, guess what? You're going to spend 2 minutes. Your next question is, what about the 2.5 hours? And if the answer is, well, we're not going to touch that, did they really improve the process? That's why we look at those metrics and we capture not only the touch time involved in those activities, but the overall time that it took us to go from start to finish, including all that waiting time. The challenge becomes, how do we reduce that? How do we reduce that wait time? We start brainstorming, right? We look at potential issues that we need to address, such as we have no idea what's going on with the requisition. I put in a requisition 2 weeks ago. I have no idea where it is. What is the status, right? We identify incomplete and inaccurate information. What can we do about the quality of the information, right? We find out that depending on who puts in a requisition, which supervisor or manager, they might fill out the form differently. They may skip certain things. They may describe things differently, so on and so forth. Then we start populating our current state map with potential solutions, right? Maybe there's software we can use, maybe there isn't. Maybe there's some manual things that we can put in place that will improve the process. We identify delays, where excessive delays are taking place. We identify where tribal knowledge exists. Tribal knowledge refers to basically the knowledge, the process is in someone's head, and there's no documentation of it. We identify potential solutions for that. We identify additional improvement opportunities or additional issues and obstacles that stand in the way of flow. And we propose some other solutions. The idea with this is to not change it right away, but the lean methodology tells us, let's understand how we do today, what we do today, what are the steps that we actually go through today, and then identify the improvement opportunities, additional issues that we need to address. Which brings us to, if we were to look at the hiring process in more detail, these are some of the best practices that are out there, and I'm sure many of you are familiar, if not all of you are familiar with these. But just to reiterate, these are some of the best practices that are out there that if we're not following these, we should probably revisit our hiring process and see if we can incorporate these into our process today. When we put an ad out, right, when we advertise for the position, is it thorough enough? Is it specific enough? If we want a technical individual, do we just put down a Bachelor of Science, or do we just say a Bachelor of Science in Engineering? Whatever the specifics need to be, is our ad really telling us or telling the audience out there, the potential hires, what we actually need? How was that ad put together? Did we get enough input from the stakeholders to tell us if the ad is actually legitimate before it goes out? Or do we find out later on from the hiring manager that the ad has nothing to do with the vacancy? Some basic stuff. If technology is available to filter some of the applications, that would be a great thing, right? If there is some technology available, if we're using an outside source to help us do that, maybe that's another option. Prepping properly for the interview, including knowing exactly who's coming in. Having that individual's resume ready, and I'm smiling because it reminds me of my one of the encounters I had, which I'll elaborate on. Prep a list of core questions. Where are these core questions generated? Did we, again, consult the actual key stakeholders that know something about the process, or not the process, the job, the opening, that we actually come up with a good set of questions that are relevant to the position? Make a good impression. This, along with number 3, prepping properly for the interview, reminds me of an encounter that I had years ago. I typically show up 10, 15 minutes if I had any interviews. I haven't had an interview in 15 years, but typically I would show up 10, 15 minutes earlier, ready to go. I think I was probably sitting there 5, 10 minutes until the individual came out. The manager came out and got me. We went into his office, and I believe he probably was chewing on a whole pack of Wrigley's spearmint gum. I think he was just, I mean, the way he was chewing, it was just so loud and annoying. But he's sitting there at his desk, chewing gum, and the next thing he does, he actually goes through a stack of resume, looking for my resume. I mean, that really made an impression. I could not wait until I get out of that interview. Back then, there were no cell phones. I believe the only thing that was available was Telegram. So I made my way to the nearest payphone, and I called the headhunter, and I said, there is no way. I don't care what the pay is. I'm not working for this individual. So making that good impression at the beginning, making that those first impressions are key. Do I really want to work for this individual, regardless of the pay? Answer questions honestly, right? And if you don't have an answer, don't try to make something up. Say, I will get back to you. I don't have that answer right now. I'll get back to you. The worst thing we can do is make stuff up, right? Follow up with every candidate as quickly as possible. That's the other thing. I went to another interview years ago. This was a different company. And I waited, I think 4 or 5 weeks went by. Finally, 8 o'clock one night, the phone rings. My future boss is calling me from a bar, offering me a job. When I showed up, they weren't even ready for me. 3 weeks later, when I finally showed up, they weren't even ready for me. So, round off the experience with effective onboarding, which reminds me of when I gave that 3-week notice to my then current employer and I started the job at the new employer, the first thing that my boss told me after he greeted me was, let's find you a desk. So here I am giving them 3-week notice. I walk into the company and now they're looking for a desk for me. It took 2 months to get a computer. Back then, for those of you that remember, the gateway computers, those were the ones that we were buying. They had that cow skin on the outer box. And the joke was, whenever I asked, hey, when am I getting my computer? The joke was, when the cows come home. I'm hoping that you're laughing on the other side. Anyway, then we move on into designing and building the future state. So based on those improvements, based on those ideas that we've identified, in terms of how can we improve the hiring process, we create a blueprint for creating that future state. The future state is our target condition. This is where we want to be if we implemented all those solutions and if we improved on some of those issues. Please pay attention to the metrics on the upper right-hand corner again. You'll see the wait time has decreased. The process time has maybe gone up a little bit, actually, right? So we added a little bit more time to the processing time, to the touch time, but what we've actually done is we have significantly reduced that wait time. So the overall time actually reduces, hopefully, in the future state from 136 days down to 73 days, right? Overall, we have a better process that also, once implemented, will have better information from start to finish. If you look at the completeness and accuracy, that jumped up from 46 to 62. Again, this becomes the blueprint for implementing the future state. Let's switch gears and talk about culture. One of the things that I mentioned is, yes, HR can certainly look at their own processes and make process improvements within their key processes, and that would be a great example of setting an example for the rest of the organization that lean is not just about where we manufacture parts or where we work on machines. Again, we have processes in HR. Let's focus on those. Let's improve those as well. And if HR can take the lead and convince accounting, finance, quoting, sales, you name it, that lean also applies in the office, that'd be a great thing. But they also play a key role in that cultural transformation. John Kotter is one of my favorite authors when it comes to change. In his book, Leading Change, this is how he defines culture. Group of norms, behaviors, and underlying shared values that help keep those norms in place. Whenever we talk with clients about culture, we hear the word they a lot. They do this, they do that. They are very busy because they are everywhere. Regardless of which company we go to, we hear they are there. So after we have some discussions around that, it becomes apparent that they are actually we. And regardless of where we are, whether we are at a client company or whether we are within our organization, we have our own cultural challenges, and we take those shortcuts to say, well, it's not me, it's somebody else. The culture here is such because that's the way it is. But we determine the culture. We play a key role in that. And HR in particular plays a key role in creating that culture, right? Here's another way of looking at it. Culture is created by what is tolerated and promoted. By what is created, by what is tolerated and promoted. So I've been telling you about my interview experiences. I started work at this company years ago, and the way that my orientation was set up, I had to meet with different individuals, and this was the vice president of human resources at this particular company. One of the things that a couple of the things that he mentioned really got my attention. First of all, she had a tough time saying my first name. I understand that there are 5 large letters in my first name. It's very difficult to pronounce 5 letters. So it was very challenging for her to say Mateen. So she finally said, we have to find a new name for you. This is in the mid-90s. Okay, this is not 1822. This is mid-90s. So the next thing that she said was, when you walk around the facility, whether in the shop or in the office, you are going to see certain people with a cup of coffee in their hand. I just want to let you know that you're not one of those people. Translation. You're not going to be able to walk around with a cup of coffee, but if you see others do that, they're allowed. So again, the type of messages that we're sending here is different set of standards for different individuals. So speaking of 1822, Let's go back to 1852. This is a memo that was actually found when they were doing some serious housekeeping in this company in Connecticut. One of our clients, I worked with this company for a couple of years and developed a good relationship with them. So one of the guys that I was working with said, Mateen, this is what we found a couple of weeks ago in the founder's home that's basically still on the same campus as the company. So I started reading this. This is a memo that was issued in 1852 to office employees. So when people often revert back to the good old days, I want to remind you, they weren't that good. So let me just share with you some examples. Again, this is a memo from the office manager to the office people, obviously. No talking is allowed during business hours. So apparently, if a person is having a tough time with a form or a document or an inquiry from a customer, forget it. They just got to figure it out on their own. There's no talking. Members of the clerical staff will provide their own pens. The good thing is that we have a new sharpener that's available, but if you want to use it, you got to ask Mr. Rogers. Again, this is 1852. I did not realize, I didn't realize that PBS existed back then, and there was a show by the name of Mr. Rogers. Maybe that's a different Mr. Rogers. Anyway, moving on. Another one that I highlighted for here is no member of the clerical staff may leave the room without permission from Mr. Rogers. Apparently, this Mr. Rogers character is pretty powerful. Calls of nature are permitted. Well, thank God for that. And clerical staff may use the garden below the second gate. The area must be kept in good condition. These are some examples, and here's the last one. The owners recognize the generosity of the new labor laws, but because of these new utopian conditions, they expect that output will rise as a result of it. So these were new laws that were put in place that probably forced companies not to force their employees to have them stay 14, 15-hour days, okay? How does this culture change? Obviously, gradually, right? You know, there were labor management issues, conflicts that changed a lot of this. There were labor laws, newer labor laws that were put in place that eliminated some of the ridiculousness of these type of cultures. But the question we got to ask is, what can we do in HR to challenge the existing culture, to challenge the status quo? What are some of the things that we do that make no sense? I take you back to my onboarding of the company where the individual told me I had to change my name or they were going to find a new name for me. And don't have a cup of coffee in your hand. This company asked their engineers, all their salaried employees except the managers, to punch in and out every day they came in. We were not hourly, we were salaried employees. So, and if you didn't, you basically ended up getting a call from HR the following day and say you were late 2 minutes, okay? It got to a point where you felt like doing this, right? Punching the clock because it was just so frustrating. I give you this example because I want you to think about how you can lead the way in culture change. Participate. Close the loop when someone asks you for an idea or an issue. Remove obstacles. Welcome all improvements. Celebrate all these little improvements. Make sure you make a big deal out of these little improvements because all those incremental changes are going to give you good results. Provide support when people need it and recognize people for what they do. Reward them. Speaking of ideas, don't use a suggestion box with a lock on it, as if you're trying to lock away ideas, right? Don't do this. This is outdated. Present ideas openly. This is from the Cleveland Clinic, obviously a healthcare institution. The ideas that the employees generate, they're posted visually, and there's a process that is visual that shows what's happening with that idea. Anything that relates to cost, safety, quality, delivery, all of those are considered. Things that have nothing to do with those criteria, with that criteria, are dismissed. But there's an explanation that's given. If you have cross-training matrix, visually display those, not in an Excel sheet. Visually display those. This shows the skills, so it helps the managers kind of shift people, but it also creates an opportunity for people to know that their peers may have other skills than they do, and it encourages them to cross-train on additional jobs. I want you to take a look at this on your own. These are questions for you as we wrap up this discussion. What would be the benefits of these things? What would be the impact if we actually changed the way we looked at our processes and improved our processes? What if we changed our culture? What would be the benefit of all these types of activities? Last word that I'll leave with you. Don't just support, lead the way.
Okay, Mateen, I've got one kind of important question, and that is if anyone out there is interested in implementing a lean HR process, is that something that Constep gives classes in, or that they hire you to do, or how do they go about doing that?
We pretty much work in any type of environment, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's healthcare, whether it's service. We look at any type of processes. I've actually had the class that you mentioned, the Continuous Improvement Champion Certification Program that we offer twice a year. We've had a couple of people that have actually looked at human resource processes, and one of them actually worked on an onboarding process and had some really impressive results with the way they actually onboarded the individual and set a career path for that individual. Before that, there was no career path. They would lose people on and off because their turnover rate was high, because the individual had no idea what was going to happen to them as they started employment at that particular company.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you very much, Mateen.
Thank you.
We are now going to move on to our next segment. And so since now we know how to streamline our HR and employment practices, let's make sure we actually know what the employment laws require. The Biden administration has already had a significant impact on employers, and there's likely much more to come. So to help us navigate this is Britt-Marie Cole-Johnson, an attorney at Robinson+Cole. Ms. Cole-Johnson focuses her practice on counseling employers in all areas of employment law and handles sensitive, high-risk personnel issues and investigations, as well as compliance and training. Hi, Britt-Marie. Thanks very much for being here and helping us with this important topic. I know you've been updating minute by minute.
Thanks, Diane. No, we're thrilled to be here. Very excited to talk to the CBIA audience today, and certainly thrilled to be a sponsor. So thanks for having me. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump in. Hopefully my slides will appear and everyone will be able to see them. I want to thank everyone in advance for being interested in the topic. I know that the Biden administration and certainly sort of even considering the Supreme Court changes we've seen are going to have huge impacts for employers. We've already started to see sort of the tip of that. So today's presentation should hopefully give everyone all the information they need to feel somewhat better prepared. I always like to say, again, we're lawyers, so there's been no attorney-client relationship established here. If you need legal advice, certainly we're happy to assist with that. And obviously, some of the things that I'm going to share with you today are more along the lines of predictions and somewhat speculative in light of the fact that, government's a fast-moving object, meaning we know that they can sort of turn on a dime. And there have been things that we saw already in the Biden campaign proposals that have not necessarily been delivered on, at least not in the way that they were originally imagined. So I'm going to raise some of those issues today just for purposes of our discussion. But hopefully this will give you at least a better feel for what to expect. So turning to our agenda, now that we have the Biden administration in office and it's official, we wanted to sort of set the stage a little bit and talk to everyone about how employers are going to be impacted. The number one sort of immediate change that you will all feel, if you haven't felt it already, is of course the change in the COVID-19 response. The federal government that is in place now obviously has decided to take a more proactive approach and a more immediate approach. So, for example, the most recent announcement that we saw with President Biden coming out and explicitly saying that he wants all adults in the U.S. to be able to have access to the vaccine for COVID-19 by May 1. Even that is just sort of a huge shift. His first sort of announcement on the front was to tell folks he wanted to have 100 million doses sort of administered within his first 100 days. He appears to be on pretty good sort of track to do that, which is a great thing certainly for employers who are ready to get back to business. But now sort of this announcement telling the states to, accelerate whatever timelines they had in place to meet that May 1 deadline is yet another sort of shift in a good direction for business, certainly, but also just shows how this COVID-19 response has certainly shifted under this administration. Other things to just keep in mind in terms of impacts to employers. You are going to see changes on the labor and employment front, particularly because this administration is more pro-employee and pro-union. So long-term, expect those changes to come down the pike. We are certainly sort of looking at them now. And even on the labor front, sort of the PRO Act legislation that has been proposed and is sort of working its way through the government. We will see where that lands us, but expect changes, expect them to be sort of pro-employee, pro-union. In terms of federal agency priorities, we are anticipating seeing enforcement actions increase. So my best guess is that all of the employee-related functions, such as the EEOC, the DOL, OFCCP, all of those federal agencies are also going to jump on the bandwagon from that standpoint. So as you're thinking about today and sort of how we're going to work through our agenda, what I'm asking all of you to be thinking about in the back is like, okay, so if I'm an HR professional, I'm running my HR department, what should we be doing now to prepare? And one of the sort of key pieces to that is really going to be sort of staying abreast of what is going on so far. So let's talk a little bit about what the Biden administration has in fact been up to. So many of you are probably aware that the executive orders have been issued. So one of them is that the DOL has been told to revise and issue new guidance regarding the health and safety of workers. One of the immediate sort of criticisms that has been launched by the Biden administration was to explicitly say they thought that the prior administration was not sort of taking enough action on COVID-19, and so they are directing federal agencies to do that now. Many of you are probably aware that there is a COVID-19 pandemic testing board, and there's also sort of clarity being requested from the Department of Labor around unemployment insurance, and we've seen some action there. Something to just be aware of, President Biden is being particularly aggressive from a nomination standpoint. And I want to highlight that for all of you because it will have potential impacts to employers, because these are folks who are going to be holding positions of power within the Department of Labor, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, as well as the National Labor Relations Board. All of them are generally considered to be more union and employee friendly. I'll highlight one, for example, Marty Walsh, who essentially, people know him to be a quote unquote union man, self-described union man. So we will expect to see some more union favorable action come out from our Secretary of Labor. And then also there are focuses that they are going to take that will be more employee friendly, such as looking at pay equity. Now, think back 4 years, prior administration under Obama, we saw a lot of focus on pay equity issues. The thought is that President Biden is going to renew that focus. There's already been one leader who has come out and explicitly said that that will be a focus for her. So Jenny Yang, who joined the OFCCP as its director, has explicitly said that she sees pay equity as a federal contracting priority. So for those of you who are federal contractors, if you can add that to your list of things to just be mindful of, we are expecting to see that shift as well. We generally think that the nominations are going to be more liberal on social issues. And a few of these nominations were made essentially after President Biden came in, and instead of sort of waiting for the natural course to take place of having Republicans sort of phase out of those roles, he took the position that he wanted to actually fire them. This may pose some issues because there have been questions raised about whether President Biden really had authority to do those things, particularly with agencies that are supposed to operate somewhat independently. I'll highlight one such example that may have come to your attention already. Peter Robb, who is the sitting NLRB general counsel, was actually fired by President Biden within hours of taking office. His term was not set to expire until November 2021, so we were still a good ways off. But President Biden fired him upon taking office and then proceeded to appoint an acting general counsel. So Peter Orr has been appointed that position. He's already taken quite a few actions in the role, but of course, because of how he came into it, there have been questions raised already about whether he has authority to act in the manner that he does, and to actually issue complaints and prosecute unfair labor practice charges. So we're curious to see sort of where that will go. Other things to just sort of keep in mind, some of the nominations obviously will sort of change the focus of agencies like the EEOC and the NLRB, because having the Democratic majority there may very well shift sort of how they choose to operate and where they focus their energy. So I'm going to turn to sort of changes to the COVID-19 response, just to outline a little bit of that for you. As I said, you've probably already seen sort of an increased federal government involvement. For example, one of the things that we're sort of curiously waiting to see, President Biden has stopped short of sort of driving policy, meaning we don't have, for example, like a federal law that's in place that says you must wear masks in public. That was initially sort of a concern that a lot of either businesses and or those with interested in sort of policy directives were concerned about. We haven't seen him go that far, but we expect to continue to see increased federal government involvement in COVID-19, with the biggest obvious involvement being the most recent relief package that was passed. Things that you're going to see shifting. Obviously, there's been more testing, more funding put towards testing. There's been more of a focus on vaccine distribution as well as PPE production. And if you're sitting in the seat of trying to decide what to do now, obviously you have a complicated situation on hand, because we have sort of the federal government giving guidance, and obviously you're still looking towards the CDC's guidance. And then, of course, you have the complicating factor that, our state government is very active in terms of setting guidance and expectations for what employers should and should not be doing. And as I'm sure you all are experiencing, it's a bit of a fast moving train, meaning you may put something in place from a policy perspective today, and then you're looking at, what's on your agenda for next week, and it's already shifting. So, for example, I know that employers in Connecticut who have an office space and are subject to the office rules that were issued earlier by Connecticut state government, you now are looking at potentially having 100% capacity in the office next week if you want to. Now, you may decide that based on what you know about the sort of vaccination rates among your population, or just how you feel about where the Connecticut positivity rating is for COVID-19, maybe you don't feel comfortable to do that. But the reality remains that you absolutely could. Another thing to keep in mind, for example, we know that we're going to see the travel advisory that has been in place and been a requirement drop to more of a sort of a guidance status, meaning you can follow it if you'd like to. We'd like to see you follow it, but if you don't follow it, we've taken away the teeth. So just these are all things to think about. The federal government's impact on the COVID-19 response is a very real one. And obviously we're all in a place where we're sort of watching anxiously to see if there'll be additional guidance that's issued. Okay, so keeping that in mind, I'm going to turn to sort of what we've seen from the two most relevant government agencies to this issue, which is OSHA and the CDC. It's been sort of an interesting ride for all of us following them along during this special time. So everyone should be aware, and again, this goes back to sort of if I'm in the HR department right now, what am I doing? One of the agencies that I'm going to closely follow is going to be OSHA, and the other is probably going to be the CDC, just from a federal level in terms of the COVID-19 response. So OSHA has issued COVID-19 safety guidance now, and they essentially have asked employers to make sure that they have a COVID-19 prevention program. Some of the core pieces of that include having a workplace coordinator. So there should be somebody in your workplace who is responsible for your COVID-19 response. It may fall into the lap of HR, may fall into the lap of health and safety. We've seen some folks put it under compliance, some have put it under legal. It really depends on what your setup is, but that person should be aware of sort of what the hazards are related to COVID-19, and they should have a hierarchy of controls in place, meaning you understand sort of from start to finish how you're running your workplace specific to COVID-19. So do you have, for example, screening questionnaires that people have to fill out before they come into your facility? Why or why not? That would be the person who would be presumed to sort of have those answers and be thinking about this on a daily, if not minute by minute basis, to make sure that the right things are in place. OSHA has also launched a national emphasis program, and just in case anyone's unfamiliar with it, they're essentially temporary programs that are meant to target OSHA resources on particular hazards and specific industries. So the new national emphasis program is concentrated on inspections, outreach, and compliance assistance to essentially identify and reduce or eliminate the COVID-19 exposures that have happened in various workplaces, with a particular focus on healthcare, as well as grocery stores, restaurants, and storage facilities. All of those make sense because we all know those are sort of like frontline exposure opportunities, particularly in the healthcare industry. Other things to just sort of think about. I know President Biden has appointed 2 deputy assistant secretaries to speed up plans for workplace safety under OSHA. So again, he's sort of putting his resources where his mouthpiece has been in terms of campaign promises that were made. And so we do have some expectations for future guidance and enforcement. There is an expectation there's going to be a reinforcement of some of the health and safety regs that were altered and or dropped by the prior administration. And so, a return to sort of record keeping requirements and reporting regulations. The inspector population among OSHA had dropped significantly. So we're expecting to see that, sort of result in an uptick as well. Another thing to just think about, President Biden had appointed a new set of leaders under OSHA. And the thought there is that he's really just trying to kickstart sort of OSHA's efficacy once again. So the team does include a new Deputy Assistant Secretary for Occupational Safety and Health. That person is James Frederick. A Deputy Assistant Secretary for Pandemic and Emergency Response. That's Joseph Hughes Jr. And then a Senior Advisor, Ann Rosenthal. And just note that, we do expect OSHA to be issuing at any day now some type of emergency temporary standard for COVID-19. That is something that the prior administration opted not to do, but the expectation is that we are going to see that, and that we're going to see much more enforcement around sort of COVID-19 regulations, because there have been a number of reports that the number of inspections conducted to date are far lower than what you would have expected to see. So it's somewhere in the, well under 1,000 range when it should have been well over. So just be aware that may mean that as an employer, you may have to be a little bit more prepared to hear OSHA knocking at your door and asking you to sort of explain what's going on. The other thing they're planning to increase sort of operational capacity for is investigating complaints when whistleblowers raise issues related to COVID-19, because there has been sort of an offshoot of employees who are complaining that when they reach out to OSHA, they are non-responsive to them and not sort of on top of the ball in terms of getting out to the facility to check on hazards that are being reported in the workplace. So we expect to see some movement on that level as well. So I'm going to turn the page and start talking to you a little bit about some changes we anticipate in terms of employment laws specific to wages, something that we all in the HR space certainly care a lot about. Now, we know that the Biden administration made this sort of push for 15 a core piece of the campaign promises. As I'm sure many of you are aware, with the most recent relief package that was approved, that was not included. So the Biden administration faced incredible opposition to his plan for a $15 minimum wage. And I know those of us in Connecticut are sort of sitting hearing, okay, well, we were already moving in that direction as a state, so not really anything new for us, but I highlight it because many of you may have operations in other states where this will have impact. So under ARPA, which is the new relief package, it ultimately was not included. The plan that was proposed was to gradually increase the minimum wage. So the first increase was going to go up to $9.50 an hour and would have occurred the day that the law went into effect. And then it was going to be annual increases until they reached $15 an hour for 4 years post the effective date. And then they would agree to just review it annually. So this wasn't like an overnight, hey, we're going to go from, $7.25 to $15. It was not that type of bill. So it's very similar, quite frankly, to what we put in place in Connecticut. One of the other pieces that they had proposed is that the Democrats sponsoring the bill wanted to see a gradual elimination of essentially sub-minimum wage for workers who are paid in part through tips. Right now, and again, this is us sort of being speculative, we don't see another option for this to be proposed right now. The best and most obvious option would have been to include it as part of ARPA. And right now, there's nothing else that's sort of waiting in the wings where we expect to see this minimum wage proposal pop up again. That doesn't mean it won't happen, but just something to keep in mind, particularly for those of you with operations in other states. We have heard that the U.S. Department of Labor is considering moving towards a proposal to revise the regulations that govern tipped employees, and essentially setting up a potential withdrawal of one of the prior administration's rules that would have given businesses permission to pay tipped workers the lower hourly wage, which is about $2.13 per hour when they're doing tasks that don't actually generate tips. The Wage and Hour Division had delayed the effective date of that rule by about 60 days to allow for further consideration. And so we have not seen what's going to be proposed there, but for those of you that have tipped employees, this may have some impact for you. The Biden administration also has said that they plan to focus on extending overtime pay to more workers. Their plan to do that would be to increase the salary thresholds for exempt employees. So they'd have more employees who fall into that non-exempt category and in fact would be entitled to overtime. So if that comes to fruition, I don't know if they'll sort of switch focus since they've sort of lost momentum on the minimum wage piece of this, but that may be another area where they're able to sort of have some movement from a wage perspective. So I would keep that on your radar. Changing to the joint employer standard under the Fair Labor Standards Act and the National Labor Relations Act, they are seeking to broaden sort of the application of that, meaning having more employers considered to be joint employers, particularly those who are using staffing or temp agencies or some type of contingent workforce. So those of you who have relationships that involve contingent workforce, like, whether it be sort of the gig economy folks or making high use of staffing or temp agencies, et cetera, you'll want to think carefully about those relationships and what they look like. I know a lot of employers like to engage in them with the thought being, hey, we're doing this because it does not sort of make us the employer. But that's not always the case. Those relationships don't necessarily function in that way or have that impact. And For those of you who don't sort of have a full understanding or have never engaged legal to kind of talk that through with you, I would definitely give that some thought now, simply because it may have more impact to you long-term than you are anticipating or prepared for. So needless to say, everything on the wage and hour front is very sort of, has the impact to bottom line, which means, as HR, you really care about it because it can impact your costs and operations. So I want to sort of encourage all of you to keep these types of issues on your radar in particular, just because it will impact your payroll. Okay, so turning the corner to benefits. So another sort of hot issue under the Biden administration. So as part of their campaign focus, there was a push for, federal paid leave laws. Now, as you can imagine, this is a really timely sort of push, particularly keeping in mind the types of issues that we're all faced with now, i.e. dealing with the pandemic and trying to make sure that workers are healthy enough to come to work and can come to work in a safe manner. So one of their proposed laws that they're hoping to push down the road is the Healthy Families Act, which would essentially require any employer that has 15 or more employees to provide an hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours worked, up to 7 paid sick leave days per year. Now, for those of you who are federal contractors, this may sound very familiar to you. The reason it's going to sound familiar is that you're already subject to an executive order that requires you to do that. So this would essentially just be an expansion of that. So for employers who are not already doing this, which again, in Connecticut, we're sort of required from a state perspective to already have obligations for paid sick leave days. And obviously, I'm sure many of you who listened in this morning heard from Andrea Barton-Reeves as to how the new Connecticut FMLA paid leave authority is going to impact your business. But nevertheless, if we were to see movement at a federal level, that may have some additional impacts to businesses. So this is one where, it's not officially on the radar, meaning it has not been sort of officially sponsored or put on the books yet, but it is something that the Biden administration talked about heavily from a campaign promise perspective, especially, keeping in mind that there's also a thought about another act called the Family Act, which would essentially provide 2/3 of pay for up to 12 weeks of qualifying leave and kind of run concurrent with the Family and Medical Leave Act that's already on the books from a federal perspective. So as you're thinking about this, you'll want to think about your existing policies, what you're offering from either a short-term disability standpoint or a paid sick leave standpoint, or even just sort of your general PTO policies to the extent that's how you wrap in those costs. So one thing I just want to highlight is that there are some state legislatures that are considering bills that would essentially require employers to reimburse employees who are working remotely for certain costs. As you can imagine, this is another, it's a benefit, but at the same time, the cost is explicitly put on the employer. There is such a House bill pending in the Connecticut legislature. It's House Bill 653. I can see the screen here, I want to say 38 in Connecticut, which would essentially say that if you are told to work from home by your employer then has to reimburse you for your costs. So that could be everything from computers to ink for your printer, paper for your printer, a data plan, your internet services, all of that. And it's not clear so far sort of who gets to decide what is covered or necessary. But as you can imagine, as an employment attorney, that's one of the bills that we are watching closely because we're just curious to see where that's going to land and what will happen from an outcome perspective, especially as it has the potential to have some costs. And I know some of you are probably sitting there thinking, okay, well, we already cover some of those items, so maybe not a huge impact. But if you're one of the employers who kind of covers nothing, it may have bigger impact for you. So I would give that some thought. Moving to our next slide here, I want to just quickly cover changes to the employment laws on the EEO side. So we do expect that the Biden administration is going to try to strengthen the laws that are enforced by the EEOC and the OFCCP. We anticipate a change sort of in the majority of who's ruling the EEOC in July of 2022. That said, with President Biden's sort of appetite to fire people, that could happen far sooner than we anticipate. And I've listed a few of the laws here just for your your reference to see some of the things that they are in fact focused on. And the one I will highlight is the Paycheck Fairness Act, because again, it's that focus on pay equity and has the potential for costs, whereas the others are more sort of focused on general, discrimination and harassment issues, which are important too and can certainly have costs as well, but don't sort of specifically go to payroll and how it gets monitored and measured. If I can move on to the next slide, I want to make sure we keep us on time to the extent I can. Those of us who are dealing with unions and various labor laws, just be aware that the Biden administration has been pretty blunt about how pro-union they are. So don't be surprised if you see some expectations set there. The most sort of important thing I'll highlight there for you, because it's already been proposed, is the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. It's being called PRO-ACT for short. And essentially, it goes back to some of the things we saw under the Obama administration in terms of strengthening organizing capacities, expanding the definition of employees, banning right to work laws, which we see in some of our southern states and otherwise, expanding on joint employer rules, et cetera, and really tightening some of the penalties that are available if an employer actually interferes with union organizing. I say all this to say that if you are a unionized employer, this matters for you. If you are a non-unionized employer who right now sort of is proudly union-free, this could absolutely have impact to you as well. And you should be thinking about how best to prepare, and certainly something to consult with your labor council on. Other things I'll just quickly highlight is that the PRO Act includes the extension of, or there is contemplation of extending the right to organize to independent contractors. And obviously for any client or employer who's really heavily relying on independent contractors, that could be very problematic. So just something to keep on your radar. All right, so turning the corner, we're going to talk a little bit about sort of changes to the Affordable Care Act, or at least a potential change. The Biden administration recently issued an executive order that reopened the marketplace for 3 months, starting on February 15th, so that those people who weren't already insured could absolutely secure coverage for themselves if they so choose. They are very focused on sort of shoring up the ACA, which that's certainly not the focus of the prior administration. So we do expect to see some potential changes there to some of the rules that govern those employer-sponsored insurance plans, as well as sort of who has access to the ACA. All right, so turning to the next topic, just some other hot issues to be aware of. Any of you who were heavily relying on foreign nationals for purposes of sort of filling out your workforce, we do expect to see this administration be much more friendly to you. So that's certainly a plus. We've already seen some action there, which is great. So you should see that ease up for you a little bit. Give me 1 second here, because it looks like my laptop became disconnected and from my power. Sorry about that. We have also seen a renewed focus on independent contractors, which, for many of you who sort of have gig workers, this is something to just pay attention to. I'm sure you watched what happened in California. The most sort of recent worldwide big issue on it was in the UK, where a significant number of Uber workers are being reclassified as actually being employees and not independent contractors. The Biden administration has this on their radar. They haven't quite made clear what their focus is going to be on it in terms of how they want to address it from a national perspective, but it is on their radar. Other things, we anticipate potential increase in taxes and shareholder influence from executive comp perspective. They've said they're interested in sort of looking at sort of retirement issues nationally. Certainly the legalization of cannabis, that continues to be an issue. And obviously as a state, we know we're grappling with that as well. And then we do expect to see some potential movement on non-compete agreements. That's another thing that's been mentioned. And then finally, also the ability to use arbitration agreements. That was a hot topic under sort of 2 administrations ago. So we think that's going to come back under the Biden administration as well. All right, so turning to our next quick thing here. So we do expect the federal agency priorities to shift. There has been an executive order essentially issued to all federal agencies telling them that they need to make sure that they are heavily focused on prohibiting sex discrimination. And so we do expect to see increased funding to those agencies on that basis so that they can have additional opportunities for audits, reviews, and other types of agency proceedings. So just something else to sort of keep on your radar, because you may see more enforcement activity there. All right, and then finally, the OFCCP. So the OFCCP under the Biden administration, and again, this is for federal contractors, they're one of the first actions they took was to rescind the Trump administration's executive order that essentially said that certain types of racial and sex discrimination sensitivity trainings could not be held for employees of federal contractors. That resulted in many of those federal contractors deciding to halt the type of training they did, and had sort of a little bit of an uproar in that community. So we expect now, once that's been sort of rescinded, we don't expect to see that again under this administration. We do expect to see, again, the renewed focus on pay equity, pushing federal contractors potentially to pay a $15 minimum wage. We expect to see sort of a focus on union organizing and sort of federal contractors being more friendly to union organizing efforts rather than sort of working to shut them down. So just something to keep in mind. And then finally, they've been very clear that from an enforcement action standpoint, if they see employers engaging in particular with wage theft, union busting, or anything else they consider to be a labor law violation, that they're exploring doing multi-year debarments, which for any employer who's heavily relying on federal funds for purposes of their sort of revenue sources, obviously that is a huge, huge disincentive to engage in those efforts. So just something to think about as you're kind of planning out how you want to deal with your union avoidance activities, et cetera. All right, so finally, we're going to turn to some takeaways. So as you can imagine, after everything we've covered, we expect to see some significant changes under this administration in terms of how it has chosen to position itself from a labor and employment standpoint. We know that some of that is not just in the hands of the president, but also requires cooperation from Congress, which right now there's enough of a sort of force from a Democratic perspective that there's support for those initiatives. But of course, they can be challenged at the Supreme Court level. So something to think about, since the Supreme Court has been reshaped in such a manner that it's unclear whether that support will be there for the Biden administration. If you are sort of sitting in the seat of being someone who has to drive action on these issues, my advice to you is that you really stay up to date on any changes that are going on. Right now, I'd prioritize COVID-19, but as a secondary priority, just sort of generally looking at employment laws. Consider whether you have somebody sort of internally who can monitor these things for you. SHRM is a great resource for that as well. And certainly, reaching out to counsel as you have sort of hotter issues come up is a good practice to engage in. So with that said, I'm going to turn things back over to Diane. I can take any questions that may have popped up or
great.
that you'd like to raise.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a couple of questions. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the FFCRA. You mentioned COVID, and so we've had some questions about, I guess, beginning April 1st, right? Whether employers should use that COVID pay, I guess we could call it, for people to get vaccines and to recover from vaccines. And also if you know how that law is changing as it's going to apply to family medical leave.
Sure, no, it's a great question. So you've heard me refer to ARPA, which stands for the American Rescue Plan Act. It did not have as much of an impact on FFCRA as I think many sort of employees may have hoped. So essentially, it does not include an extension of FFCRA leave. So that's the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act. This is the leave that was available to all employees last year who had time off needed from work related to either potential exposures or having COVID-19 diagnoses. What it does include is for employers who want to voluntarily continue to provide FFCRA leave to its employees, you can. And there will be a tax credit provided to you through September 30th of 2021. And then they've added, as you mentioned, Diane, qualifying circumstances now include not just, sort of a potential exposure or having a diagnosis, but it also covers the vaccination time or the wait time for results of, sort of a test, as well as folks who react badly to the vaccine. So, we did see some expansion there, but not quite what the employee-friendly audience would have been looking for. And you may see lots of employers sort of choosing to opt out of that. Despite the tax credit, it's going to be up to them on an individual basis whether they want to opt into that.
Okay. Just let me know if you're prepared to talk about this. This is a question that came in, and it's kind of a hot topic in just the last couple of days. But can you talk about the new COBRA 100% subsidy? I know that wasn't.
No, that's totally fine.
Okay.
I can't speak about it in any detail because I always like to remind people I'm an employment attorney. I'm not a benefits lawyer. And there's a reason why benefits lawyers are into tax rules and employment attorneys are not. We consider it to be two separate lanes. And as my colleagues have taught me, it is important that I know how to stay in my lane. But what I can tell you about it, just from having some conversations with them, is that there is a 100% COBRA tax subsidy available as of April 1st. The coverage period for that is going to run through September 30th of 2021. And right now we are sort of in a bit of a limbo period waiting for the Department of Labor to issue guidance. They are supposed to be issuing both guidance to employers as well as model notices for your communications with employees. So that is the extent of my knowledge, and I won't step beyond that because I've been taught better.
I get it. I completely understand. So for those wondering about that, CBIA will put something up on our website. I think we also have a summary of the FFCRA if you go to CBIA.com and then under news and then HR and safety, just so everyone knows. But Britt Marie, you were talking about sick pay, and we've had some questions about manufacturing and whether they were going to be exempt from that rule. Do you know that?
So are you talking about a sick pay if it's done at a national level?
Right.
Yeah. So it's in such an infancy form right now that there hasn't been any sort of specifics put together about what it would look like and who would be included or excluded. I would just note that at so for federal contractors who are already subject to the executive order, there isn't an exclusion on that basis. So my best guess is that there would not be in a national bill, but that, again, it's speculation since there isn't anything actually sort of pen to paper on that.
Okay. Thanks very much. All very helpful information. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you next time.
Great. Thanks for having me. Take care, everyone.
Okay, and now last but not least, we're going to move from federal law and the Biden administration to state law and our own backyard. Eric Getty is going to give us an update on Connecticut's new employment-related legislation. Mr. Getty is Vice President of Government Affairs at CBIA, and he represents the views of Connecticut businesses on labor, employment, and transportation issues, and serves as CBIA's State Ethics Compliance Counsel. He directs CBIA's Labor and Employment Law Council and helps support the organization's Taxation and Finance Committee. Eric serves as an appointed member of the Connecticut Department of Labor's Employment Security Advisory Board and serves on the Second Injury Fund Advisory Board. He's a member of the Connecticut Bar Association and the Association of Connecticut Lobbyists. Eric, it's been kind of a busy time for you, hasn't it? Why don't you tell us what you've been working on?
Well, thank you so much, Diane, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here again today. It's hard to believe that it's been 2 years since we've had this conference. I mean, we've had other labor and employment law related conferences in that time, but I remember very distinctly that this was one of the first CBIA conferences that were canceled after the pandemic last year, and it was certainly very disappointing. But it's great to be here today and really appreciate all of you who are still online watching. Really appreciate you sticking around for my update. And I do want to just let you know I did miss you very much last year when we were unfortunately had to cancel this. I still miss you now. Obviously, this format, this virtual format, is kind of tough. I'm just staring into a camera, and normally there are faces I could read to see when I should be moving along to the next topic, or eye rolls when I attempt to make a joke, that type of thing. So I don't have that back and forth with the audience anymore, and I really miss that. So, you know, if you have questions or if there are things that are unclear, my contact information is on the last sheet of my presentation here. So please get in touch with me or get in touch with Diane. We want to make sure that all your questions are answered. And I know that I'm not always clear on a lot of stuff, so I'm sure there will be questions. You know, I want to start by stating the obvious. This is a legislative update, and of course, you know, things that you should never talk about are religion and politics. But that's my job, unfortunately, and I know you're probably going to disagree maybe with a couple of the positions we've taken today and some of these items. I certainly hear that from some of the feedback that we get when these were live events. There's always at least one or two angry comment cards, but that's okay. It's probably going to happen today too, and I'm fine with that. I like that back and forth with everyone. But more importantly, I hope I can anger some of you enough to get you fired up and willing to contact some of your lawmakers on these issues. There are a lot of very harmful measures that are going to be discussed today in this presentation. I certainly hope it's enough to get you, again, to contact your lawmakers, tell them why this would impact your business. And you can we make it very easy for you. You can go to CBIA.com, you go into the top right of the homepage, there's a little pink button that says Action Center. You click on that, you'll get connected right via email to your lawmakers. And in fact, that's your homework today, is at least on one of these items, we need you to contact your legislator. And in fact, I've asked Diane to not send any of you your continuing education requirement until you have done that and we have proof of it. So, you know, I'm sorry, I had to start playing hardball with some of you folks. So let's get into, you know, enough of the chit chat. So let's get down to business, talk about where we are in the legislative session. Still relatively early. We're still in the committee phase. For the Labor Committee, that ends obviously at the end of this month, as you can see. But it has been a very unusual start to the legislative session. For the obvious reasons, of course, building is closed to the public. So all of the public hearings are virtual, just like this program is. You know, we're not able to stop lawmakers in the hall to say, hey, you really need to hear us out on this bill. So it's tough. But it did start, you know, the same way it always does, unfortunately, with some of the same groups calling for higher taxes, more labor mandates. But we were very happy to see that, especially in the House, the leadership came out and said, you know, we really need this year to be as transparent as possible, and we really need to do no harm. And I think that's also been reflected in a lot of what the governor has been saying in the meantime. You know, and it was good. It seems like most legislators have gotten that message, certainly not all of them, because there are, of course, a lot of bills out there still. And then also very typical of a legislative session, we've seen some key issues dominating for like a full week. You know, it's at first it was the vaccination issue and whether they should remove the religious exemption for the vaccinations. Then it was a week of recreational marijuana being the biggest issue. And then it was the public option health care plan. And then legalized sports gambling. And then a lot of carbon taxes, that type of thing, mileage taxes, and methods of funding transportation are some of the latest things to be discussed. Also important is just talk a little bit about the makeup of the General Assembly. A little bit different than you saw 2 years ago when we last met. More division between the parties. The Democrats have picked up a bunch of new seats. There are also 2 vacancies in the House right now. Representative Patricia Billy Miller, she ran for a vacant Senate seat and just recently won that. So her seat is still open. And then one Republican resigned so that he could more focus on his job, and that was Representative J.P. Straczynski. So we have 2 openings right now, soon to be filled in a special election in the coming weeks. And then, of course, it's always important to talk a little bit about the environment we find ourselves in. There are some lawmakers that I said that didn't quite get the message and didn't quite understand the full impact of the pandemic on so many businesses. And so you have some folks, of course, that are acting just as everything is its usual way. That we didn't lose, 122,000 jobs in the last year. They're still refusing to take meetings with the business community, attempting to shut us down at public hearings. It's really unfortunate that they just don't understand the full impact of this pandemic. But you have seen a resurgence of a lot of moderate Democrats who have suddenly found confidence and have coalesced a little bit more than they ever had in the past. And we saw just a few weeks ago announced the formation of the Blue Dog Moderate Group. And this is a caucus of at least 25 to 30 Democrats that have come out, and they have agreed with a lot of the governor's positions about holding the line on mandates, on taxes. And so it's really nice to see that group really come out. And in fact, they've recently flexed some muscle just the other day on a vote on the comptroller's public option bill. Now, this group, they sort of surprised the committee where there was going to be a vote to take final action on it before it would go to the full chamber. And they put a sort of a surprise amendment out that would put this on parity with other health plans, the ones in the private sector that have full audits, full transparency of everything that they're doing, all the consumer protections that are required under law. The public option plan had none of those things. And so they called for an amendment that would make them subject to the same rules as every other health plan. And that amendment passed. So we were very happy to see that. And this group showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. So that's fantastic news going into the latter half of the legislative session. We also have seen, especially in recent days, there's a lot of federal dollars coming into the state. A total of more than $10 billion. Some of that, or a significant portion of that, is in stimulus checks directly to citizens. But a lot of that is also money directly for the state government to use or for municipalities to use for various purposes. And there's not a lot of constraints on the way that money can be used. And so you're seeing a lot of fighting you're going to see quite a bit more fighting going forward on what priorities those dollars are used to fund. And in fact, the House of Representatives just the other day, they passed a bill that said that they have an equal say as the governor as to how that money is spent. And it was a unanimous vote in the House. And now it's on its way to the Senate. It's scheduled for a vote this upcoming Tuesday. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be unanimous there as well. So it'll be very interesting, again, to see whether tensions continue to be strained in the coming weeks as all of these dollars and what to do with them, those questions are still out there. So why don't we get into the legislative update portion? Let's start with the things that are out there that the Labor Committee has put out that the CBIA supports. Now, number one, this bill has been around. I think I've probably even talked about it in past legislative updates with CBIA. But HB 5158 put some new requirements on the accommodations employers makes for new mothers and the expression of breast milk in the workplace. CBIA came out in support of this bill. Looking at the requirements, I just thought they were so minimal that this was something that we should should be getting behind for our employees. I don't think there's anything in this bill that is so onerous that an employer couldn't accommodate the folks who are new mothers and back into the workplace. So, I thought this was a good one for us to come out and support. And then also was very happy to see that there were at least 2 bills that would attempt to shield employers from the impact of the massive levels of unemployment related to the pandemic and essentially freeze experience rates just the way that the governor in his executive orders have done thus far. So it was really good to see that folks in the legislature have taken this issue very seriously and realized that the fallout and the impact of the unemployment fund is going to be a big problem that businesses are going to be dealing with in the coming months. What is a little disappointing here is that the Labor Committee itself didn't come up with these bills. These were bills submitted by individual legislators that were sent to the Labor Committee, and they did have public hearings on it. So at least that they did hold a public hearing on it, but really this legislation should have originated in the Labor Committee itself. So it's good to see, again, that they're taking this seriously. What was going to be critically important, though, is some of the federal dollars I just spoke about on a prior slide. Some of that should be used to help shore up the state's unemployment trust fund. Again, we have a massive debt. It's over $600 million right now that we've borrowed from the federal government. And right now, the businesses are the ones exclusively required to pay all of that money back. And so it would be really nice for the state to use some of their federal dollars to help with that, especially since 60% of all of the people that became unemployed were so as a result of government shutting down their businesses. So I'm not saying that was a wrong decision. I'm just saying that they also had a big hand in the massive spike in unemployment claims. Expense reimbursement, this is an issue. There's actually 2 bills related to this, and I'll get to the worst one later. This one I at least thought was worth a conversation. I think there's something to this issue. I'm not 100% sure I'm behind it because I think it's going to be so difficult to prove. How do you attribute the data usage to different purposes within your own household? Are the couple Zoom calls and the few emails that I use the reason that I've exceeded my data cap or my data plan at my house? Maybe, or it could be the fact that my 3 kids are nonstop face down in their tablets playing Minecraft or whatever else. I mean, it's really tough to attribute data usage in that way, and this requires employers to pick up the cost of that. So again, this bill simply calls for a protocol. It calls for a larger discussion around this issue, and I do think that discussion is worth having. And so again, I'll get to the slightly worse version of this bill later on. And then this bill related to criminal history, this is something that, helping people return to the workforce after coming out of the prison system is something that CBIA cares deeply about. And I could really get behind this bill because I just think it's smart policy. What this bill does is it looks through our general statutes at all of the professional licenses that are talked about within there and all the requirements needed to obtain one of those licenses. And in a lot of cases, for a lot of these different licenses, there's just a blanket prohibition on anyone with a criminal history. And that really doesn't make sense. So this bill says, this bill gets rid of that unless the criminal charge that the person or the criminal history has something directly to do with that license. Obviously, you don't want somebody who's convicted of embezzling to go back and get their accounting license. But why couldn't they become a licensed dietitian or a nail technician or something like that? This just makes sound policy. And also, if that individual is having difficulty returning to the workforce even after obtaining one of these licenses, they still have now the option of going into business on their own. I just think that this is really smart policy. And this actually creates opportunities for people with difficult paths rather than some of the other bills that I will get into a little bit later. So now, unfortunately, on to the largest section of the presentation. This is some of the more harmful measures that the Labor Committee has entertained this legislative session and things that you should really be aware of that could have a major impact on your business. So just yesterday, there was a public hearing, and this is actually not a Labor Committee bill. This is a Finance Committee bill on the governor's proposal to provide unemployment reform. So, if you look at what's on the screen, I think what you see here is there's all the right ingredients for true unemployment reform. They're just not in the correct proportions by any stretch of the imagination. Increasing the state's taxable wage base from $15,000 to over $70,000 and then indexing it thereafter, that could lead to a huge tax increase for many Connecticut businesses. In fact, that would make us have the highest taxable wage base, by a lot over any other state in the country, and certainly from all our neighboring states. Most have, other than Rhode Island, all of our neighboring states have either a $15,000 taxable wage base the way that we do, or either just slightly lower than that. Rhode Island's a little bit higher. I think they're at $24,000, but again, nowhere near the $70,000. What I do like about this bill is it does change the rates a little bit so that the highest users, the employers who are the highest users of the unemployment system, would pick up a little bit more of the total tax burden. And then it also has some of the reforms that I've been talking about for years, but not nearly far enough. So, for example, it increases the earnings requirement to $1,200 a year. Right now, Connecticut's earning requirement, what you need to earn to qualify for unemployment, is only $600 in the course of a year. That would mean at a $15 minimum wage, you would only need to work one 40-hour work week the entire year before you could qualify for unemployment benefits. And increasing it to only $1,200 means you only have to work 2 full weeks the entire year to qualify for unemployment benefits. The vast majority of states, again, are between $3,000 and $5,000 in earnings. There are some states that are as high as $9,000 in earnings. I think we should be right around $5,000. And in fact, since we haven't changed our earnings requirement of $600 since 1968, if you actually adjusted that for inflation, you would be right around that $5,000 mark. It also freezes the maximum benefit rate for 1 year. As you all know, the maximum unemployment benefit rate goes up by every $18 every single year. It did throughout the last recession. It has continued to do so even throughout this pandemic. And so I think it should freeze it for a few years at least. And then it requires the exhaustion of all severance pay before collecting benefits. This is really a no-brainer. And what's good about these reforms, even though they're not far enough in this particular bill at this moment, is that it actually doesn't reduce the benefits anyone who works either part-time or full-time would actually receive. It just freezes it where they are at this moment in time and allows us to build up the fund a little bit and then move forward. So again, I think everything is here, but we just need to do some fine-tuning on some of the numbers to get in a place that's actually a reasonable compromise that would benefit both those who become unemployed through no fault of their own and the employers who are the ones who exclusively fund the unemployment system. And then criminal history consequences bill. Again, this allows job applicants to bring a discrimination claim against the employer if they're denied employment. And employers can only defend themselves if they can prove there's a substantial nexus between the criminal history and the job being sought. There is substantial evidence the individual has not been rehabilitated and the insufficient time has elapsed since the crime. So in order to, again, stop any discrimination claim against you if you've failed to hire someone with a criminal background, you would have to prove all these points. I guess the biggest problem is that the bill doesn't tell you how to prove any of those points. Which crimes have a substantial nexus to which jobs? How do you show that someone has not been rehabilitated? What is the sufficient amount of time? So again, I just think that the bill dealing with occupational licenses that I talked about a few slides ago, it actually does a lot more for individuals trying to return to the workforce than just ignoring the fact that this criminal history is out there and exists. So again, this is something that we will be monitoring closely throughout the rest of the legislative session. This bill, paid sick leave expansion, not something that we have seen in a little while, and it's odd because, there have been, the folks on the other side who typically push these things have been so busy the past few years pushing paid family medical leave, which they were successful in having passed back in the 2019 session. This bill would expand paid sick leave, which probably a lot of people have forgotten about. Now, current paid sick leave law requires businesses with 50 or more employees to provide up to 40 hours of paid sick leave to all employees who meet the definition of service workers. Now, if this bill were to pass, you could throw all of that out, and basically it would require every business in the state to provide every employee with up to 40 hours of paid sick leave every single year. Again, 5 days of which 40 hours of which they could carry into the next year. They couldn't use more than 40 hours in any single year, but they could carry it over. What this bill also does is add an additional 80 hours for COVID-19 related illnesses that could be used either retroactively or up to 4 weeks after the governor's public health emergency is declared over. Now, the real difference between what this calls for and what you saw in like the Federal Families First Coronavirus Act, I think we got the name there right, is that there are no payroll tax credits that are provided to help fund this additional leave. And so this becomes now possibly a significant cost driver for so many businesses. And really, the paid sick leave law that passed many years ago, I think it was the 2012 session, or maybe it was the 2011 session, has been a real problem for a lot of businesses in the state anyway. It is heavily abused. It really has resulted in no benefit, no reduction in sickness in the workplace. And so expanding this to all employers is just going to continue on creating those problems. And then there are quite a few bills dealing with the legalization of recreational marijuana. And all of them, for the purposes of this presentation and the labor and employment law aspects of it, all of them at least touch on the impact of employers and having drug-free workplaces. HB 6377 was the version that the Labor Committee heard, and essentially it got rid of all labor and business protections. And in fact, you could have employees who are literally smoking in the parking lot, coming into your workplace, carrying their marijuana, and there's really nothing you could have done about it. Now, thankfully, other committees are dealing with it in a little bit more of a serious way. They've recognized the issue, just that every other state that has passed a recreational marijuana law has recognized that, marijuana usage is essentially it's a lifestyle choice. And we're not saying anything that's fine if you choose to do that. But our position is it should be up to us whether we want that in our workplaces. We are under incredible pressure to provide the safest possible workplaces for both employees and for customers. So if we want to choose to have a drug-free workplace, we should be allowed to do that. And that's actually what SB 888 would do. It could allow basically current law to carry on. We would still be able to conduct pre and post hiring drug screening. And so we like the direction that SB 888, is legalizing recreational marijuana. Is that going to impact the overall labor pool for so many companies? Yeah, it absolutely is. But it seems like the world is moving in this direction. And we just ask that Connecticut do what every other state has done and recognize that employers need to make sure that people are safe in their spaces as well. Now on to, this is a relatively new issue in Connecticut. This bill, I think, was just introduced in the 2020 legislative session, and of course then it shut down. But this is something that if you talk to especially multi-state employers that have a presence in California, they will tell you just how serious of an issue this is. Essentially what this bill does is outsource the power of the Attorney General to labor unions and also to nonprofit organizations, and allow them to bring claims on behalf of employees against businesses. The biggest problem is that there are additional financial penalties that are reimposed every 2 weeks in this bill. So what quickly happens are penalties stack up, and also claims are grouped together, even unrelated claims are grouped together. So what has happened in California when this initially passed back in 2004 is in that time, they have seen a 2,000% increase in the number of these claims in just a few short years, and some of the biggest settlement amounts that are in their history, just because businesses have no choice but to settle, just because the penalties just keep stacking and stacking and stacking. And plus, it just doesn't really make sense. You know, the Attorney General's office in Connecticut, it is the largest law firm in the state of Connecticut. They have attorneys that are experts in every single area of law. They are more than capable of bringing public enforcement actions. And frankly, what California has found to be their experience is that the actual plaintiffs, the people who, you know, have experienced some sort of wrong in the workplace, they're never compensated really as a result of these claims. The state takes a huge chunk of any settlement, and so does the union, but the individual person who actually was harmed for some reason, they typically, in the audits that were looked at between 2016 and 2018 in California, I think it was 75% of those plaintiffs were really never helped at all by this. So this isn't really a tool to help employees. This is really a tool that the unions are going to be using, you know, through the court system to basically further their own financial interests and political interests. And so this is something that we're keeping a very close eye on. And certainly, if your business has legal counsel, you should have them contact their legislators and talk about this bill. Non-compete agreements. I was told this one might be popular among this group, and it's interesting because I know a lot of businesses do use non-compete agreements, and then a lot of you don't use them at all. So if you don't use them at all, you guys can all take a break for this slide. Come back in a minute. All right, but this bill, and I want to start by just saying this on non-compete agreements. CBIA fully recognizes that these agreements, they have no business in certain industries. You know, there is no reason that someone who, you know, works at one fast food operation should have a non-compete agreement from working at a different fast food operation, or one retailer from working, you know, at one retail outlet working at another one. That just doesn't make any sense at all. But what this bill does is just blanket invalidates a lot of these agreements after July 1. Regardless of industry, and using the minimum wage as sort of a threshold. So if this bill were to be enacted, any non-compete agreement against an hourly employee would immediately be invalidated on July 1. It would also invalidate any exempt salaried employee earning less than 3 times the minimum wage, which for a full-time person, that's $93,000 a year at a $15 an hour minimum wage. That's getting at people who have access to some pretty important information at your company, and certainly something that is going to harm a lot of businesses. And also any independent contractor earning 5 times the minimum wage, which is $75 an hour. So certainly this is going to really impact a lot of these agreements out there. And plus, the fact that the minimum wage is now indexed means this is a moving target. So it's $93,600 or $93,600 at a $15 minimum wage, but that starts going up when that minimum wage starts also ticking up every single year. So certainly something that we've heard a lot of businesses speaking out about. Just because the employee is not necessarily at that level of compensation does not mean that they don't have access to client lists, important data, you know, a lot of the important information that businesses rely on to stay in business. So certainly one to keep in mind. So okay, all of you who left because you don't do non-compete agreements, you can come back now. We're going to move on. Now we're back to the telework expense reimbursement. You know, the one we talked about earlier that I thought was worth a conversation on. This one is far broader. This means this one requires employers to reimburse employees for anything that the employee felt was necessary to conduct their job from home. And the bill specifically lists things like, you know, phones, computers, printer, ink, toner, or data plans. And not only that, but it imposes $1,000 fines if you fail to reimburse an employee for some of these items. Now, some of the problems around the bill are that, you know, there is no sort of arbiter to decide what is necessary and what is not. It's essentially up to the employee. Now, maybe they could have a conversation ahead of the time, but the bill doesn't require the employee to have a conversation before the expenditure is made. And in fact, it says after the fact, they can then go to the employer and seek reimbursement. But what, you know, what are the limitations on this thing? Do you need the most high-end computer, or do you just need a computer in order to do your job? Do you need the brand new iPhone that came out to do your job, or do you need the one that you currently have now? Are you really going to impose a $1,000 fine if an employee goes out and purchases a $4 ream of paper, and the employer says, no, you didn't use all that for stuff, and in fact, we don't require you to print anything out at all. So there's just so many questions regarding this bill that we just, again, we oppose this version, but we do think that the data plan thing, that might be worth a conversation, as I mentioned earlier. The call center bill, again, as you can see here, it imposes a $10,000 per day fine for any phone or computer-based customer service provider that doesn't provide at least 100 days notice of attempting to relocate operations out of state. Now you can see I put a little star at the top of this because so many people, when I say the call center bill, they think literally of a call center, a big open room where there's a ton of people just doing, cold calls, that type of thing. But no, if you do any sort of customer service where you have people either answering it either on the computer or on a phone, this bill could potentially apply to you. And if you move 30% of your call volume out of state, again, this could mean, and you don't give 100 days notice, that could be a real problem. Now, what's interesting is that, again, this applies to businesses with 50 or more employees, but doesn't mean 50 or more employees that are providing this type of service. So you could have a situation where you have a business and you've got, let's say, one or two people who answer your customer service calls, and let's just say that you decide you're going to hire 2 more people to take up and help out with some of the volume of that. And let's just say now that we're all in this telecommuting world, you decide to hire someone who happens to live across state. You could be potentially triggering this bill right here, or the requirements under this bill, because now you have 2 people who are out of state answering 50% of your call volume, and you didn't give 100 days notice that that work was being moved out of state. Now again, do I think it could or would apply in some of those circumstances? Probably not, but I think it's going to apply in a lot more circumstances than people think because they don't think of themselves as call centers. So certainly this might be one, if you do have a big customer service operation, you might want to consider whether or not this bill would apply to you. This one seems to really be driving or a lot of frustration among the business community. And essentially what it does is require employers to recall any employees that were laid off in the order of seniority. And of course that means that if you're going to just use that one measure in how you recall people, it means you have to ignore all others, including how productive they are, what skills they have, how much training they have, their performance, any past disciplinary actions or attendance history. It's really silly, and it's part of this larger effort to just standardize all workplaces that have been going on in Connecticut. Have all the same wages across every company, have all the same benefits across every company, all the same mandates, and it's really a big problem. The overall trend that they seem to be moving in that direction is just a real problem, and it's going to make it so that Connecticut businesses that already struggle with costs and being competitive in that way against so many other businesses across the country and across the world. The one thing we had going for us was our productivity, but this attempts to undermine a lot of that advantage and again just standardize all things across every type of business, and so particularly harmful and really causing a lot of ire among the business community, or at least the ones that seem to have my cell phone number. Again, and now the salary range disclosure. Now this is essentially the key part in the title of the bill, but it's actually a little bit misleading. So a couple of years ago, when doing this, this bill was this bill has been around in various forms for the past couple of years. And a couple of years ago, this did require any job posting that you put out there to also include a salary range. I just want to make it very clear, this bill does not do that, and we're very appreciative of that fact. But it does require you to, when an applicant for a job asks for what the range is, it requires you to tell them what that is, or at the least when you're making the offer to them, what that range is. And I don't actually think that, I think that's fairly reasonable. The problem with the bill is actually the part that's not mentioned in the title, and the fact that it requires equal pay for comparable work rather than equal pay for equal work. And again, that's our philosophical issue with this bill. And so, again, we are opposing it. I don't know that it goes anywhere, but we will monitor it right into the end of the legislative session. I realize I'm getting a little short. I'm sorry. Oh, we do have some questions coming in. So let me, why don't I just get to this slide? The rest, I hope, are pretty self-explanatory. I just felt I should at least talk about this one a little bit because it says right here the language is not currently available. It literally came out this morning, and so I just wanted to update you on that. So this bill would require you at the time of hiring any people, and once enacted, all your current employees, it would require you to ask those people, your employees, what are your preferred hours, what are your preferred shifts, and which of your preferred locations do you want to work at? And then at the same time, as you're giving a job offer, especially to the new folks, give them an estimate of the number of hours they're going to receive every week. And then it would require you, just as this says, to post schedules at least 14 days in advance. If you deviate from that schedule at all, there are financial penalties imposed, just as this said. And then also, before you can hire any new people, you need to look back over those requests that I mentioned earlier and see if you're hitting the mark on all of those before you can hire. Really bad bill. It's really highly restrictive. And so obviously this is something that is a huge problem. So I am now going to stop. I'm being told to ask some questions or answer some questions, and I'm happy to do that. Before I do that, though, I just want to sort of get my thanks out of the way. First, certainly want to thank all of you who have stuck around to listen to me, or at least just remain logged in and pretend you were listening to me. I really appreciate that as well. More importantly, I hope I did shine a light on some of the work going on at the state capitol, some of the things that both my team and I are tracking on your behalf. Certainly, again, want to reiterate the importance of you reaching out to your legislators to help on some of these issues, because these are really big threats that are out there. And again, we could certainly use your help. So with that, certainly happy to take a few questions if Diane has some for me.
Yeah, just a couple. One had to do with the criminal history law that I believe you said the CBIA was opposing. And the question is, if an employer were to discover, for example, that one of its employees was on the sex offender registry, but they work in manufacturing, so there's not really necessarily a connection there, would that law prevent, or would that law allow the employee to sue for discrimination then if the employer terminated the employee for being on the sex offender registry?
It would, again, the real problem with answering that question is just the lack of details within the bill itself. You would have to establish not only that that person's crime had a substantial nexus to their position, but again, that they had not rehabilitated and that not enough time had lapsed since commission of that crime. And again, there's no parameters provided for any of those, to answer any of those questions, and so I can't really give you a good answer on that, but this is exactly the type of questions that need to be asked before this bill should be debated on the floor.
Okay. And then the other question had to do with the non-competes, and the question was, if that were to apply to exempt employees, and we were talking about the income threshold, would the employee's commission bonus be included in that, do you think?
I think I don't know if I think it's silent on that issue. I think it would probably look at total compensation. So again, they're using just that dollar threshold. I imagine if their total compensation, including bonuses, exceeded that amount, then it would probably make have their non-compete remain valid. But if it did not exceed that amount, it may be invalidated.
All right, and I've got one more, and that is, do lawmakers actually listen to the constituents when they contact them, or is it a waste of time, or do you really think it's worth it for people to either email or write?
I think it's critically important. How you go about doing that, of course, matters. An email is great. What's better? A phone call is even better, or inviting that person into your business. I know that's very hard to do right now with all the restrictions, but at least establishing some sort of face-to-face relationship with that lawmaker is critical, and I think they listen even more. Just doing a standard form letter, that type of thing, it doesn't have as big an effect. But just yesterday, we had Connecticut Business Day, and we had a couple, that was 2 days ago. But again, we had this discussion with lawmakers. Does this really impact you, when you hear from constituents? And yes, it 100% does. They are very motivated. They want to keep their constituents happy. They may not listen every single time, but you just got to be a little bit persistent. I think most of them do want to listen to their constituents, and they really want to be educated as to how these things would impact your business. And the most importantly is it then, if they know that this is going to harm a constituent, if a particular bill is enacted, they now have the cover to go into their caucus, and when they're saying, are you going to vote for this? No, I can't vote for this because this is going to harm so-and-so company in my district. And you know what? If they have the ability to stand up there and put a little opposition out there, this helps other businesses, or other lawmakers do the same thing and have the same courage and say, oh, well, I'm not alone now. Now I've got a couple people who are standing against this bill with me in this caucus, and that just grows in an exponential way. So it is critically important that you develop a relationship with your lawmakers, that you tell them what it is that is going to impact you about each of these bills, because I'm not in the building this year. I can't do it for you the way I used to be able to do. So hearing your voice is probably more important now than it has ever been in the past.
Okay, so on that note, thanks, Eric. That was very helpful. That'll bring the conference to a close. We learned a lot of information today. And as we said at the start of the day, in the world of HR and employment, there is a lot to keep track of. I hope you all found the presentations to be helpful. I know I did. And that you'll be able to use the information you learned today to make important decisions about how you run your business and manage your workforce. If you have any questions or need more information about the material presented, please don't hesitate to contact our presenters directly. Keep an eye on the Connecticut portal for up-to-date information on the vaccine and the state's reopening. And we also have lots of helpful information on the CBIA website. It's often on the News tab under HR and Safety. And CBIA members, you can always call or email me or our HR hotline with your questions. I'd like to thank each and every one of our speakers for contributing to our conference today. And a huge thank you to Molly Hammock and Amy Orsini from CBIA, and everyone at Event Resources for all your hard work in getting the conference organized and produced. Please, everyone, take a moment to fill out the survey that you see below me. Just scroll down and you'll see that. We really do pay attention to those, and we use the information you give us to make our future conferences even better. So on that note, thanks everyone for joining us. We'll see you next time.